Reverend Insanity Chapter 1330 to Chapter 1388. Make me the leader of Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was shocked. Unbelievable, he had never expected such a scene to occur. Shadow Sect and I are mortal enemies, I even seized Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Why is Zishan Makoto doing this? What scheme is he plotting? All sorts of thoughts flashed and surged in Fang Yuan's mind. Zishan Makoto, what is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan, don't be suspicious, I am not plotting anything. Because I am about to die in battle. Spectral Soul's main body has already been captured, since Duke Long has made a move, he will not let me off. The Great Era is coming, Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court wants to be the ruler of the 5 regions and rule over the whole of humanity. The Celestial Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lianyun, you are a complete otherworldly demon, you have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and the Luck Path True Inheritance. You do not belong to this world, you are a person who messes with fate, a person who defies fate, you are the greatest variable in this world. You are the target that the Celestial Court must eliminate, if you do not eliminate the Celestial Court will eliminate you. My Shadow Sect once wanted to defy the Heavenly Tao and become venerable again, the Celestial Court was the greatest obstacle. But my Shadow Sect failed, instead of using my things to benefit the enemy, I might as well give them to you. Ha ha ha. Zishan Makoto said this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan thought to himself, even at death's door, you still want to make life difficult for the enemy? This is human nature, it is reasonable. But I still need to test it. Thinking about this, he asked Zishan Makoto, you once said that the Sovereign Immortal Physique has a major drawback. What is this drawback? Zishan Makoto chuckled. I'm afraid you've noticed this drawback, haven't you? It was not difficult for it to guess. It was food. Your Paragon Immortal body is not produced by the human clan. Although it is also a body of flesh and blood, its origin is different. In essence, it was still a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Since it is a rank 9 Immortal Gu, it needs to be fed. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I guessed this long ago, I want to ask, what does Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu eat? Zishan Makoto laughed. Can't you guess what we're going to eat? It was nothing more than a test of my sincerity. Then I'll tell you. Zishan Makoto gave the answer. After hearing it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Like he expected, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's food was the answer he had guessed earlier. In that case, we are in big trouble. However, Zishan Makoto actually told me directly, he seems to be sincere, within the Shadow Sect's blessed land. Countless soul beasts formed an army, they were grand and mighty, like a tsunami, they surged towards Duke Long. Duke Long was surrounded by the army, his body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. The soul beasts came one after another, no matter how many there were, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his claws. Swoosh, with a soft sound, a clear claw mark appeared, it almost pierced through space. Wherever it went, the soul beasts along the way were torn apart, they could not resist at all. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. A bunch of trash, no matter how many of you come, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the air, his body was as straight as a mountain, the dragon horns on his forehead were sinister, his dragon eyes flickered with a cold light. With him as the center, there was not a single living being within a few thousand steps of him, a vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up here. Zishan Makoto was already hidden among the soul beast army, he was nowhere to be seen. Duke Long was attacked by the soul beast army for so long, but he was not injured at all. He was expressionless, his gaze slowly landed on a certain spot on the ground. There, the door of life and death was wide open, countless soul beasts were pouring out of the door endlessly. Soul beasts had the instinct to seek luck and avoid danger, but the door of life and death was a place that Spectral Soul had guarded for many years, he had already turned it into his base. These soul beasts in the door of life and death were definitely affected by Spectral Soul's methods, all in all, they were incomparably loyal to the Shadow Sect, they listened to Zishan Makoto's orders and launched a hopeless counterattack against Duke Long. Door of life and death. Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was unique in the world. It was also one of Duke Long's goals in this trip. After I subdue the door of life and death, when fate immortal goo is completely repaired, all living beings in the world will have their souls enter the door of life and death after they die. At that time, the celestial court will have such a secluded domain of heaven and earth, its rule will be extremely stable. To Duke Long, once he used powerful methods like triple chi retraction, the blessed land of the shadow sect would be very fragile. But at this moment, to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom, Duke Long flew out like a flying dragon, he was extremely domineering, all the soul beasts in his path were sent flying by him. Next, they were cut into pieces by the endless chi currents. Little split soul, where do you think you can hide? Duke Long spoke as he slammed his hand down. Rumble, a translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to show himself and resist with all his might. Both sides clashed, the chi current mountain lost most of its strength, while Zishan Makoto coughed out a large amount of blood, his body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Why are you still resisting so stubbornly? What hope do you still have? Duke Long snorted coldly, he charged over mercilessly with a berserk aura. Hope? Zishan Makoto knew that he had no chance of surviving this battle. This was the last moment he had left in this world. His gaze turned hazy. Over 100,000 years ago, 7 people broke free from the door of life and death. Huff. We finally walked out of the door of life and death, we revived. Only the 7 of us are left. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not here, otherwise, how could we have reached this stage? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead, let's go, our main body has the hope of returning to rank 9. That year, Shadow Sect was established, the first split souls were called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means, I am purple. Zishan Makoto looked at the water, at his own reflection, he looked far away, let's start cultivating. We need strength. Many years later. Rumble, with a loud sound, the goo formation crumbled, dust flew everywhere. We got through it, as expected of purple, you are really amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable's personal goo formation was destroyed by us. Huangda laughed. Huangda patted Purple's shoulder, asking, Purple, among us, you cultivate wisdom path, what is your wisdom path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster. Purple replied calmly. Huang's mouth opened wide, heavens, you are the first great Grandmaster among us. Purple glanced at Huang, what's there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are split souls of the main body, we each have a portion of the main body's cultivation experience. Huang nodded, that's true. What we should be happy about is this Limitless Demon Venerable true inheritance. If we pass Limitless Demon Venerable's final test, this true inheritance will be ours. That's right, this way, our hope of executing our plan has increased by a lot. Purple smiled lightly, let's continue like this, we will continue to absorb true inheritances and resources, we will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Providence. To think that it had such great power. Even Qing had been killed. What do we do? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sect's forces, the more Providence will target us. At this rate, we will be in big trouble. It is not hard to resolve Azure's matter. I have already thought of a way, that is to refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. As for Providence, I need to think of another way. Purple said this as he narrowed his eyes. Even though Azure is no longer captivated by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Providence? Purple went into closed-door cultivation, using all his strength to deduce a method. Finally, he deduced a method. Assimilate with Providence? I will temporarily become a part of Providence. Even though it is dangerous, it is not bad, we will be able to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and learn about a portion of Providence's layout. But there is one thing I need to pay attention to, if I assimilate for a long time, I will be easily corroded by Providence and become a part of Providence. I need to think of a way to preserve my will. After a period of arduous deductions. I finally deduced it. I will call this method purple gold rock skin. Even though there is little hope of resisting Providence, there is still a trace of hope. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Bright red blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. The world changed, no one knew how long it would take. The purple gold rock skin shattered, Purple woke up from his slumber. Where is this? How long has it been? Purple was stunned as he looked at the unfamiliar environment. Most of the first generation of companions have died. There are only a few who are about the same as me, half dead. Sigh, the only fortunate thing is that Shadow Sect is doing well. Z let out a deep sigh and looked up at the sky. Providence. His gaze was deep and eerie. Grandpa, drink some water. One day, Purple woke up. He found a master and servant pair standing beside him. A young girl dressed in luxurious clothes, and a female servant with strong limbs. Third miss, don't care about this old beggar. Sigh, you are too kind. This old beggar is not a member of our village, why do you care about his life and death? The female servant looked at Purple in disdain, her Gu Master aura was overflowing. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered, he was in a sorry state, his old face was covered in dust, his limbs were thin and dirty. But soon, he looked at the Gu Master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The Gu Master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy, it has wisdom path, transformation path, and even food path. I will call it Black Tigress True Inheritance for now. Sigh, I wonder if it will be effective, can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, inside a cave. He's here. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking lady Wansho excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom, so Senior is already here, Junior will leave now, I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady Wansho's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He spoke, little girl, you are young but can cultivate to go immortal, you know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance, I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor, in the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path Gu Worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female Gu Master collapsed on the ground, her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female Gu Master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance, I only gave you the upper half, it is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among Gu Masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in Northern Plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy, is he a Gu immortal? The female Gu Master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer, watching the female Gu Master leave, he muttered, this girl is quite special, not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future. Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The young Tai Bai Yunqing thought for a while, I choose the third one. Another source of hope. Sigh, it has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more, it will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar, a dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack, he could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again, Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain, even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch, Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch, the incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball, he was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path, how can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth, he exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding, he had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale, his body was on the verge of collapse, his vision was dark, he was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground, he did not chase, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom, a dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Fang Yuan. How ironic, if he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm, his soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will, he deserves to die, he will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk, he did not even look at the wind above him, he only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble, the atmosphere exploded, in an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods, the Soul Beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides, his body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground, his arms were trembling, he was trying his best to support his upper body, he wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly, he saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe, he did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support the simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold on to Duke Long's arm, cough cough cough, I, indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others, don't have hope, he he he. Duke Long's expression changed slightly, his sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red, he could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, this person is different, Fang Yuan. You are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence, I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. He he he, I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed, a man is about to die, he finally no longer had any doubts, I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess, I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture, at this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle, his unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life, he had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly, his cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them, the remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the Celestial Court. Duke Long let go, the worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared, a large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear, there is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Goo would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Sui Yi Hui or Mao Li Qiu, he would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured, his greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate, he could freely enter Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's Blessed Land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire Blessed Land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The Soul Beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land. We can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of spectral soul demon venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on, Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal goo. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto, they were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. Hei Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Yingwu Xia, Fairy Miaoyin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Feng Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miaoyin, Great Lord Sect Leader. Fairy Miaoyin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Xiaoxi Lu, her voice was extremely soft, her eyes were alluring, her clothes were pink, her figure was alluring, her eyes were more sunken than normal people, her nose bridge was high, her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect Leader. Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff, because not long ago, she had attacked Feng Yuan, attempting to take Feng Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Feng Yuan had become her leader. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. Hei Lulan greets Lord Sect Leader. She had cooperated with Feng Yuan before, they had also been enemies, she had even been saved by Feng Yuan. She had even made use of her period, blazing heaven demonis, to cheat Feng Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Feng Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether Hei Lulan's life or death. Hei Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ningbing, however, was unique, she crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Feng Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Feng Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qingmao Mountain, they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters, they had met again, and now, they were even working together again, it was truly fate's joke. As for Yingwu Xia, he was still in the dream realm. Feng Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Yuan only glanced at them. These Gu immortals had a limited lifespan, once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Feng Yuan valued. Yingwu Xia, Hei Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miaoyin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, a spy planted in Langya blessed land by the Shadow Sect, he could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these two. Xianxia and Sixth Hair were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ningbing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ningbing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, "Hey Lulan, take over my control of the Super Gu formation, I want to save Xianxia." He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Xianxia, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Xianxia woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless, he had no fighting spirit, he was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zishan Makoto died, all of Xianxia's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead, he was in complete darkness, there was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Xianxia lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Etian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood, he urged, "Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over." Even though Xianxia was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, a lump of purple will flew out. The will contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal goo, floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and goo worms, he was still a threat. The purple will condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance, he did not harm Fang Yuan, he followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and goo worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all, he could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Xianxia, before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have much hope for this. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any immortal essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence or goo worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Makoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Makoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end, they are my natural allies. Heh, I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Makoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, Zishan Makoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal goo to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains. He directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Zishan Makoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. There was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name restriction immortal goo, it was not his own, he was only borrowing it from Wu Clan. Secondly, the immortal goo was only rank 7, against the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle, it might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Makoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special, he was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Goo immortal, his early years were filled with difficulties, he was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife Su Baiman was turned into a goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves, it is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things, I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan had no other choice, he hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price, using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, immortal goo were unique, they were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal Gu for? A Gu immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle, it had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, it had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings, it liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle, I can use it. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That Gu immortal reported. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation, I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal Gu here. Only rank 6 immortal Gu? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortal said unhappily. Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied, he shouted, get lost if you don't sell. That Gu immortal's attitude immediately changed, sigh, don't be angry, I'll sell it, I'll sell it. How can I not sell it? Once this transaction was completed, it immediately caused an even greater commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. The transactions of Jewel Yellow Skies were very open, everyone witnessed the transaction. Someone is actually using immortal Gu to buy desolate beasts? This is unprecedented. This Gu immortal has a screw loose. Even though there are many mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials can there be? Using immortal materials of this level to refine that rank 6 immortal Gu, it would take more than 10 attempts. Refining immortal Gu was too difficult, the success rate was very low. 10 attempts might seem like a lot, but in fact, many Gu immortals would refine immortal Gu 50 to 60 times. This isn't a scam, right? Is there a problem with this immortal Gu? Some Gu immortals were suspicious. No. This is Jewel Yellow Skies, who can deceive it? The treasure light emitted by the goods is genuine. Let me do it, I have over 100 rainbow-chasing eagles here. Another customer came looking for him. Rainbow-chasing eagles were large in size, they were all desolate beasts, there had never been an ancient-level rainbow-chasing eagle. This type of eagle did not have high battle strength, wild rainbow-chasing eagles liked to chase the light of rainbows, they were lacking in other aspects, only their speed was remarkable. Deal, take this rank 6 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan directly bought it. The other party asked with some difficulty, can you make an exception and exchange it for an immortal Gu? I have raised these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years to reach this scale. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude, get lost. If you don't want to exchange it, get lost. No, no, no. Are you going to exchange it or not? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted coldly, if I was not in a hurry to use the eagles, would you be able to get such benefits? Hurry up, don't waste time, I am giving you the immortal Gu, I cannot waste any more time. Thus, the following Gu immortals changed their way of addressing Fang Yuan, calling him Senior Fang Yuan. A storm was brewing, even if there were no eagle-type Gu immortals, they came to watch the show, to see this eccentric person who used immortal Gu to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The commotion of Jewel Yellow Skies naturally attracted the attention of the 5 regions. Among them were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. But they could not stop Fang Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven was forever neutral, no one could find its location, and no one could exert any influence on it. After a while, Fang Yuan gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient male eagles. For this, Fang Yuan paid 4 immortal Gu. Among them, 3 were rank 6 and 1 was rank 7. And the number of eagles he obtained was astonishing, reaching over 1,200. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 30% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he also gathered enough mortal Gu. Fang Yuan began to activate the immortal killer move 180 slaves. He was very careful, because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was very slow, even though the situation was urgent, he had to make full use of every second. Gu worms were activated one by one, Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed, the backlash caused Fang Yuan to be injured, a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man as before, in an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th try, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success. Before Fang Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, "Quick, the Gu formation is about to be destroyed." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You can't escape." Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect right under her nose. He still wanted to escape. He was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Makoto's will was released by Fang Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal goo. "Fang Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now." The purple will said this and activated a killer move, charging towards the super goo formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and the rest. It tore through space and arrived outside the goo formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the 9th heaven. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super goo formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan, Xianxia, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. In fact, when Xianxia and the rest were transported away by the super Gu formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The Gu immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wu Hai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's Gu immortals protested. But inside the super Gu formation, where was Fang Yuan, he had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Chi Gue, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortal expert Tree Old Man came to Chi Gue's side. The other clan's Gu immortals failed to communicate with Wu Hai, so be it. But Wu clan and Qiao clan, especially Fairy Qiao Si Lu, failed to communicate with them. Wu Hai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wu Hai controlled the entire super Gu formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake, lives would be lost. Chi Gue nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This super Gu formation was personally created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though he could not control the Gu formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Chi Gue's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bada observed Chi Gue's expression and saw that Chi Gue's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wu Hai is missing. The super Gu formation is being occupied by 2 forces, they are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura. Just based on aura, they are both rank 8 Gu immortals," Chi Gue said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous, this situation was too dangerous. Wu Hai mysteriously disappeared. It is likely that he was killed. No matter how 2 rank 8s got into the super Gu formation, with just Wu Hai's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Fang Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Fang Yuan had changed his appearance before he left. Paying attention to this detail and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Hai would work together with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quanfeng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the super Gu formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the super Gu formation. This matter left a deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Hai is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately, I was plotted against by Ba Quanfeng. If I were controlling the super goo formation now, wouldn't Wu Hai's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Hai, he replaced me. Qi Gui was still grateful towards Fang Yuan. Bard quickly accepted Wu Hai's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Hai, even if Wu Hai's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. The super goo formation is gone, even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around, what is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's Righteous Path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying Snowy Mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the Righteous Path, Bard, who was already a higher-up of the Righteous Path, understood one thing: politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word: strength. If the Super Goo formation was still around, Southern Border's Righteous Path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now, Wu Hai was gone, the Super Goo formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be 2 rank 8 Goo immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision: retreat. Retreat, we are giving up on the Super Goo formation, there are immortal goo contributed by our clans here. Qi Gui pointed at the Dream Realms, look at these Dream Realms, Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal goo and Dream Realms? Bard glanced at Qi Gui coldly, if you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan goo immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the Southern Border Righteous Path goo immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the Southern Border goo immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Qiao clan heard that Wu Hai was missing, they were greatly affected. The Super Goo formation was not under their control, most of the Southern Border goo immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Hai was Wu Yang's brother, now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan goo immortal, how could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Hai is blessed by heaven. Xiao Silu thought about it and left with Qiao clan's goo immortals. Most of the Southern Border goo immortals left, leaving behind Qi Gui, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court, after all, they were the leader of Central Continent's Righteous Path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zui Yi Hui, both sides were locked in battle. Zui Yi Hui had deep hatred towards Celestial Court's goo immortals, this was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Makoto's calculations. Southern Border's Righteous Path goo immortals retreated as soon as they could. A mere will can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Makoto's will, not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal, she successfully gained control of this Super Goo formation. But she was not happy at all. Fang Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect's sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed, she would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible. But after she gained control of the Super Goo formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long, Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror, a rank 8 goo immortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long, but he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura, but now, his face was dark and gloomy, he had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, she immediately activated the Super Goo formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive, even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court. Once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely. Yes. Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Zui Hui, these southern border Gu immortals and the escaped Feng Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zui Hui is fine, it cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border righteous path forces, I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border, we can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Feng Yuan. Saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied, Lord Duke Long is wise, I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Feng Yuan, the same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good, Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions, let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border super clans finally arrived at Etion Mountain. What they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super Gu formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Super Gu formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path immortal Gu were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zui Hui chased after them, unwilling to give up, it also flew into White Heaven. More and more Southern Border Gu immortals gathered here, it was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Chi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. P.S. There is only one chapter today. All the way until the 8th of this month, there is only one chapter. This was because I needed to organize the outline. There were too many characters, clues, and pitfalls in this book. I needed to organize them all at once so that my mind would be clear. Only then would I be able to sort out the following matters. I needed to do my best to conform to logic and common sense and reduce the number of bugs. If there are 2 chapters in this situation, it would be meaningless. I've been tidying up the outline for the past few days, I've only slept for 4 hours today. So irritated that I want to vomit blood. After reading it a few times, I sorted out the bugs and typos, as well as some mistakes in the previous chapters. Now that I've finished revising them, the results are as follows. 246253252722722275228122892297331533332533333333333333333347348349355. These chapters have all been revised. I know that many readers like to reread this book. Some even reread it 5 or 6 times. This way, I hope that everyone can read it more smoothly. If there are any bugs or typos, remember to inform me. Venerable Gu will thank you in advance. Here are the 2 most recent revisions. One is to change Fairy Miao Yin's killer move Miraculous Hand into Miraculous Hand Profound Sound. The other reason was the inflation mentioned in the previous chapter, which reduced the original population of more than 1,000 wild eagles to more than 400. I'm really helpless in terms of numbers. Everyone knows my mathematical foundation. Please don't blame my physical education teacher. Also, notice that the original QQ groups, 5 regions group and core group will be merged into Black Sky and White Sky groups. This way, it will be easier to communicate. In the past, there were too many groups, it was too troublesome. Especially with the recent photo solicitation, the response was very enthusiastic. but it also showed the weakness of the bloated fan group structure. After merging, both groups will have 2,000 members, and I'll be popping up more often. Also, notice that starting from the day after tomorrow, the contribution solicitation will end, and the voting will begin. Choose the image of the main character Feng Yuan that everyone agrees on. Reeks, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Feng Yuan sat on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Feng Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a Gu immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Xia and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Feng Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the immortal killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Feng Yuan used 4 immortal Gu to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from Jewel Yellow Skies. There was no choice, the situation was urgent. If there was time, Feng Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Gu immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Feng Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Feng Yuan himself. Maybe the Celestial Court could also guess it. Feng Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini 9 heavens. In mini purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Feng Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Hay tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using Hay tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Feng Yuan had long used the time Dao to slow down the flow of time in the supreme immortal aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nests to slow down. Therefore, Feng Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I wanted to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Sui Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Feng Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Feng Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Feng Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my supreme immortal aperture space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. After the battle of the Super Dream Realm, Feng Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Sect suffered a great loss. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, causing Feng Yuan to become the biggest thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. If Feng Yuan did not accept it, he would also be targeted by the Celestial Court. Like what Zishan Makoto said, Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. The Celestial Court would definitely eliminate him. Thus, Feng Yuan decided to take over the Shadow Sect. When I can fully control the upper extreme heavenly eagle and improve the reverse flow protection seal, I will have some ability to protect myself against the Celestial Court. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of that grand heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert, Duke Long. A wave of pressure unavoidably spread in Fang Yuan's mind. I am still too weak, even with the new reverse flow protection seal. I can only stand in front of rank 8s and protect myself from their attacks. But if the attacks are endless, reverse flow river will eventually be exhausted. Even if I have an immemorial desolate beast like the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it does not have enough intelligence, it cannot move as easily as me. And the enslavement path killer move, 180 slaves, can also be unraveled. Sigh, my strength has already grown rapidly. Unfortunately, I am facing the Celestial Court, the strongest Gu immortal force in the world. I need to annex immortal apertures to increase my cultivation level. Rank 8 is enough for me to catch a breather, my current rank 7 cultivation level is too low. But if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's weakness will expand and become difficult to resolve. To Fang Yuan, this was a dilemma. My strength cannot increase. In this situation, do I need to rely on them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked around. Yingwu Xia, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Black Tigress Miao Yin, and many other Gu immortals from Pure Dream Seeker. In Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, there were information path Gu worms that recorded the details of these people. Fang Yuan had already looked through them earlier. Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals were all defective products. Zishan Makoto refined them to confuse others and conceal Spectral Soul's true actions. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies contained pieces of Zishan Makoto's remnant soul. Unfortunately, after the refinement, these Purple Mountain remnant souls had already fused with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. They could not be separated. Once the time limit of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies was up, they would self-detonate into dream realms. These Purple Mountain remnant souls would also dissipate. This flaw could not be resolved even if Zishan Makoto's main body was reborn. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Yingwu Xia used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 Pure Dream Reality Seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the Pure Dream Reality Seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Fang Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly. It saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Fang Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly Bai Ning Bing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Ying cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Fang Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wuihai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Because Lady White Rabbit admired Wuihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it, she gave a soft "oh," showing a timid expression. Fang Yuan sighed internally, even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ying Wuxia. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level, she has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path, she wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ying Wuxia. Fang Yuan looked at Ying Wuxia who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out, his entire body was like mud, his expression was dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ying Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Fang Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ying Wuxia, hand over all your goo worms to me. Fang Yuan spoke. Ying Wuxia did not speak, he did not react, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan's voice turned sharp, Ying Wuxia, I am the leader of Shadow Sect, are you going to defy me? Ying Wuxia did not move, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, he was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, your Yi clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower that possessed fate. Immortal goo would also be dissolved by the dream realm. In the battle of the giant dream realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and Heaven Overseeing Tower was still in phantom form at that time, it was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like this, so was the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the dream realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. Yi Clan's Goo Immortals all felt that a large number of Goo worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these Yi Clan Goo Immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Boundless Sea and Sky. Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the dream realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective, at the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins, it was no longer as grand and majestic as before. Yi Clan's Goo Immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion, some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated, it was truly dangerous, if we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal Goo houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. Yi Clan's Goo Immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fang Yuan's group, it took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, Yi Clan with a rank 7 Immortal Goo House should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. Yi Clan had both offense and defense, they could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side had scattered Goo Immortals, they could defeat them one by one. What made Yi Clan's Goo Immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's super forces. They had a rank 7 Immortal Goo House, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fang Yuan and the rest. In fact, Yi Clan's Goo Immortals did the same thing. They had used the Immortal Killer Move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast, he used the 2 Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique bodies as Immortal Killer moves, sending them over. Yi Clan was caught unprepared. Even though Clan's Gu immortals knew some information about the giant Dream Realm battle, they could not have expected Feng Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Feng Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path down marks turned into sword path down marks, sword eyebrows immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path down marks. There was also sword escape immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Feng Yuan moved alone and used sword escape immortal Gu to carry the two pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, Clan's Gu immortals could react. Clan's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Feng Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state, they had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other Righteous Path Gu immortals of southern border. When they arrived, how would Clan's Gu immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of Clan's Gu immortals spoke, "Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare mortal Gu. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong, they can actually control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel, they did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel, they are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other Righteous Path Gu immortals. Clan's leader spoke frankly, the surrounding Gu immortals nodded. The truth was the truth, they could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, informing them of the situation. What, they were actually repelled? Didn't they have Bay Pavilion immortal Gu house? They lost them. Look at what the clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme heavenly eagle and ancient sword dragon transformation. Once ancient sword dragon transformation was mentioned, the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals in the dream realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guani is also a demonic Path Gu immortal, he also cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient sword dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guani is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect, they are enemies. Lu Guani is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but that person has southern border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Gu immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guani or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart, he cares about his family, it is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wu Yong. The other southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals responded. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River formation was quickly spread to the rest of southern borders Gu immortal world through Tai Mian Shin. There was no doubt about this speed. Any Gu immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8. Because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu Clan. Now that he exposed his 4th immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, southern borders Gu immortals realized how powerful Wu Yong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being number 1 in the righteous path, Wu Yong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty, they want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wu Yong snickered internally. Wu Yong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so now. he had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing. As the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu in Wu clan's ancestral hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the righteous path, he had to take charge of the situation. Otherwise, if he did not stand up for Southern Border's righteous path, his and Wu clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fang Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 immortal Gu from Wu clan before leaving. A total of 6 immortal Gu. And there was even 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. Among these immortal Gu, there was bloodline immortal Gu, which was personally approved by Wu Yong and sent from Wu clan's treasury to support Fang Yuan. Even that 100,000 immortal Yuan stone was suggested by Wu Yong himself. He lent it to Fang Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu clan. Immediately, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building led the Southern Border experts and chased after the upper extreme heavenly eagle, flying into the sky. Although Yi clan was defeated by Fang Yuan and lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding immortal Gu from the treasury and set up a divination phase Gu formation. Take out Wu Yihai's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu, place them in the Gu formation and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wu Yong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the Southern Border Gu immortals, they only plundered the battlefield and took away the immortal Gu of the Southern Border forces. Southern Border's righteous path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently, Wu Yong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength. It would be very difficult to take back the immortal Gu from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong. Since Wu Yihai's life tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wu Yong's mind. He had considered it thoroughly. But he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals, rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chu Yu, and several immortal Gu houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical immortal Gu. Dao Path. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move." The possibility of Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals is low. Central Continent's Celestial Court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move. Note: last week's character solicitation activity has ended. This week's voting will be held tomorrow. Venerable Gu's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Gu's Tiaba, and Venerable Gu's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. White Day. Boom, a tower tore through the air, flying rapidly in White Day, leaving a long trail of air behind it. Everywhere it went, the beast groups in White Day ran away in all directions. Because this tower was emitting an intense rank 9 aura, the beast groups felt an intense threat. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, the Celestial Court looted Southern Border's Super Gu formation and took away all the Gu worms. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been restored by the Central Continent Gu immortals. At the top of the tower, there were only Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. It seems that Southern Border's White Day was not affected by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Fairy Myrtle retracted her gaze from the outside world and looked at Duke Long. Her beautiful face showed a trace of worry. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face was ashen, his expression turned sinister from time to time as he frowned. His strong body was like a boulder, even though he was sitting cross-legged, he gave off a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. As expected of spectral soul demon venerable, even with only a remnant soul, he was able to cause so much trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long took away the door of life and death for the celestial court. To think that spectral soul demon venerable actually borrowed his strength. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried, but on the other hand, she also felt admiration towards Duke Long. This time, the celestial court attacked, sweeping away the dejection of Northern Plains' defeat. They actually swept through the battlefield and captured spectral soul demon venerable alive. This was mostly due to Duke Long's battle achievements. Without Duke Long, there would be no way to achieve such an impressive result. Right at this time, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with? Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and asked. Duke Long shook his head. No worries, spectral soul is only a spent force, I have already taken control of the situation. As long as we return to the celestial court and borrow the power of the celestial court, we can easily suppress him. That's good. At this rate, we should have more than enough time. Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh. However, Duke Long quickly added, we also have to prevent any accidents. If I am devoured by spectral soul, he might disguise as me. So, once I return to the celestial court, immediately imprison me and seal me layer by layer. Then, use all the means of the celestial court to investigate. If I am the one suppressing spectral soul, I will cooperate. If spectral soul demon venerable devoured me, he would be exposed. If he continues to disguise himself and does not resist, he will also become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by my celestial court. Duke Long was thinking about Zhou Xiang, he did not give spectral soul any chance. Fairy Myrtle quickly agreed. Duke Long was silent for a while before asking, what is the situation over at Feng Yuan's side? Fairy Myrtle answered, earlier, Southern Border Z Clan's Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion encountered Feng Yuan's group by accident. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. Feng Yuan is crafty, he guessed that he was being tracked so he came to Bay Pavilion, he used his immortal goo to investigate, he really found something fishy. But... Saying so, Fairy Myrtle showed a confident smile, so what if he found out? My investigative killer move was activated with the help of the Immortal Gu House Star Constellation chessboard. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method back then. That's good. Duke Long heard this and relaxed, closing his eyes again. Southern Border. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was carrying Feng Yuan and the rest, flying rapidly. A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky, scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way, they did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect Immortals also let down their guard slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless, even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Feng Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Yingwu Xiao led the immortals to Northern Plains under Feng Yuan's pursuit, and rescued Zishan Makoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Makoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, before arriving at Southern Border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Feng Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench, carrying Feng Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Feng Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast. They were usually produced in places with dense dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura made them panic. They did not need Fang Yuan to drive them away, they scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide, even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fang Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fang Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the goo formation here without any obstruction. The goo formation here is quite good. Using the dense dark path Dao marks here, mortal goo were used to set it up, but it has the power of an immortal goo formation. Its specialty is to conceal it from others' deductions. To be able to use natural Dao marks to set up a goo formation, the creator was definitely a formation path great grandmaster. This was not strange for Shadow Sect. Even with Fang Yuan's current formation path great grandmaster attainment, he could only see the rough details, he did not know the profundities of this formation. It was impossible for him to set it up. After arriving here, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him, instead, he summoned the other goo immortals and talked to them one by one. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan naturally had to do such a thing. Lady White Rabbit was very obedient, she answered every question Fang Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was very aggressive and proactive. When Fang Yuan asked a question, she would answer quickly and even ask Fang Yuan a question. During this period, she would even ask Xiaoxi Lu who was prettier between her and Xiaoxi Lu. And in the conversation with He Lulan, Fang Yuan suggested that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing the alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's current awkward situation was partly due to Fang Yuan. After rebirth, Fang Yuan changed a lot of things. Before this, He Lulan used blazing Heaven Demoness to kill He Qing. She succeeded in taking revenge and saw her true nature. She obtained attitude goo and tried to control He tribe. Her future was bright. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, He Lulan lost her auntie. Due to a series of coincidences, she eventually became Fang Yuan's subordinate. Just like what Wu Xia thought, He Lulan was a talent. Fang Yuan had the same opinion. Next was Bai Ningbing. Even if you did not look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ningbing spoke first. Her attitude was different from the others. She stood in front of Fang Yuan with her arms crossed, looking down at Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path will not let you off after becoming enemies with Celestial Court. What are your plans now? Bai Ningbing asked. She had also participated in the Giant Dream Realm battle. She was on the same side as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path would not let her off either. I will first digest the resources of Shadow Sect, then plan step by step. Fang Yuan said. Now that the Dream Realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan lost this cultivation shortcut. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Wu Xia and Sixth Hair were left in his split soul, it still left behind a lot of resources. Web, immortal goo and immortal materials were only a small portion. The key were immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and others. A vast number of immortal goo recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even the construction plans of immortal goo houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiangs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance in the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain, otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of shadow sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the celestial court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Fang Yuan remembered it clearly. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now, there were 2 important things in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom gu. Fang Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then, he would be able to obtain wisdom gu's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. Bai Ningbing continued, I have already obtained yin yang rotation gu, but I need to refine it into an immortal gu before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin yang rotation gu is not my vital gu. I have no confidence. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the shadow sect's strength to help you refine gu, this was the agreement you made with the shadow sect. If I become the leader of the shadow sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the shadow sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals, only Xianxia and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the shadow sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Xianxia, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Xia's life and take away the immortal gu, to grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it, this matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream, he had already grasped all of its contents, he only lacked the gu worms. This move was very taxing on the gu immortal's mind, its structure was complex, it was hard to learn and practice, and it was even harder to take care of other aspects. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the immortal gu, he would need to waste some time to familiarize himself with it. Of course, it was not that he did not have other methods. For example, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Xia's soul, Fang Yuan would have the memories and a large amount of experience in using lead soul into dream. Back then, when Xia was just born, he was able to quickly use lead soul into dream because his split soul contained a large amount of related memories. There was another reason, Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan knew this long ago. But after Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, it was uncertain if he could obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul had transmigrated to Langya Blessed Land and gradually grew up as a refinement path gu immortal. He and Fang Yuan had been enemies for a long time. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, although it was Zishan Makoto's wish, would Sixth Hair acknowledge it? Fang Yuan did not have any confidence. Most importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by the Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. It was also impossible. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it would be easy for Land Spirit of Langya to see through him, that would be exposing his identity. After all, no matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they were all refinement path experts. They had all sorts of methods to see the Dao marks on immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's attitude was, but he knew that if he killed Xia and took his gu worms, the chances of Sixth Hair admitting him would be very low. Sixth Hair did not have much value, but he was a member of Langya sect. If he was used well, he might be able to help Fang Yuan topple the whole of Langya sect. Fang Yuan did not want to lose this connection for the time being. Gains and losses were not proportional. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit take care of Xia, while he went into closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. Zishan Makoto's original immortal gu were incomplete when they were in Fang Yuan's hands. But these gu worms could be used to form an immortal killer move called Averting Disaster Wisdom. It was used to get rid of hidden threats. Even though it was not suitable, it was the strongest method that Fang Yuan could use at the moment. Fang Yuan had never used this killer move averting disaster wisdom. Thankfully, it had a simple structure and involved few immortal goo. The steps were also simple. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not choose to try it. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended, goo worms started to move according to Fang Yuan's will. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a profound light. Bam! At the next moment, the profound light collapsed with a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, blood flowed out of his nose. The killer move activation failed. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If he wanted to activate the killer move on his first try, he would need to try many times. Man as before, activating this time Path Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan quickly recovered and started to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. Just as Fang Yuan was activating the killer move, in southern borders Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa was facing a small goo formation. This goo formation was only the size of a water vat, but it involved 1,000 goo worms. The goo formation was laid flat on the ground, controlled by 3 Wu clan goo immortals. They were continuously transferring immortal essence. The goo formation activated, it was like a whirlpool of water that was rotating rapidly. Is it ready? Wu Fa asked. The 3 Wu clan goo immortals nodded at the same time. Most of their attention was on controlling this immortal goo formation. Wu Fa slowly stretched out his arm and opened his palm, revealing 2 mortal goo. A life tablet goo and a soul lantern goo. He carefully threw these 2 goo worms into the goo formation in front of him. Soon, these 2 mortal goo were swept into the whirlpool in the center of the goo formation, vanishing rapidly. The whirlpool's rotation speed increased by several times. The 3 Wu clan goo immortals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat, their faces turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. After a while, 2 Wu clan goo immortals fell to the ground, fainting. Only one person was left. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke with incomparable exhaustion as he gave a location. This position was quickly passed on by Wu Fa to Wu Yong, who was far away. Wu Yihai is likely to have been captured by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet goo is not broken, I can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hiding place. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench huh? Thinking of this, Wu Yong shouted at the southern border Righteous Path members, I know the clue, follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. The killer move avert calamity wisdom cannot unravel the investigative killer move on me? It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, Halo Lan's anxious voice entered Fang Yuan's ears, the situation is bad. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's goo formation suddenly broke apart. It can defend against deductions. It seems our location has been exposed. I already know. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this goo formation. The moment the goo formation had a problem, he immediately understood. Fang Yuan was not flustered, he had already thought of a solution. Everyone, come here. The super goo formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fang Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the southern border Righteous Path goo immortals were still on the way, they were still some distance away. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fang Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him, that was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fang Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered Yi Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fang Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an Immortal Goo House, the Goo Immortals and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an Immortal Goo House. This caused the Goo Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Xianxia and the rest had such a method, they could even escape from the pursuit of the celestial court. Feng Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Feng Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Feng Yuan summoned all of the Gu immortals to him. He imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Xia had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Feng Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Xia's condition was extremely poor, he could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many Gu immortals, there was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Feng Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals led by Wu Yong left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Taoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Chi Chiyu said. He was also a rank 8 Gu immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Du Xiu's generation, he was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Qi clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mianshan leaked about Wu Yong, southern borders Gu immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many righteous path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan, some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves, they would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories, with Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sigh. We were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts, he is completely different from Wu Du Xiu, he actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border Gu immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Feng Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Makoto was already dead, even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border righteous path Gu immortals was Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Southern border's righteous path used 6 immortal Gu houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Bai Ningbing suddenly grunted, a pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan activated this time Path Immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before Immortal Gu was still intact, she was even on the same side as Feng Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Baiyunxing had already died. And he was killed by Feng Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Feng Yuan used man as before on himself, his injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Feng Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, this made Feng Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. Alright, let's do it again. Feng Yuan called. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miaoyin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured. He used man as before to heal Fairy Miaoyin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again. After a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, another failure. Hei Lulan grunted, her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, we might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements. Understood? The three girls nodded, not speaking. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the four sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no, our location is exposed, there are several immortal goo houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the goo formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect, they were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled, this is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged. Yes. The pure dream reality seeker physique body laughed. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls, the immortal goo house has already sealed plunder Shadow Earth Trench, time is limited, we need to hurry. Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong looked down at plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance, this super goo formation is quite profound. The person who said it used the natural Dao marks in Earth Trench and only used a large number of mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing, such a large scale, they are all gathered together by this super goo formation. Xiao Zhikai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice came from Qi Clan's immortal goo house. He was excited, good formation, why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation, we can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected, we need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere goo formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal goo houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, everyone, attack together with me. The moment he said so, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unstoppable, the shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties, it was a scene of panic. Southern Borders goo immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many goo immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Du's show slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all, his valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Borders righteous path goo immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill. Charge together. Kill all these demonic path scoundrels. Several immortal goo houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, they were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears, they were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miaoyin's expression was slightly strange. Hei Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression. The super goo formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal goo houses, it soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7, they were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Borders righteous path goo immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam bam bam, a series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. This move again, retreat. Clan's goo immortals had suffered from this before, Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal goo houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The dream realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being dream path idiots. The ferocious righteous path Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter Gu. Celestial Court's letter. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Border's Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Gu formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Gu immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Gu formation before leaving. Among the Immortal Gu here, besides Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu, the other Gu worms belonged to Southern Border's Righteous Path. Towards such actions, Southern Border's Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the Righteous Path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Gu immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's Righteous Path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path Mortal Gu as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's Gu immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path Mortal Gu to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path Mortal Gu's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Ing Wu Xia, Zishan Makoto, Bai Ning Bing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Fang Yuan? Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger towards Fang Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan, the publicly recognized number one force of Southern Border's Righteous Path? Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the number one person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an Immortal Gu house and several rank 8 Immortal Gu. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Celestial Court had taken away all of Wu clan's formation Immortal Gu. This was one reason. Secondly, Celestial Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this mean? In other words, he was telling Wu Yong that Wu Yong had a weakness in his hands. He would need to consider this in his future actions. To Wu Yong, this was a threat. Why did the matter of Fang Yuan impersonating Wu Yihai become a weakness of Wu Yong instead? This was the difference between the Righteous Path and the Demonic Path. The Righteous Path had their own rules of the game. The righteous path cared about reputation and face. Even if they wanted to plunder, they had to have a proper reason. They had to stand on the side of righteousness and reputation. Just like before, when the other clans made things difficult for Wu Clan and seized Wu Clan's resource points. How did Ho Clan do it? First, they sent a Clan Gu immortal to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Ho Clan Gu immortal pretended to chase after him, then used this excuse to occupy the resource points. How did Yang Clan do it? First, they had planned for a long time, setting up mortal camps near Wu Clan, then through the conflicts between mortals, they obtained righteousness and reputation. After landing in Wu Clan, Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength, and even had the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Why was he in a passive state? Hee. This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew that Wu Clan's territory was too huge. If he directly showed his strength, the other clans would only be wary. They might restrain themselves for the time being, but they would still be tempted to make a move. After all, Wu Clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal. However, if the Wu Clan were to passively defend and allow the other clans to bully them, Wu Yong would be able to take revenge after obtaining a righteous cause and sufficient excuse. He would then be able to bite off a piece of meat from the other clans. Only by doing this could the other forces remember the pain, and not dare to offend Wu Clan's dignity for decades to come. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide Wu Fa was not aware of it. Actually, before this, everything was progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that Wu Yong did not expect a troublemaker like Shadow Sect to appear. Once the demon Feng Yuan sneaked into Wu Clan, even Wu Yong himself would treat Feng Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget, before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Yihai many times to raise his reputation, to express his care for his own brother. Wu Clan was the #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a thing actually happened, it would definitely cause their reputation to plummet, and cause the other clans to have disloyal thoughts. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to use these excuses to retaliate against the other clans. But once this matter came out, as long as Southern Border's clans persisted on this topic, Wu Clan would feel weak. Your Wu Clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu Clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan? This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs, a successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu Clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Feng Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu Clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu Clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu Clan had lost? For a long time, Wu Clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Feng Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Feng Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the celestial court. Her intentions were clear, telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Feng Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Feng Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Feng Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Feng Yuan and the rest. She was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter Gu, there was only information about Fang Yuan and the rest. There were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao Clan's first Supreme Elder Qiao Zhikai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Qiao Clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Qiao Zhikai. It is nothing, I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect. Qiao Zhikai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time, it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan. He wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu clan Gu Immortals in the headquarters. The Immortals all said no. Among them, someone said, the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing Gu from the clan. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal Gu that Wu clan lent him, we cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal Gu, there were the immortal Gu that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal Yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy, he was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Quartz information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border Gu Immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu to me through Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal Gu. Wu Fa, go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Chi Chuyu, Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh? The other party has such a method? Chi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a Gu formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal Gu on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal Gu? No righteous path Gu Immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Chi Chuyu's request to see what immortal Gu each clan had that could be used to set up a Gu formation. If they did not have any, they could use Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, southern borders Gu Immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending Gu worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was very open, any immortal Gu transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal Gu are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through Jewel Yellow Skies. And my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Humph. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan? We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal Gu to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those Gu worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other Gu Immortals. You guys continue practicing, I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, goo worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of Southern Border's former super clan, Wu Clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to Southern Border's goo immortal world. My Wu clan obtained it but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now, Fang Yuan, have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully, but because of his method, his aura was concealed. Even Xiao Kai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Xiao Kai was shocked, he quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe, I did not use my full power. Wu Yong was filled with shock, the killer move was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan, but he actually became the target. Wu Yong exerted some strength and broke free from Xiao Kai's grip. His expression quickly calmed down as he coughed, it's fine. It is just an internal injury from the purple blood river formation. Xiao Kai immediately showed a moved and respectful expression. Lord Wu Yong is injured, but he cares about his brother, disregarding his injuries to save him. You are truly a role model of our righteous path. Wu Yong, he was silent for a while before saying to Xiao Kai, you are very good. Xiao Kai did not expect Wu Yong to be sarcastic, he thought he had flattered him, he felt proud of himself. Wu Yong was injured because of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river has weakened slightly. It seems that Wu Yong has some powerful methods that can attack my body through my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Unfortunately, it encountered the reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he started to ponder, strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Fang Yuan, how could he not consider that I have reverse flow protection seal? Don't tell me, he does not know that I have another identity, Lu Guanyi. Did the Celestial Court not tell him? Or did the Celestial Court not know? Fang Yuan thought of the dream realm. The reason why his identity was exposed this time was because the manifested dream realm had been corroded by heaven's will. He had entered the dream realm many times, he did not use familiar face or dark limit immortal goo to disguise himself, Providence naturally found out his true identity and location. If that was the case, Lu Guanyi's identity was not exposed. Damn it. Fang Yuan thought of this as his heart sank. I used reverse flow protection seal now and got hit by an investigative killer move. Wouldn't I be telling others that I am Lu Guanyi? Regardless of whether the Celestial Court saw through my identity or not, now that I used reverse flow protection seal, my identity is definitely exposed. This was a small confrontation in the dark. It was a new development. It involved Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the Celestial Court. Wu Yong's method backfired on him, but his injuries were not severe. Although Fang Yuan was not injured, he showed a lot of confidence. The Celestial Court was behind the scenes, they did not use their own strength, but made Wu Yong and Fang Yuan fight to the death. This was very Myrtle's scheme. This wisdom path goo immortal of the Celestial Court immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability after obtaining the crucial clues and information. Her methods were very ingenious and experienced. Wu Yong then sent messages to Fang Yuan, but no matter what, Fang Yuan ignored them. The practice of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was finally showing results, it was getting closer to success. But Fang Yuan had become a burden now. In order to defend against Wu Yong's attacks, he had to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times. This caused him to be distracted, he could not concentrate on omnidirectional travel. However, after Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, he activated it bit by bit. The bright light shone on the surroundings. The light dissipated, Fang Yuan and the rest vanished on the spot. Intense space path fluctuations were sensed by the Southern Border righteous path goo immortals outside the dream realm to some extent. They are gone. Maybe one or two of them are still alive. Wu Yong had an expressionless face, he was not surprised. But our goo formation is not finished yet. They actually have such a method? Why didn't they use it earlier? There must be some serious drawback. Xiao Kai guessed. Chichiyu stroked his beard, no matter. Even though my super goo formation is not complete, it has some effect. I believe that at this moment, they should have already split up. Many southern border Gu immortals were confused, but Wu Yong praised, Qi clan's first supreme elder is truly capable. Since Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he also predicted that they would use this method to escape. How could he not make the appropriate countermeasures? Earlier, he had secretly transmitted to Qi Chuyu, asking him to restrain and target them. Qi Chuyu was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a formation path great grandmaster. Now that he had the information, he had a specific target. He could make the appropriate countermeasures and succeed at this moment. Guh, Bai Ningbing had just stepped on the ground when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was weak and her face was pale. This is not our destination. Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. Omnidirectional travel was broken, the 4 Gu immortals were split up, they were very far away. Other than Fang Yuan, they were all injured. What do we do, sect leader? Fairy Miaoyin transmitted. Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he escape on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or should he waste time to gather the Shadow Sect immortals again? Right now, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all self-detonated into dream realms. They were left in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few left in the immortal apertures of He Lulan and the rest, including Lady White Rabbit's blessed land. Dream realms were corroded by Providence. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also monitored by Providence at all times. Keeping them around was equivalent to exposing their location. But at the crucial moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could also self-detonate into dream realms to block immortal Gu houses. Thus, Fang Yuan reluctantly kept them around. The investigative killer move on him had not been dispelled. Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were also in Wu Clan's hands, and most importantly, Wu Clan actually had a method to attack Fang Yuan. The situation could be said to be very bad and dangerous. Fang Yuan could not deal with any immortal Gu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable. Even though it had rank 8 battle strength, it would not risk its life to fight against a strong enemy. Fang Yuan's control over it needed to be improved. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was also missing. This caused Providence to be able to monitor Fang Yuan at all times and make arrangements. And these people might also have investigative methods on them. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. After leaving Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, Fang Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Shadow Sect had the most resources in Western Desert. Because Ing Wuxia, Zishan Makoto, and the rest had already roamed around the other 4 regions, taking all the remaining resources and immortal Gu they could find. Only Western Desert was left out. Going to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to abandon them like this. And if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Langya Sect, author's note, I stayed up until 4 a.m. last night, but I have been sleeping at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. recently. Today, I finally felt a little overwhelmed. I felt a little dizzy during the day. Recently, the deepest feeling was that I did not have enough time and energy. The outline had been sorted out to 52,294 words, it was still being organized. Already had over 37 million words. It was very difficult. I used a different writing style than most web novels. There were all kinds of interweaving clues and pitfalls, there were a lot of them. I tried to describe a complete and consistent world. The further I went, the harder it got. I spent too much energy. There was also, every time I thought about it, I wanted to shout to the heavens, oh heavens, please spare me. But there was no choice. I never became a eunuch. I knew I had to persevere. For me, for everyone. Recently, when I had no motivation, I would look at my prologue and sigh. Every time I finished reading it, I felt like I could see the past me at the other end of the river of time, telling me about his dream back then. Then, I would change again, full of motivation. Rumble, air currents surged as if thousands of waves were set off. The light shined brightly, the scene was grand and beautiful. Within this light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, around 9 feet, his body was muscular, his long black hair was thick and dense, like a cloak, it draped over his back, moving up and down with each step he took. The most eye-catching thing was that this Gu immortal had a pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead, they seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Myrtle had been waiting for a long time. She went up to greet him with joy, bowing. Lord Duke Long, that's right, this person was Duke Long. He was the one who led the Central Continent Immortals and controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. It crossed 2 regions from White Heaven and returned to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sex immortals dispersed. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle returned to Celestial Court after receiving reinforcements. According to Duke Long's description, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's goo formation to check Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral Soul. From the current situation, Spectral Soul did not succeed in the possession. Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his expression was still ashen. His brows were tightly furrowed. With every step he took, his soul would feel a tremor. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is unparalleled. In the following days, I will use Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to suppress him completely. Duke Long said, Fairy Myrtle, you will continue to lead Celestial Court, do your best to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest, and get rid of any future threats. Fairy Myrtle nodded. I have already contacted Wu Yong, using the strength of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, we will split up Fang Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Not long ago, I sent another message to Wu Yong, telling him the exact location of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect. It is estimated that we will receive news of victory in a few days. Duke Long nodded slightly and looked at Zishan Makoto with admiration. This was the power of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. With the help of a situation, he could move heaven and earth, guessing people's hearts, living a free and unfettered life while others fought for him. Fairy Myrtle herself was very outstanding. She was an elite expert among rank 8 Gu Immortals. That was why she was accepted by the Celestial Court. With Star Constellation Chessboard, she could be said to be top 3 in terms of Wisdom Path power in the current world. The reason why it wasn't number 1 was because the world was vast. There would always be dragons and snakes in hiding. The Celestial Court also did not know the general situation. Only when the world was in chaos, when the universe rose and fell, when everything was turned upside down, would there be any turbulence. As for Fairy Myrtle's previous achievements, it was due to the lack of crucial clues. At that time, Fang Yuan's defense was too good. But now, it was different. Duke Long continued to instruct, we must take this scoundrel Fang Yuan's life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, Fate Gu's only natural enemy in this world. However, he is also the inheritor that Red Lotus has been waiting for a long time. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, he will also have Red Lotus' true inheritance. The great era is coming. Our Celestial Court will have our 4th Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In order to receive her, we need to do our best to sweep away the dust and obstacles. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is to receive Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Ziwei, do you understand? Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle replied, I have already followed your arrangements, that person is already in Southern Border. Very good. Duke Long nodded, he did not say anything else as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle stood far away, quietly sending Duke Long off with her gaze, until the latter's tall and muscular body entered the depths of the immortal graveyard. She slowly let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the huge project, her purple eyes were shining brightly. The Celestial Court is the strongest, it has always been. Always. She murmured softly. Southern Border. A white silhouette streaked across the sky at high speed. Lightning fire followed, exploding one after another behind the figure. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. The white figure dodged in time, he was safe and sound, he suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh, in an instant, ice and snow flew, cold winds howled. A figure emerged from the lightning fire, he wanted to chase, but quickly stopped and used a defensive method. In a few breaths of time, this small valley turned into a world of ice and snow. There were ice crystals everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight, giving off a biting cold aura. He only has rank 6 cultivation, but he actually has rank 7 battle strength. Amazing, as expected of an immortal with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Chai Clan's rank 7 expert Chai Pajun praised inwardly, before exerting strength. Bam! The thick layer of ice on his body was unable to withstand his ferocious strength, and directly shattered. His body was thin, like it was made of iron, his skin was slightly dark, his eyes were like a wolf or a tiger, staring at his opponent on the slope. His opponent was dressed in white, her figure was graceful and alluring. Her silver hair was like a tassel, hanging down to her waist. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow, her expression was ice cold, her appearance was peerless. Even Chai Pejun's soul was shaken by this beauty for the first time. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of cute red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She, Fang Yuan and the rest had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, but because of Qi Chuyu's Gu formation, the battle formation failed, and the 4 Gu immortals were scattered. Bai Ningbing landed here and immediately healed her injuries. She was just about to follow Feng Yuan's instructions and regroup, but was found by Chai Pejun. The curtains of a fierce battle were drawn. After dozens of rounds, both sides had fought for hundreds of li, but were evenly matched. Four gazes met, but Chai Pejun did not attack immediately. Bai Ningbing used her blue dragon pupils to stare at his skin, thinking, this is Chai Pejun's unique trashwood body? Even if it is an immortal killer move, as long as its power is slightly higher, it would be reduced to a mortal killer move on this trashwood body. Chai Pejun's move was unique, it directly crippled Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, was a method to make enemies feel troubled and difficult to deal with. Back then, when Fang Yuan chased Ding Wuxia and the rest, he had fallen for this move. Unfortunately, Chai Pejun relied on his defensive killer move Trashwood Body to directly ignore Cold Eyes. Of course, Bai Xiang's true inheritance did not only have Cold Eyes, Chai Pejun had also suffered some injuries from fighting with Bai Ningbing. Amazing. Chai Pejun suddenly spoke, I cannot help but admire you, Bai Ningbing. His tone was very flat, there was no fluctuation in his tone. His strange tone spread along with the cold wind in the deathly silent battlefield. You only have rank 6 cultivation level, but you can make me feel troubled. I have been famous for many years, I am already a famous rank 7 fire path expert in southern border. But now, the frost energy in my body cannot be dispelled. Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I am truly envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, there would definitely be a place for you in southern border's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, you have fallen to the demonic path and brought disaster to the people, your only outcome is death. Saying so, Chai Pejun paused, he turned his head and looked at the horizon. A bolt of lightning roared. Crack crack. Lightning flashed, splitting the ice and rocks as a third rank 7 expert descended. Bai Ningbing, you dare to attack my southern border righteous path, do you think you can escape? This expert's gaze was sharp as he growled. Chai Pejun saw reinforcements and let out a breath of turbid air. He had purposely said a lot of things to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat her, let alone take her life. Did he really need reinforcements? Wu Yong was still in charge of the overall situation, and with Fairy Myrtle's message, he quickly dispatched Gu Immortals to encircle and kill the scattered Shadow Sect members. Be careful, this woman has extremely high battle strength, we cannot be careless. Don't worry, I also have Lord Wu Yong's information. As long as we stall her, not long after, friends specializing in battlefield killer moves will come to help. The two were conversing secretly when Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. She was cold as ice, she had been silent since the start of the battle. This was the first time she had spoken since the start of the battle. Idiot. Her cold and arrogant voice was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, causing the 2 rank 7 experts to be slightly dazed. But at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with an intense aura. Oh no! What immortal killer move is this? Just this aura is so terrifying. I am stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, but this Bai Ningbing is also stalling for time to prepare a killer move. The reinforcements were shaken, while Chai Pejun shouted that he had fallen into a trap. Not far ahead, there is an eerie fire cave. As long as I enter there, I will be able to guard against deductions and wait for reinforcements. He Lulan was moving rapidly. In her field of vision, trees seemed to have turned into black shadows, rapidly passing by on both sides. Omnidirectional travel had failed in activating the ancient battle formation. He Lulan landed here alone. But soon, she received Fang Yuan's instructions to quickly move to a secret location 100 li away and wait for a chance to regroup. Needless to say, He Lulan's luck was quite good. There was an eerie fire cave not far away. This was set up by Zishan Makoto when he was alive, using eerie fire immortal materials to set up the formation. It could block wisdom path deductions and achieve the goal of concealment. After a series of sprints, the eerie fire cave was already 5 li away. But right at this time, He Lulan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the plain forest in front of her, her brows furrowed as the auras of all kinds of goo worms on her body started to rise. You only saw through my goo formation now, He Lulan, your foresight is not that good. A mocking voice came from somewhere. At the next moment, the goo formation activated. He Lulan's field of vision suddenly changed. The sky and mountains disappeared, leaving behind only a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grew. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. Being trapped in an immortal goo formation was a very bad thing. If she encountered an enemy, she could still escape. But the goo formation was a cage of its own. There was something that made He Lulan even more worried. My speed is not slow. I have been moving forward according to Fang Yuan's instructions. The other party actually knew my route and set up a goo formation in advance. Could it be that Fang Yuan sacrificed me on purpose to attract the enemy and gain time for himself to escape? Note, his condition is not good today, only 1 chapter. To be continued. Boom, an intense explosion occurred, flames spread everywhere. The scorching heat wave formed a thick wall of qi, fiercely repelling everything in its surroundings. At once, the goo formation was filled with sand and dust. As the dust settled, a lonely figure was revealed. It was He Lulan. At this moment, she was breathing roughly, her whole body was covered in a layer of flame clothing. It was originally beautiful and covered in flames, but now, this clothing only had a few sparks left. Even this move cannot break this goo formation? Feeling that she was still inside the goo formation, He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. The intense battle had already lasted for over an hour. He Lulan had used all her methods but could not break this goo formation. This way, she was in a passive state and at a disadvantage. In fact, during the entire battle, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border righteous path goo immortal had been controlling the goo formation from behind the scenes. He had never shown himself. I have to admit. He Lulan, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you have no formation path attainment at all. I'll tell you the truth, even if your battle strength doubles, you cannot break this signature goo formation of mine. The formation path goo immortal behind the scenes laughed smugly. He Lulan snorted coldly, sighing inwardly, I don't have enough immortal essence, I used up all my methods, to think that I, He Lulan, would die here in the end. Sigh. Mother, I cannot take revenge for you, even though He tribe is destroyed, not being able to kill that scoundrel He Qing is my greatest regret. Right at this time, the formation path goo immortal's laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it. Next, he growled, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. There's a chance? He Lulan's mind was shaken. But at the next moment, she saw a long beam of light appear in the dark world of the goo formation. This was sword light. The sword light disappeared in a flash, but it left a long white mark in the dark sky. The white mark quickly expanded, and He Lulan heard the resonant cry of a flood dragon. It grew louder and louder, and soon after, it resounded in her ears. He Lulan's heart trembled violently. She was all too familiar with the roar of this flood dragon. The impression was too deep. Not long ago, He Lulan had been chased by the owner of this voice. She had been in a sorry state, and it was only because of the cooperation of Ying Wuxia and the others that she had narrowly escaped death. It's Fang Yuan. He Lulan almost cheered. He had never felt that Fang Yuan's flood dragon cry was so beautiful and resonant. The white sword mark was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark sky. The sword mark quickly expanded, as if a hole had been torn open. Dazzling light poured in from this increasingly large hole. No. The southern border righteous path goo immortal controlling the immortal formation screamed in indignation. But at the next moment, the immortal formation that gave He Lulan a huge headache collapsed. Her vision was filled with light. He Lulan was on high alert, her squinted eyes slowly widened. After adapting to the light, she found that Fang Yuan was standing beside her. And that southern border righteous path Gu Immortal was being attacked by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress. I'm safe. He Lulan let out a breath of air, her mind relaxed. The joy of escaping from death's door soon faded. She, who had an ambitious nature, only took a glance at Fang Yuan before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. For He Lulan, the situation earlier was extremely dangerous. The heavy injuries on her body showed how dangerous it was, her life was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not heal her. Other than man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had no other healing methods. If Fang Yuan was injured himself, other than man as before, he might be able to transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal his injuries. But for He Lulan, this transformation path method would not work. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were both rank 7 experts, the two of them attacked the other rank 7 Gu Immortal together, they had the upper hand. And this rank 7 southern border righteous path Gu Immortal cultivated formation path. Setting up Gu formations was his specialty, but if he fought alone, that was his weakness. Even worse, his immortal formation was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Once the Gu formation was broken, the backlash immediately caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Under such a situation of internal and external troubles, this rank 7 southern border righteous path Gu Immortal soon died on the spot. This was a rare rank 7 formation path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan kept his corpse in the sovereign immortal aperture, he was not in a hurry to annex it. He summoned the upper extreme heavenly eagle, let's go. We will reinforce by Ningbing. The immortals knew the situation was urgent, any delay could lead to the encirclement of the southern border army. Precisely so, Fang Yuan did not even merge the immortal aperture of this corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture, he rode on the upper extreme heavenly eagle to travel. When they saw Bai Ningbing, the battle had just ended. The surrounding 1,000 li was covered in snow and ice. Bai Ningbing was in Bai Xiang form, standing proudly at the peak of the snowy mountain. And among her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ningbing actually won against 3 opponents by herself. Bai Xiang killer move, that's right, this is the killer move Bai Xiang. The white terror that once terrorized the whole of southern border, to think that Bai Ningbing is using it again. The injured southern border Gu Immortal was filled with shock, he used all his strength to escape. When he saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle in the sky, he almost despaired. But Fang Yuan did not chase after him, he took Bai Ningbing and escaped. Now that they were escaping, every second counted, there was no need to waste precious time on this rank 7 Gu Immortal. Since this rank 7 Gu Immortal could escape with injuries, and his other 2 comrades were already dead, he definitely had the ability to escape. It would not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. The upper extreme heavenly eagle turned around and flew towards western desert. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move Bai Xiang and collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already at the end of her rope, although the killer move Bai Xiang was abnormally powerful, it involved a lot of mental energy and expended immortal essence rapidly, it was a huge burden to Bai Ningbing. If that injured southern border Gu Immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was very powerful, it only needed a tiny fragment to revive, it was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ningbing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods, he was a great healer for Bai Ningbing's condition. When Bai Ningbing woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li. You actually came to save me? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal, she had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ningbing thought even more thoroughly, she was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals when you were retreating." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal Gu that could inspect the Dao marks on Gu Immortals, he did not know how many Dao marks the other Gu Immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which Southern Border Gu Immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect. You have inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Makoto's immortal Gu were not comprehensive, he had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flashed. She thought of Xianxia sect, since they did not have enough immortal Gu, they could refine Gu. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. He suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to save Xianxia. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Xianxia and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate, so Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Xianxia. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Xianxia sect was established, Land Spirit of Xianxia was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Xianxia sect to refine Gu. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds, in exchange for Land Spirit of Xianxia refining immortal Gu for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Xianxia gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style Gu refinement method and used the Human Isolation style. It could not be helped, under Providence's gaze, if they used the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style to refine Gu. With Providence's interference, they would not be able to refine Gu no matter what. Even though Xianxia sect started to refine Gu for Fang Yuan, Gu refinement required a process. Moreover, immortal Gu were hard to refine, they might not succeed in a short time. The situation is even more complicated. I suspect that Celestial Court has already allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Celestial Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they will not watch without doing anything. We need to be careful. Other than Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals might be hiding and waiting to attack us. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Intense winds blew at them. Below his feet, the mountains were lush and verdant, like an endless herd of elephants, continuously galloping backwards. On the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, Fang Yuan and the other Gu Immortals were not in the mood to admire this beautiful scenery. Their current situation was very dangerous. The whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals were trying to encircle them. Maybe there were other lone cultivators or demonic path Gu Immortals hiding to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Southern Border's Righteous Path could no longer match them. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal or Immortal Gu house could bring huge trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, what made the Immortals even more worried was the Celestial Court. After the Celestial Court took away the Super Gu formation, it did not leave it behind. Fang Yuan and the rest did not know that Duke Long wanted to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even though the Celestial Court left, its influence still existed. Its desire to kill Fang Yuan and the rest had not subsided. In fact, it was becoming more and more intense. Fang Yuan's judgment was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest agreed with it. If they were on the Celestial Court's side, they would also not let Fang Yuan and the rest go. Other than leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals and making use of them, to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Celestial Court would definitely leave behind some hidden methods. It was just that they did not know what this hidden method was. The unknown created even more pressure in their hearts. The celestial court's hidden method was like a blade hanging above everyone's heads. They did not know when it would suddenly fall. Even if Feng Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, this celestial court's hidden method would not disappear, it was likely to follow them. Providence can actually corrode manifested dream realms. Exploring dream realms is simply exposing my own secrets. I even used dark limit and familiar face to disguise myself. I thought I had deceived Providence. This is my biggest failure in the dream realm war. Feng Yuan stood on the eagle's back and stopped using reverse flow protection seal. The cost of maintaining this killer move was too high, and now Feng Yuan was using all sorts of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future sight. As he investigated his surroundings, he reflected on himself, looking for his mistakes and mistakes. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? Making mistakes was very normal. Rank 9 venerables would make mistakes their entire lives. Being limited by one's vision, being trapped by one's temperament, being dragged down by one's environment, and so on, no one could always make the right choice in their life. After making a mistake, recognizing the mistake and correcting it is what a hero should do. If Feng Yuan had known about this in advance, he would not have explored the realm like this. Now that Feng Yuan thought about it, he realized many of Providence's plans. For example, his Water Dao, Formation Dao, and Dark Dao realms had all reached the Grandmaster level. But what Feng Yuan needed the most was to raise his Information Path and Time Path attainment levels. Once his Information Path attainment level rose, even if Feng Yuan did not have Information Path Immortal Gu, he would be able to resolve his own problems. His Time Path attainment level had always been ordinary. If he could raise it to He Fan's true inheritance, Feng Yuan's battle strength would rise sharply. Even if it was not Information Path or Time Path, Sword Path, Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Soul Path, it would be great if he could raise his attainment level to Grandmaster. Especially Sword Path. Feng Yuan had several Sword Path Immortal Gu now, as well as Bo Qing's true inheritance. If he was a Sword Path Grandmaster, his battle strength would rise sharply. Unfortunately, he did not. In fact, during the later stages of exploring the dream realm, when I was guarding the Super Gu formation, I only encountered some absurd dream realms. Providence erodes dream realms. Dream realms are circulating. I'm afraid that Providence does not want me to advance again. In the 500 years of memories of my previous life, there was no mention of dream realms being eroded by Providence. Maybe this was a secret that had not been discovered in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life. More likely, when Feng Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Providence, causing him to forget about this. I lost my Dark Limit Immortal Gu too. Right now, we are all exposed to Providence. Thankfully, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is fast. There is not much time left for Providence to make arrangements. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Celestial Court, and Providence, these 3 forces were chasing after Feng Yuan, trying to kill him. Feng Yuan was not flustered in the face of danger. He planned carefully on how to preserve his life in this situation. In fact, ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Feng Yuan had been thinking about this. He had made ample mental preparations. Exposing his identity now was much better than exposing himself earlier. Because in Feng Yuan's hand there were many cards that he could play. It depended on how he used them. Right now, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He was thinking of all sorts of situations and deducing how to resolve them, how to protect himself with the least expenditure. There is an immortal Gu house coming from the southeast. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing spoke. She had inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were far more suitable than the 3 breaths future vision that Feng Yuan had now. Next, Fairy Miaoyan's expression changed. I also found out, this is Ho Clan's immortal Gu house, Flying Sand Pavilion. She was familiar with Southern Border's situation, she immediately recognized it. Next, Fairy Miaoyan exclaimed, they are so fast. Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest immortal Gu houses in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Feng Yuan and the rest only used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to travel, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. But thankfully, Feng Yuan had already prepared for this situation. He had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the immortals in advance. Although they were disrupted by Chi-Chiyu's Gu formation, it was only a small setback. Now that the immortals had gathered again, they could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was moving rapidly in the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce immortal essence expenditure and increase speed. Undoubtedly, in this southern border with dense Earth Path Dao marks, Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving, Flying Sand Pavilion seemed to be made of silt. The yellow-brown silt inside was constantly moving, while the outside was filled with smoke and dust. Ho Clan was not the only Gu immortals inside. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal, Shang Wu Jia. Shang Clan was one of the top super forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They naturally had a rank 8 Gu immortal. Shang Clan's first supreme elder, Shang Wu Jia, had always upheld Shang Clan's tradition of neutrality and had a good relationship with all the clans. If it were Yao Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Ho Clan's Gu immortals would absolutely not give them face and invite them into Flying Sand Pavilion. While chasing, Shang Wujia's expression suddenly changed. In his perception, Fang Yuan and the rest had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Did they use that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shang Wujia's heart jolted. A map of southern borders terrain appeared in his mind. Combining all kinds of information, Shang Wujia quickly deduced the directions that Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to retreat to. And in these directions, there were southern borders righteous path Gu immortals. Wu Yong's plan is not bad. Shang Wujia calmly evaluated, then his brows furrowed slightly. He realized that according to this arrangement, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of southern border. And there, Wu Yong was already waiting for them. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed could be said to be the #1 immortal Gu house in southern border. However, Wu Yong was able to reach there by using Tai Clan's immortal Gu house beacon tower. Beacon towers were scattered all over southern border, and it was precisely by using this powerful immortal Gu house that southern border's righteous path could quickly spread out a large net. As for Fang Yuan and the others, they became the big fish in the net. Swoosh, under the clear sky, 4 Gu immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest who had used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to teleport here. This is already the 5th time. I have expended a lot of Dao marks. This is not good. The other side knows our location and is encircling us like a large net, rapidly tightening. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ning Bing and the rest suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root of the problem. If we don't get rid of it, we will be caught sooner or later. What we need to do now is to use every second we have to break through the encirclement and go to Western Desert. As long as they reached Western Desert, it would not be easy for Celestial Court to mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest. Let's go. Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle and used the immemorial desolate beast to continue flying. Actually, the true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cover a huge distance. Unfortunately, the one that Ing Wu Xia and the rest had was not the complete version. In the following series of battles, the core immortal Gu of omnidirectional travel were unfortunately destroyed in battle. As a result, what Fang Yuan was using now was actually an incomplete version of omnidirectional travel. The incomplete omnidirectional travel not only reduced the distance it could cover, it also greatly reduced the number of Dao marks on the Gu immortal's body. Remnants of Shadow Sect, where do you think you were going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid, this is just Wind Whisper Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind Whisper Mortal Gu had an extremely wide range. As long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was extremely fast, even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed. The distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad. Even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle, omnidirectional travel activated successfully and the 4 Gu immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance? Not even 10% of our previous distance? Wu Yang's voice resounded in the immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock, omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Windlock? When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's words. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 Gu immortals in Southern Borders Gu immortal world. But he had a long history of learning, and had even inherited Wu Du Shou's legacy, thus he had many methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this windlock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil, thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him, he had to resolve them as soon as possible, it concerned his life and death. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was getting closer, Wu Yong's laughter could be heard, he was not going to give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others, enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low, fighting a rank 8 Gu immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on windlock, quickly think of a method to restrain it. Fang Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Fang Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Fang Yuan was mainly because Fang Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ningbing pursued an exciting life, just like how Fang Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire, it could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiang, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the immortal aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme heavenly eagle to continue flying. Wu Yong's sigh could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person, you actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring, you are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity, how good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yong's sigh was sincere, he still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage, immortal Gu houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal Gu house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle was different. After flying for a long time, it would feel tired and sleepy. But Fang Yuan did not need to consider this. Because according to their current speed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would catch up long before the upper extreme heavenly eagle felt tired and slowed down. How many people are left? Call them out. Fang Yuan's back was facing the front as he faced Wu Yong, the auras of all kinds of goo worms on his body rapidly rose and lingered around him. "Don't worry, I am alone." Wu Yong smiled before activating the immortal goo house. Green bamboo leaves flew out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, turning into wind arrows that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme heavenly eagle to fly up and descend at times, flying around in the air and skillfully dodging the wind arrows. Not bad. Your flying foundation is solid. Your enslavement path methods are even more eye-catching. Wu Yong praised generously. Fang Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. There was a gust of wind lingering around his body. It was indiscernible at first, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, even the upper extreme heavenly eagle's wings were shrouded in 2 lumps of green wind, greatly hindering its flying speed. Wu Yong's continuous attacks forced me to dodge and change directions. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed did not decrease, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is chasing in a straight line. And this lump of wind on its body, it is probably the so-called wind lock killer move. It can actually absorb the scattered fierce winds in the air to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks could not hit Fang Yuan, but he had already achieved his goal. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Still no solution? Fang Yuan asked the Shadow Sect members in the Immortal Aperture. Difficult. I just had a little idea. Clearly, this is a rank 8 killer move, it is no small matter. A bunch of nonsense. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At this time, he heard Wu Yong speak. "You must be thinking of how to break through my killer move wind lock right now, right? There is no harm in telling you the truth. Once this move is used, it cannot be moved, but its range is very wide, covering over 100,000 li. It also has a time limit, it can only last for 15 minutes. Wu Yong spoke frankly. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart sank. Wu Yong's actions showed his strong confidence. He felt that Fang Yuan had already fallen into his hands, unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building attacked indiscriminately, finally catching up. Wu Yong smiled, standing at the window of the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He pointed his index finger at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, finger wind dragon, ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm was extremely fast, flying towards Fang Yuan. While flying, it suddenly expanded, its body rapidly expanding, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a 220 feet long vicious wind dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it crashed towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not dodge in time, it was about to be hit by the finger wind dragon, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to block the blade and crash into the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong was stunned, followed by shock, because after the finger wind dragon crashed into Fang Yuan, it did not cause any damage to the latter. What was even more unbelievable was that the finger wind dragon turned around and returned to its original path, directly attacking its owner. Boom, with a loud sound, the finger wind dragon crashed into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal goo house shook intensely, its speed was reduced by more than half. And the finger wind dragon also completely collapsed. Fang Yuan took the chance to fly onto the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, increasing the distance between them by a large margin. Wu Yong saw that he was wearing an immortal robe, a ribbon was fluttering in the wind, his aura was ethereal and powerful. He was shocked to an indescribable degree. This killer move, don't tell me it is? Wu Yong was also speechless. Although he had not personally participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the information of this battle had been leaked as Lu Guanyi became famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move, it was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This also meant that he knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi, and Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's astonished expression and thought, it seems that Celestial Court did not tell Wu Yong about Lu Guanyi's secret. Maybe Celestial Court did not know. Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, he could not use it anymore, it would affect his interpersonal relationships in Northern Plains. But there was no helping it, against a rank 8 grade expert, Fang Yuan could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to stand his ground. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan quickly became heated. Fang Yuan was not only Wu High, he had the background of Shadow Sect, he also had Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as they could capture him, the foundation and wealth he possessed would definitely allow the strength of the entire Wu clan to skyrocket. Wu Yong was tempted by the huge benefits. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was related to the biggest scandal of Wu clan in recent years. Good, it was not a waste of my effort to control the situation and create a situation where you and I can fight alone. Wu Yong growled as he controlled the immortal Gu house to bombard Fang Yuan, chasing after it again. The damage of Wind Lock was reflected by Fang Yuan onto Wu Yong. But the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle still had Wind Lock on it, while Wu Yong was being carried by Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. It had no effect on this dangerous situation. This time, Wu Yong directly controlled the immortal Gu house to collide with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan sighed, blocking in front of the immortal Gu house without dodging. Wu Yong chuckled, flying out of the immortal Gu house to fight Fang Yuan. At the same time, the immortal Gu house Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building targeted the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Although Wu Yong was not in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, he had left his will and a large amount of immortal essence in the immortal Gu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building fought, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. After fighting, he thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Under Wu Yong's attacks, Fang Yuan could only passively take a beating, unable to retaliate. After a dozen or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly recognized Fang Yuan's powerful defense. Reverse Flow Protection Seal gave him a huge headache. Any attack that landed on Fang Yuan would be reflected back, even punches and kicks were the same. Wu Yong immediately focused his gaze on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the breakthrough point of this battle. After realizing this, Wu Yong split some of his attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan, before using an immortal killer move to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. Its speed was astonishing, but its master was trapped here. How could it escape? However, immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still alive and kicking after enduring several of Wu Yong's moves. Oh no! But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagles will gradually gain the upper hand against a strong enemy. It wanted to escape. Right at this moment, this will finally reach a qualitative change, causing Fang Yuan's killer move 180 slaves to fail. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was no longer restrained, it immediately flapped its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was left behind, facing Wu Yong and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building alone. You still haven't researched it? Fang Yuan shouted at the Shadow Sect Gu immortals in his immortal aperture. How can there be any results in such a short time? Bai Ning Bing and the rest were also very depressed. Wu Yong pounced, don't even think of releasing them in front of me and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle, Fang Yuan had no chance at all. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating the immortal battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision changed, he was trapped in an unfamiliar battlefield, unable to escape. If you surrender and offer up all of your cultivation accumulation, you might have a chance to live, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gave an ultimatum. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a desperate situation. His only hope now was to rely on Ying Wu Xia and the rest to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel. He should be able to pass through this battlefield. But just as Wu Yong was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards a certain direction. Who is it? Come out. A sigh was heard, a Gu immortal appeared, Central Continent's aura was spreading everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were both shocked when they saw this person. A middle-aged Gu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp, his eyes were shining with divine light, his lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent Gu immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path Rank 7, the one who could fight rank 8, Feng Zhouge, why was he here? Wu Yong and Feng Yuan were shocked. Feng Zhouge's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Zhouge, he quickly recognized Feng Zhouge. After all, a rank 7 Gu immortal who could fight rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Feng Yuan's other identity, Lu Guanyi, Feng Zhouge might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Zhouge. A central continent Gu immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal Gu of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Zhouge was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Feng Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Zhouge. This was not the first time he saw Feng Zhouge. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Zhouge's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it, Feng Zhouge's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Langya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The central continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Feng Yuan had also seen Feng Zhouge. In that strange thieving heaven true inheritance space in Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan had saved Feng Zhouge's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven true inheritance space because of Qin Baixing's suicidal attack. But after Feng Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Feng Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Zhouge's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Feng Yuan stared at Feng Zhouge, not daring to be careless. He shouted coldly, "Feng Zhouge, are you the person that the Celestial Court arranged to assassinate me?" Feng Zhouge glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Feng Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Zhouge was filled with emotions. Feng Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Zhouge learned of Feng Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Zhouge knew Feng Yuan's name because of his daughter. But he did not care about it at all. Why? Because back then, Feng Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth, they were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a grand Gu immortal like Feng Zhouge, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Feng Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Zhouge's expectations. Feng Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed. He was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited Giant Sun's true inheritance. Especially Feng Yuan's rapid progress, from immortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu immortals, it was like a matter of one step. Many Gu immortals worked for countless years but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Feng Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Zhouge's life was actually saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan conveniently inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Feng Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Lu Guanyi is also Feng Yuan. The great era is coming, heroes are emerging, Feng Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Feng Yuan again, Feng Zhouge sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile, "I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal Gu that Thieving Heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter. That means, he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court." Feng Yuan frowned. With Feng Zhouge's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Feng Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him. He sneered, "To think that Feng Zhouge has a hypocritical side. When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle." Feng Zhouge nodded, "That's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Feng Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him." "What?" Wu Yong was stunned. Feng Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, "Did I hear wrongly? You owe him a life, so you want to help him?" Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Jioge was a central continent Gu immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the celestial court in the future. He actually wanted to save Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the celestial court's demon judgment board. Feng Jioge actually wanted to help him. This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Jioge's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Jioge's smile, his laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Jioge was serious, this person was simply insane. A righteous path Gu immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Jioge was not an ordinary righteous path Gu immortal, he was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 grade expert. His reputation in Central Continent, and even the 5 regions, was huge. And Feng Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river. Giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance, he snatched to immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sections. He destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower in northern plains, he came to southern border and defeated Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, seizing the fruits of victory. Recently, he successfully infiltrated Wu clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadow Sect. Feng Jioge wanted to help a person like Feng Yuan. Wu Yong was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He put himself in Feng Yuan's shoes and thought about it. Even if Feng Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would it be for him to help Feng Yuan? This pressure did not just come from his faction, it also came from his wife and children, his sect, Central Continent's celestial court, and even all the Gu immortals in the world. No. Feng Jioge is different from me. He is not a proper righteous path Gu immortal. He was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years. Wu Yong suddenly thought of this. Demonic path scoundrel, he is truly crazy, he cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong was furious. Feng Yuan thought of Feng Jioge's life. In his early years, Feng Jioge was an inconspicuous secluded cultivator without any fame. He cultivated sound path, his determination never wavered, he invested his life in it. Once, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, causing 2 other Gu immortals to sing together. At that time, it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, causing a small lake in the valley to sparkle. As the 3 Gu immortals sang together, time passed rapidly, they sang until dawn. After the 3 immortals finished singing, they laughed loudly. But they did not meet, they left after their spirits were exhausted. A few years later, Feng Jioge learned of these 2's names and origins. At that time, there were rumors in Central Continent's Gu immortal world that these 2 had stolen a rank 7 immortal Gu from Black Heaven Temple. They were demonic path Gu immortals. They were being pursued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jioge went to help them. Those 2 Gu immortals were at their wits' end. Seeing that Feng Jioge came to help, they were moved but also curious. They asked Feng Jioge why he did this. Feng Jioge said, "A few years ago, I sang with you 2. I sang the bright moon, you 2 sang the green mountain and white lake respectively. The cool breeze and bright moon shone upon one's heart. To be able to sing such a song, how can you be a despicable person who covets immortal Gu? I believe in you too." The 2 heard this and were moved to tears. One of them said, "You know us well. We had originally inherited this rank 7 immortal Gu from a true inheritance, but we were falsely accused by Black Heaven Temple. Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects of the righteous path, no one can doubt its words." The other urged Feng Jioge, "Friend, we only sang a song together, we have never met before. We have gotten ourselves into trouble, we have no hope of escaping. Leave now, there is still time." Feng Jioge shook his head, he insisted on staying and helping. The 2 immortals said anxiously, "If you don't leave, you will also be falsely accused of being a demon." Feng Jioge smiled, "Whether I am a demon or not, whether I am righteous or not, heaven and earth have their own Feng Jioge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are all in my heart." The 2 immortals were moved and in admiration, they were moved to tears. Feng Jioge's poem was not famous at that time. But afterwards, he attacked Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals, winning each time. The matter became bigger and bigger. The other 9 great ancient sects heard about it and supported Black Heaven Temple. They felt huge pressure from the public. Feng Jioge declared that he wanted to challenge Central Continent's heroes and roam the world. The 10 sects challenged him one by one. They lost consecutively. They had no choice but to work together to resist him. Feng Jioge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly changed his target and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 sects to be in a mess. They could do nothing about it. Eventually, Spirit Affinity House took action. The current generation fairy Bai Qing used her emotions to influence Feng Jioge, making him a member of Spirit Affinity House. In the past, Feng Jioge was willing to sacrifice himself to help 2 Gu immortals that he had never met before. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a demonic path scoundrel. But now, why could Feng Jioge not help the demon Fan Yuan, especially when Fan Yuan was his benefactor? The former Feng Jioge was still the current Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan understood why Feng Jioge sighed earlier. Feng Jioge had wanted to help Fan Yuan since long ago. But he had to consider his wife and daughter, as well as his own situation. Back then, he had probably planned to act secretly. But unfortunately, his whereabouts were exposed by Wu Yong. This forced Feng Jioge to make a choice. Just like the choice he had made in the past. He made the same choice. Demonic or not, righteous or not, heaven and earth had its own Feng Jioge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are in my heart. Demonic path, righteous path, these 2 factions, these 2 identities, they cannot restrain me. Feng Jioge, to leave or to stay, to me, Feng Jioge, leaving is the death of my heart, staying is the life of my heart. I do everything according to my heart. I am me. I am Feng Jioge. I have always been. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ha ha ha. Within the immortal battlefield killer move, Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. Evidently, he was very angry at Feng Jioge for helping Fan Yuan. Good. Very good. Although you 2 are only rank 7 Gu immortals, you have rank 8 battle strength. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of skills you 2 have. The pride and confidence of a rank 8 Gu immortal made the killing intent in Wu Yong's heart even more intense. He did not believe he would lose. Even if he fought 1 against 2, so what? He, Wu Yong, was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while the other 2 were merely rank 7. How could the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easily crossed? Moreover, he had an immortal Gu house with him. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, rank 8 immortal Gu house, a rank 8 Gu immortal with a rank 8 immortal Gu house. How could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of a reason why he would lose. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Feng Jioge slowly floated towards Wu Yong, saying to Fan Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life, now I am returning it to you. Now that we have settled our grudges, leave. Whether you can break out of here and escape will depend on your own luck." Fan Yuan was surprised. It seemed that Feng Jioge did not want to cooperate with him, but wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Okay. Fan Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. What kind of person was he? How could he not take advantage of the situation? Seeing Feng Jioge facing him alone, Wu Yong inwardly sighed in admiration, saying, "Good, then let me meet the famous Central Continent genius." Saying so, he stored the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was his trump card. Constructed from several rank 8 immortal Gu, the immortal essence expenditure was enormous. Previously, Wu Yong had activated it for a long time in order to set up a trap and chase after Fan Yuan. This time, Wu Yong stored the immortal Gu house into his immortal aperture. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. His opponent would never know when Wu Yong would use this trump card. He would definitely feel fear and pressure. At the same time, it also showed Wu Yong's confidence and pride. He was willing to fight Feng Jioge alone. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and he was eager to give it a try. Wu Yong's body was suddenly surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and then it started to fade away. Feng Jioge and Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was Wu Yong's immortal killer move. What incredible speed! Moreover, his aura was concealed to the extreme earlier, whether it was Feng Jiuge or Feng Yuan, they did not sense it at all. Feng Jiuge quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart the distance between him and Wu Yong. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, how could he dare to be careless, especially when it was an immortal killer move? If he did not probe it first, he would definitely be acting rashly. The gust of wind subsided, turning into a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze continued to move, condensing into a huge figure in the blink of an eye. They looked like humans, but were tall and mighty like elephants. Their muscles were bulging like rocks. They were green-black in color, with sharp teeth in their mouths, and a pair of monstrous arms as thick as pillars, hanging down to the soles of their feet. Their bodies were covered in green fur, and their eyes were pitch-black in color. Immortal killer move, soft hard wind chief. Wu Yong used this move and created 6 wind chiefs. Some of the wind chiefs screamed loudly, emitting the sound of the gust of wind, while some shrieked sharply, almost piercing people's eardrums. They split into 2 groups. One group had 3 wind chiefs, not only pouncing towards Feng Jiuge, they also did not let Feng Yuan go. Feng Jiuge wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Wu Yong had his own pride, he wanted to fight with all his strength and take care of both Feng Jiuge and Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuge saw the killer move's appearance and a sharp light flashed past his eyes. He did not retreat, he raised his palm and attacked from afar. Clang, 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 every time he struck with his palm, there would be a melodious sound of a great bell. The sound waves vibrated and hit the bodies of the 6 soft steel wind titans. The soft steel wind chief was originally aggressive, but after being hit by Feng Jiuge's immortal killer move, not only did its momentum stop, it was even forced to retreat. It was somewhat difficult to resist and looked like it was about to lose. This scene made Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's pupils shrink. They were all shocked. Feng Jiuge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move was not inferior to Wu Yong's. Be it Feng Yuan or Wu Yong, they could see that this was because Feng Jiuge had an extremely dense amount of sound path Dao marks. His sound path Dao marks were actually so dense, they were on par with Wu Yong. How in the world did he cultivate? Feng Yuan watched the battle from afar, feeling extremely shocked. Love Go Small Say Netku. The reason why he could fight against rank 8s was because of that immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Feng Jiuge could fight against rank 8s because he had an extremely deep sound path foundation. Comparing the two, Feng Yuan was naturally much weaker than Feng Jiuge. How in the world did this Feng Jiuge cultivate? He actually has such a foundation, no wonder he could resist Central Continent's 10 great sects back then, and had the confidence to deal with Wu Yong. Does he really have such a foundation, or is it some kind of emergency method that cannot be used for long? Feng Yuan thought again. Of course, his main focus was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as the killer move Wind Lock, analyzing and deducing them. At the same time, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals in his immortal aperture were also working hard. Crack crack crack, Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra Wind Chief's attack was futile, so he activated another killer move. He held a long wind whip in his hand, continuously lashing it. The wind whip seemed to have infinite length, it could be retracted at any time and lashed out, each strike breaking the air and creating crisp sounds. Feng Jiuge did not show any weakness, his left hand slammed against the soft Vajra Wind Chief, while his right hand clenched into a fist to resist the wind whip. His left palm slammed against the air, each strike was accompanied by the melodious sound of a great bell. He punched forward with his right fist, and every punch produced a thunderous boom like that of a war drum. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam. At once, Feng Jiuge was actually fighting Wu Yong. They were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Jiuge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the Gu immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 Gu immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the Gu immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the Gu immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 Gu Immortals and rank 8 Gu Immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 Gu Immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 Gu Immortals could suppress rank 7 Gu Immortals. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 Gu Immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Dao mark foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal at rank 7. If not for this, the Gu Immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 Gu Immortals fighting rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Feng Zhouge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Dao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Dao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Fang Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Zhouge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry, his expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Zhouge. Then, how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Zhouge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Zhouge. While flying, it expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws. It had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Zhouge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Zhouge's pupils shrunk as he saw this. His body shot out like lightning, retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense. Feng Zhouge could not face it head-on. He could only choose to retreat and pull some distance, using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it. Because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move used a rank 8 Immortal Gu as the core. Feng Zhouge's Dao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's, the difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Zhouge could not use those rank 7 Immortal Gu as the core to resist it. Or rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Zhouge was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. But this would undoubtedly expend Feng Zhouge's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. In contrast, Wu Yong had the White Lychee Immortal Essence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In terms of Immortal Essence, Feng Zhouge was much weaker than Wu Yong. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were stronger than rank 7 not only in terms of Dao marks, but also in other aspects. Immortal Essence was just one example. The moment Wu Yong used the Finger Wind Dragon, he immediately broke the stalemate and put Feng Zhouge at a disadvantage. This killer move is very dangerous. I can sense the fierce power in its body, I cannot let it get close to me. Feng Zhouge had extraordinary spiritual perception. Wu Yong indeed had a follow-up to this move, that was boundless bouncing blades. Once this move was used, the entire Finger Wind Dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. It had extraordinary power. It had once made great contributions in the Purple Blood River formation. Even though this was the first time Feng Zhouge had seen this Finger Wind Dragon, with his rich battle experience and intelligence, he could vaguely sense Wu Yong's follow-up move. But even though this discovery saved Feng Zhouge from danger, it also made Feng Zhouge more passive. He could only retreat and weaken the Finger Wind Dragon from afar. This way, Wu Yong had enough time and opportunity to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Zhouge also knew this, but unfortunately, the Finger Wind Dragon was extremely fast and gave him a lot of pressure. Adding on the 6 soft Vajra Wind Chiefs, Feng Zhouge could no longer interfere with Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Zhouge's brows started to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Once Wu Yong activated his next immortal killer move, Feng Zhouge's situation would become even worse. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out like lightning, entering the battlefield. Boom, the Finger Wind Dragon directly crashed into Feng Yuan's body. Then, it was reflected by reverse flow protection seal. The finger wind dragon that had troubled Feng Jiuge for a while howled as it returned to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was still preparing his killer move, frowned deeply. Genius 1 second remember love go away? Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment reverse flow protection seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The finger wind dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout, his whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw, he stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the finger wind dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the finger wind dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly, without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of Yin Wind, it was huge, grabbing the finger wind dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon, the claws were long and extremely sharp, they were like 5 scythes. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods and slaughtering immortals, the finger wind dragon held in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Jiuge's expression turn grim. The finger wind dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Jiuge, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Feng Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Jiuge would still be chased by the finger wind dragon and facing the attack of the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw. He would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Jiuge and defeat him. But after Feng Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the finger wind dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the Yin Wind Ghost Scythe Claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called Yin Wind Rope, it could capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jiuge was on the middle continent's side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister Wind Ghost Scythe Claw just to capture Feng Jiuge alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Jiuge had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Jiuge but captured him alive, so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love Go Small Say Netku finally, after capturing Feng Jiuge, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formations setting immortal Gu that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path. Even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But now, because of Feng Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys, if I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Jiuge can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Jiuge and suppress him, against Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Feng Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. Facing Feng Jiuge alone, Wu Yong could also suppress him. But facing two people working together, Wu Yong felt that it was troublesome. There is not much hope of breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. After all, this is the first time I have seen this move. I am also not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Maybe Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have some experience, they might have researched reverse flow protection seal. Right now, the only way is to continuously bombard them until they're tired of dealing with them. Then, they'll reveal an opening and kill them. If there were no fighter planes, he would create his own. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly vanished from Feng Yuan and Feng Jiuge's vision. He vanished, where is he? Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jiuge. Wu Yong retreated to advance. Feng Yuan's investigative methods were not good, he could not detect Wu Yong's true body. Feng Jiuge shook his head, He seems to be using this battlefield to conceal himself. He could only get a rough idea of the situation. As soon as Feng Jiuji's voice fell, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strong gales appeared out of nowhere, howling incessantly. The entire battlefield was like a group of formless pythons, running and slithering. Next, wind blades formed. Wind blades with the sharpness of a rank 8 killer move danced in the air, flying towards Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge. Good timing. Feng Yuan was not shocked, he was overjoyed, his immortal robe fluttered as he charged forward. But the wind blades agilely moved around him, shooting towards Feng Zhouge. Evidently, Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Zhouge first, before dealing with Feng Yuan. This was a wise choice. Because only Feng Zhouge had the ability to retaliate. As long as he died or was captured, what could Feng Yuan do with reverse flow protection seal? Feng Zhouge saw this and laughed heartily. Interesting, you think I am a pushover. His tone was not angry, instead, he felt joy and curiosity. This was something he had never experienced before. Immediately, Feng Zhouge's fists and palms collided, shattering the wind blades. But after the wind blades were destroyed, they would turn into intense winds that held for a while before condensing into a new wind blade. Not only were the wind blades endless, they were also increasing in number. Feng Zhouge did not dare to let these wind blades touch him, he tried to destroy them in advance. But this way, he would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan went to reinforce him. This time, Feng Yuan only moved around Feng Zhouge. Many of the wind blades landed on Feng Yuan's body and were immediately reflected. But they did not return to Wu Yong, they directly landed on this battlefield. It turned out that even though Wu Yong was the one who activated it, he was controlling the immortal battlefield killer move to attack. There was a layer in between. Wu Yong became the mastermind. In contrast, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only return one layer, so the wind blades were only attacking this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was overjoyed, he activated the battlefield killer move even harder. Feng Yuan defended passively, but after a while, his frown deepened. Feng Zhouge had Feng Yuan's protection, his situation had turned for the better. He thought for a while, before breaking the silence and transmitting to Feng Yuan, "Protect me, I will prepare a method to destroy this battlefield." Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before agreeing. Earlier, he had already deduced that this battlefield killer move was hard to break. With Feng Yuan's strength and attainment, it was hard to see any effect. It would be better to wait for the windlock to disappear and let Bai Ningbing and the rest come out, then use omnidirectional travel to retreat from this battlefield. In that case, he had to stall for time as much as possible. But if he allowed Feng Zhouge to fight against Wu Yong would quickly gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Zhouge, until he got rid of Feng Zhouge, then he could deal with Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Zhouge had rank 8 battle strength, he still had rank 7 cultivation level. Thus, Feng Yuan came to help. Feng Zhouge started to prepare a killer move, he did not resist, he left the defense to Feng Yuan. This trust made Feng Yuan feel a little apprehensive. Wu Yong saw this and activated the battlefield killer move even more quickly. The wind blades could not do anything to Feng and Feng, the entire battlefield started to change, thunder started to rumble. This thunder was very special. Ordinary thunder was either rumbling or exploding. But this thunder was clear and crisp, it was like using a gourd scoop to knock on a bamboo tube that was at least 100 years old. A few breaths of time later, lightning flickered as it slammed towards Feng and Feng. "Be careful, this is pure clear green lightning," Feng Zhouge reminded. Pure clear green lightning was only the size of a fist, but it was extremely fast, it gave off a piercing green light. Feng Yuan had to close his eyes. He hurriedly used his transformation technique to transform his human eyes into dragon eyes, only then was he able to withstand the dazzling lightning. Feng Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now, he had already used up most of his concentration, he could not use ancient sword dragon transformation anymore. However, it was still possible to change one's eyes. As the pure clear green lightning slammed towards him, Feng Yuan directly blocked it. The blue lightning struck his body and bounced back, continuously destroying the battlefield. But some of the green lightning shot towards Feng Zhouge. But when these pure clear green lightning got close to Feng Zhouge, they suddenly disappeared. Feng Jiuge was preparing a killer move. He naturally would not completely trust Feng Yuan. He had already prepared defensive methods. Feng Yuan saw this and felt relieved. He became more proactive in defending and attacked many times. Seeing that the lightning was not enough, Wu Yong changed the battlefield again. The lightning disappeared, and the wind weakened. Water droplets, green and beautiful, floated in the air. They gathered into a fine rain, and once again, they attacked. This is clear jade dripping wind, be even more careful. Feng Jiuge reminded again. This water droplet-like wind landed on Feng Yuan's body. It was also reflected back. Feng Yuan was unharmed, he was as stable as a mountain. But Feng Jiuge's side was in trouble. As the clear jade dripping wind approached him, it kept disappearing. But there were still many water droplets that landed on Feng Jiuge's body. Feng Jiuge also had defensive methods on his body. Each droplet gave off a clear sound. As the rain fell, Feng Jiuge's body seemed to have turned into a human musical instrument. He played a beautiful melody. Wu Yong laughed loudly. He revealed himself. He already had a chance of victory. I have another move. It is called Profound Clear Immortal Music. Feng Jiuge, you cultivate sound path, why don't you come and evaluate it? As he said that, the entire battlefield resounded with the sound of wind. The sound of the wind was gentle and very clear. It resounded in Feng Yuan's heart. At once, Feng Yuan's immortal robe trembled, ripples appeared. Not good, this profound clear immortal music is very powerful. It is the strongest attack among the 4 transformations. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, it can only protect me. How can it help Feng Jiuge? Feng Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move was called 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind. It was created by a Wu clan rank 8 ancestor. It had been passed down well. This 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind had 4 transformations. They were Shaoqing Wind Blade, Pure Clear Blue Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, and Profound Clear Immortal Music. It was Wu clan's signature killer move. It was very famous and had helped Wu clan dominate southern border for countless years. To be continued. Be it Shade Clear Wind Blade, Pure Clear Jade Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Profound Clear Immortal Music. These transformations were all wind path in nature. Evidently, Wu clan's ancestor, who created this immortal battlefield killer move, had already cultivated it to the level of comprehending other paths, extending from wind path to sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. Wu Yong used this move to great effect. Feng Yuan was helpless while Feng Jiuge was in danger. Profound Clear Immortal Music became louder and clearer, while Feng Jiuge's music was suppressed to almost inaudible. Feng Yuan had no choice. He had many immortal Gu, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and many other immortal killer moves. But against the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, these things were lacking in quality, they could not be used. Only Reverse Flow Protection Seal could be considered as Feng Yuan's trump card. Unfortunately, this trump card could not resolve the current situation. Profound Clear Immortal Music became louder and clearer. Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Immortal Robe was shaking. Reverse Flow River water was shrinking rapidly. Feng Yuan was shocked. Feng Yuan was more worried about Feng Jiuge. Blood flowed out of Feng Jiuge's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking more and more intensely. Oh no, if this continues, Feng Jiuge's killer move will be interrupted. He will definitely suffer a backlash and get heavily injured. If Wu Yong's attacks are included, he might even die on the spot. Feng Yuan understood this point, but he could not do anything to help. He was not worried about Feng Jiuge, but if Feng Jiuge died, he would have to face Wu Yong. Even if the effect of windlock disappeared in the future, Feng Yuan could use omnidirectional travel again, but against Wu Yong, he would not have much of a chance. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in Wu Yong's favor, Feng Jiuge suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire body relaxed. Then, a unique aura quickly rose from his body. Feng Jiuge opened his mouth slowly, and a faint singing voice came from his mouth. The tone of the voice wasn't high at all. It was soft and weak, but it clearly entered Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's ears. Then, the song grew a little louder, like a low moan, but also like a faint murmur in a quiet night. A feeling arose spontaneously from Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression immediately changed. His body was covered in layers of celestial-level defense, but when he heard this song, these defenses were useless, allowing the song to evoke the emotions in his heart. Fang Yuan's expression also changed. Although he didn't feel any emotions, the surface of the reverse current immortal robe was rippling with even more complicated waves. This situation was even more severe than when he was attacked by profound clear immortal sound earlier. Incredible, this sound path killer move is extraordinary, it has the power to kill everything in one fell swoop. I am also implicated, it is better to stay away from Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. This was not just for himself, but also for Feng Jioge. Wu Yong also made the same choice, he retreated even more thoroughly, turning invisible again and vanishing. Being able to retreat and advance at the same time, this was the advantage of being in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the entire immortal battlefield's attacks became even more ferocious. Profound clear immortal sound, minor clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind, pure clear blue lightning, 4 types of transformations appeared at the same time, covering Feng Jioge in layers. Feng Jioge ignored them, he used his body to resist the attacks. He did not stop, the song continued. The song was just pure music, but it contained the endless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky, it was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. Emotions continued to linger in Wu Yong's mind, he felt even more bewildered. What kind of sound path killer move is this, what kind of power does it have? The song suddenly became softer, incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted Wu Yong's mind, he had an urge to cry, unconsciously, Wu Yong thought of a word, parting. The pain of parting, the sadness of parting, the reluctance of parting, the sadness of parting. Parting with his lover, never seeing his friends again, parting with his loved ones. Parting, the past remained the same. Parting, the old friend waved. Parting, the setting sun shined. Parting, the falling red was sad. The song was mournful at times, like it was complaining about the unfairness of fate, at times, like it was questioning the cruelty of reality, at times, like it was angry, like it was roaring in the heart, at times, it was like it was crying in the heart. Wu Yong's body suddenly shook, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, because in his perception, he was shocked to find that his immortal battlefield killer move, for pure 4 transformations wind, was breaking apart and separating. The goo worms that made up this immortal battlefield killer move were not destroyed by the song, even the mortal goo were unharmed. Of course, when Fang Yuan used reverse flow immortal clothing to reflect the attack, the goo worms were naturally damaged, but Wu Yong was also repairing them. This was not a big deal. What shocked Wu Yong was that these goo worms that made up the immortal battlefield killer move were not damaged, but they were not under his control, they started to separate, they were not willing to cooperate with each other. How could this be? 1 or 2 goo worms could not cooperate well, as long as they were not the core of the killer move, it was not a problem. Even if a portion of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the core, the situation could still be maintained. But now, all of the goo worms were separated, they were retreating, Wu Yong could not control them at all. The culprit of all this was this song, it was Feng Jioge. Soon, Fang Yuan noticed something, he found that the entire battlefield was separating and breaking apart. Fang Yuan was also very surprised. Wu Yong knew the situation was bad, he wanted to stop the battlefield killer move for pure 4 transformations wind, but it was too late. At the next moment, the entire battlefield collapsed, the 3 immortals saw the clear sky and white clouds again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood, his expression was pale, he revealed himself and retreated, suffering heavy injuries. Immortal battlefield killer moves were different from goo formations, when a goo formation was destroyed, the backlash from the goo immortal was not severe. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was broken, the backlash would be very severe. The stronger the killer move's power, the greater the backlash. For pure 4 transformations wind, this was Wu Clan's famous southern border super killer move, it had unparalleled power, now that it was broken, the backlash it brought to Wu Yong was extremely severe. Good killer move. What is the name of this move? Wu Yong stared fixedly at Feng Jioge as he asked. Feng Jioge did not answer him, he continued to sing. Wu Yong's expression changed again, at this moment, he had no more reservations, he took out the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal goo house contained Wu Yong, it provided strong defense and allowed Wu Yong to heal his injuries inside. The issue of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main problem. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon, the shocking reality happened again. The whole of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, under the effect of the song, started to move, showing signs of breaking apart. This was a grand rank 8 immortal goo house. It seemed that Feng Jioge's killer move was definitely at rank 8 level. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light. He could no longer heal his injuries. He directly activated the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. Immortal goo houses had no shortcomings. They were the crystallization of formation path at the peak. Immortal goo houses charged forward. They had always been invincible on the battlefield. This was not only a fact of human history, it was also a common sense that had been tested in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life. Of course, every immortal goo house had its own specialties. For example, He tribe's dark prison could tame ancient desolate beasts. Another example was by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 Heavenly Palace. It was an immortal goo house. It had outstanding defense and was most proficient in storing immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 Heavenly Palace was only an incomplete immortal goo house. It had been heavily damaged and had lost the ability to move. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building naturally had killer moves, but Wu Yong charging at Feng Jioge was a wise move. After all, activating killer moves required time. On the other hand, charging straight ahead was the least time-consuming and the most direct method. Feng Jioge used an immortal killer move. Although the effect was extremely shocking, it seemed that he could not leave the spot and could only passively take a beating. This flaw was already seen by Feng Yuan and Wu Yong. Feng Jioge's defensive methods had already been weakened to rock bottom. If he was hit by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building now, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. In this crisis, Feng Yuan naturally could not ignore it. After Wu Yong dealt with Feng Jioge, he was next. Wind-lock killer move's time limit had not expired yet. Feng Yuan entered the battle once again, blocking clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's path. Feng Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was focused on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He could only transform his arms and hands into dragon claws, covering them with dragon scales and activating rank 7 dragon strength immortal goo. He had borrowed these immortal goo from Wu Clan to deal with Wu Yong. Wu Yong's chest tightened as he saw this. His immortal essence fiercely poured into the immortal goo house. Bam, both sides collided, and without any surprise, Feng Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was sent flying like a cannonball. But he did not have any injuries on him, because Reverse Flow Protection Seal was too outstanding. In contrast, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal goo after the collision. With this gap, Feng Jioge's singing became even more effective. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's killer move. Seeing that the immortal goo house was about to collide with Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioge suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioge could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioge was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a 2-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the immortal goo house, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioge's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the immortal goo house. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Feng Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge deeply. He then mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and flew away. In a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the sky. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge happy, instead their hearts sank. If Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so, he very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 righteous path Gu immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s, he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the Gu immortals he faced were the famous Feng Zhouge and Lu Guanyi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, for clear 4 wins, was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had cleared Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, he still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Zhouge could move and was helpless against Fang Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge's weak spots. Firstly, clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building only broke down some corners, it was extremely fast. It was impossible for Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge to chase after Wu Yong. Especially Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light, they severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and even add some Gu worms to this immortal Gu house. The next time he faced Feng Zhouge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Zhouge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal Gu house clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building that was specially modified for Feng Zhouge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge were helpless, they were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fang Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, which he could use. And although Feng Zhouge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal Gu house clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Difference in strength. Even though Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal Gu house clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, his overall strength had risen greatly, the two of them were helpless. Fang Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Zhouge said to Fang Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Zhouge looked at Fang Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black dot in the horizon. You saved my life in the past, I saved you today, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Zhouge continued. Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly, that's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. But Feng Zhouge's tone was still plain. I said I don't owe you, that means I am at ease, I naturally don't owe you anything. You think this is yours, but remember, if I survive this time, I will definitely make you my target and pursue you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you off. You have to be careful. Haha. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh loudly. He completely understood Feng Zhouge's intentions. Feng Zhouge saved him to return the favor of saving his life. But this went against his righteous path identity, it would put his wife and daughter in an awkward situation. Thus, after Feng Zhouge saved Fang Yuan once, he chased after Fang Yuan and killed Fang Yuan to prove himself, and also to consider for his wife and daughter. Alright, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan and the rest. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was activated. Feng Zhouge did not reply, he did not even turn around to look at Feng Yuan, he flew towards Wu Yong directly. If Feng Yuan used omnidirectional travel to leave, Wu Yong might chase after him. To truly repay Feng Yuan's favor of saving his life, Feng Jioge risked his life. He went to clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. Finally, he looked deeply at Feng Jioge's back as the ancient battle formation activated, disappearing on the spot with Feng Yuan and the other three immortals. Wu Yong, who had been watching Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge, saw Feng Yuan leave. He could only smile bitterly. Now, he was regretting his previous arrangements. If he was not alone, he naturally had the ability to detain both Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge. But for the sake of Wu clan's reputation, he made painstaking efforts and meticulous planning, separating the other southern border righteous path forces. Like casting a huge net, he chased Feng Yuan and the others towards his final line of defense. This place was not far from Western Desert. If Feng Yuan escaped now, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to escape. I was careless. I did not expect the Celestial Court to help the demon Feng Yuan. Wu Yong looked at Feng Jioge, who was flying over. His gaze was cold and gloomy. It was this guy who had ruined his entire plan. Damn it, but the other's talent and status made Wu Yong hesitate. The value of killing Feng Jioge was not as high as capturing him alive. If he killed Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would become enemies with the Celestial Court and Central Continent. One had to know that the Celestial Court had evidence that Wu Yihai was Feng Yuan. But if he was captured alive, Wu Yong could rely on this person to negotiate with Central Continent. In fact, Wu Yong already had such thoughts. If he had wanted to kill Feng Jioge, he wouldn't have attacked at the same pace as before. Wu Yong was not a pure murderer, he was the leader of a super force. What he had to consider was not just the battle itself, but also the countless aspects involved in this battle. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge was still some distance away from clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. He used his previous killer move again. Wu Yong snorted coldly. He had already added many goo worms into the immortal goo house. Although decomposition was still effective, it was much weaker than before. An intense battle unfolded again. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand, even though he was still injured. The immortal goo house clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building was domineering. Feng Jioge could only use guerrilla tactics and use Separation Song to dismantle it. Wu Yong was astute. He had already retreated once. He did not feel any pressure in retreating a second time. As long as the immortal goo house was decomposed to a certain extent, Wu Yong would retreat and fly away to repair it. Feng Jioge's Separation Song did not have any offensive power. After the goo worms were decomposed, Wu Yong obtained them and rebuilt them. The only thing that gave Wu Yong a headache was that immortal goo houses were not easy to construct. It could be said that this battle was already decided. There was no way Feng Jioge could win. Maybe if they fought head-on and neither side retreated, Feng Jioge might have some hope of winning. But unfortunately, Wu Yong was not rash or stupid. After a few rounds of fighting, he gave up on his dignity as a rank 8. In exchange, he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was in control of the situation. Even a prodigy like Feng Jioge would be forced into a disadvantageous position by him, and there was no chance for him to win. At the same time, in Central Continent's Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle held Star Constellation chessboard in her hands, looking at the battle situation on the chessboard. It was the scene of Feng Jioge fighting Wu Yong. "It's about time," Fairy Myrtle muttered. It turned out that Feng Jioge's encounter with Feng Yuan was arranged by the will of the stars. With the help of Celestial Court, Feng Jioge chased after the theft path immortal goo and encountered Feng Yuan. Even Feng Jioge himself was kept in the dark. Even the Celestial Court was confused. They did not know why the will of the stars made such an arrangement. Feng Jioge's aura had already become weak. He was covered in injuries. He only had the strength for one attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was hiding in clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. He was in perfect condition. The rank 1 immortal goo house had only some outer parts disassembled. After the battle, he retreated, then advanced, and fought again. A person's intelligence was the most important of all beings. Wu Yong's battle tactics made it impossible for Feng Jioge to make a comeback. "Feng Jioge, if you surrender now, I can spare your life and even send you back to Central Continent to be dealt with by Celestial Court," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Jioge smiled. "Wu Yong, If you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat. What harm is there in that? Wu Yang's expression froze. At this point, Feng Zhouge still had a method he had not used. Back then, I became famous and obtained the recognition of rank 8 Gu immortals. It was because of this move that they thought I had rank 8 battle strength. Take a look at my 7th song. Wait, Feng Zhouge. Right at this time, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They both had rank 8 auras. Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Wu Yong was surprised. Celestial Court still had a hidden move. This was out of his expectations. In his mind, if there was such a hidden move, why didn't they use it earlier? Don't tell me they just arrived? Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, Central Continent people, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal Gu from my southern border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon. Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal Gu house to protect him, and other southern border righteous path Gu immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these 2 Central Continent Gu immortals to come prepared? One of them said, even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people, we naturally have to work together. Earlier, we took away the immortal Gu because we were afraid these Gu worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal Gu, we can return them to their original owners now. Oh? Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued, as for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Zhouge, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Feng Yuan for the rest of your life, not returning him until you take his life? Feng Zhouge was silent for a while before speaking. There was a boundless sea of sand, yellow sand stretched into the sky, there was no end to it. The sky was blue and high, there were white clouds in the sky, the lines were clear and sparkling. I have finally arrived in Western Desert. A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down, he flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man, he wore a white robe with long sleeves, he had long black hair, deep eyes, and a jade-like face. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Zhouge blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall, they could not stop Feng Yuan. In contrast, Feng Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall, it was the safest environment. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Feng Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Feng Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot, it had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands, it could hold these Gu immortals. If ordinary Gu immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Feng Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body, he could easily pass through regional walls, he did not suffer any losses. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai, Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal Gu, Dark Limit, fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, providence is still paying attention to me, my whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later, Feng Yuan would be chased by countless Gu immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from Heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural Gu nurturing grounds that can produce immortal Gu. Just like Southern Border's Jade Pot Mountain. By Ningbing Zai Soul Immortal Gu was a wild immortal Gu born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal Gu were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Feng Yuan wanted to go to. Feng Jioge saved me, the favor is over. His appearance is a little strange, maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me, even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down, it is just a matter of time. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, white light blossomed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu while maintaining Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Whoosh, he turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky, his speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Gu Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 Transformation Path Gu Immortal Izwan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor, he had a sharp nose and small eyes, his black hair was messy like weeds, not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. He, after following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's Corpse City. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined, following the scent, he charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh. With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert, like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark, Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high, it could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself, this environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem, Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent, it was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Guh. Suddenly, he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast, it had 2 life forms, one was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel, it was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat, it was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuan Pung, many Gu Immortals compared the 2. Sun Moon Kuan Pung was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuan Pung would turn into a giant pung bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuan Pung would turn into a giant kuan fish, devouring the sea like a whale, it had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat Camel died, its down marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved, these Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here, mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death. They would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a Gu Immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi, it was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track 3 Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled Three Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses, the big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. Three Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing, this underground cave is so huge, it is like a mortal city. The earth chi here is so dense that it formed an earth chi sandstorm? Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from earth chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the earth chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait. Three Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of earth chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no. Demonic Mosquito heard this and his body shook. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. He observed carefully. He saw that this Goo Immortal was very handsome. He had a graceful demeanor. He wore white clothes and had black eyes. He was extremely handsome. Even though he was a young man, as a member of the same gender, Three Feather Boy was shocked by this appearance. Such a beautiful person. Looking at his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path Goo Immortal. Just as Three Feather Boy was guessing, Fang Yuan also looked at him. He squinted as he said with a joyful tone, "Good, this is the third person I have met. After eating you, I will be able to fill my stomach a little." What? Three Feather Boy was shocked. He quickly retreated. This is not righteous path. He wants to eat me? Big sister, save me. Fang Yuan's words made Three Feather Boy turn pale with fright. He quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of Three Feather Boy, consoling him. "Brother, don't be afraid, big sister is here." This female Goo Immortal had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. She wore a green robe with flowers carved on it. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted a green luster. "My immortal name is Cui Bo. Who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies?" Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Cui Bo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Goo Immortal. She thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp. It ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing, "I am speaking the truth, why would I lie? Hee hee, since you came to me, I will eat you all." The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, since it was called Sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only managed to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo before it was snatched by Feng Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo had no weakness, it was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign immortal fetus goo was an immortal goo needed to be fed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture, some people called it essence pool, or purple palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus. But the term for immortal apertures was more general. Using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Feng Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It did not need any food, it could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Feng Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus goo. Right now, even though Feng Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had changed his cultivation plan, he extended the time in his immortal aperture, he gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Feng Yuan's words to Three Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Feng Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Goo immortals, he killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Feng Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not annex it, he could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes, not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the goo formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Feng Yuan this time. A rank 7 goo immortal came coincidentally, he cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Feng Yuan was filled with killing intent, it was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths, Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Feng Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble, Feng Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self, first style, Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air, it pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. Three Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock, she waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left, under Feng Yuan's control, it gave up on Three Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us, we can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Feng Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's goo immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, it had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path goo immortal, he was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal. He liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 Gu immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur 1,000 transformations ancestors' hatred? Fang Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive Gu formation, you cannot do it recklessly. We have not obtained the treasures yet, why should we fight to the death? If we delay for too long, something else might happen." Fairy Chui Bo was eloquent. Fang Yuan nodded, "You are right." Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were overjoyed, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miaoyin. "Go kill these two, I will take the inheritance myself," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing snorted. Even though she was unhappy with Fang Yuan's orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui Bo. Hei Lulan dealt with Three Feather Boy. Fairy Miaoyin smiled lightly. She watched from the side and provided support. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were completely panicking. They did not expect that there were 3 Gu immortals in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, and they were all from another region. This was a rare situation. Gu immortals would not hide other Gu immortals in their immortal apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy fell into a disadvantage. They could not retaliate against the black and white immortals. These are 2 immortals with the 10 extreme physiques. Their methods are truly unprecedented. I remember now, they are wanted criminals. Demonic path scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits who caused the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. After Three Feather Boy and Fairy Chui Bo discovered the identities of Fang Yuan and the rest, they became even more panicked. They lost their will to fight and escaped. The black and white immortals chased after them. They soon left this underground cave. Fang Yuan stood in front of the sandstorm. He activated the method that he had prepared for a long time. After a few breaths of time, the sandstorm weakened. It split into 2, revealing a small path. Fang Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miaoyin was still outside, preventing others from entering. As Fang Yuan entered, the sandstorm became stronger again. The small path vanished and returned to normal. A city soon appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Corpse City. At first glance, this was a city made of yellow soil. It was quite inconspicuous. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal Gu house. It was like Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from Northern Plains. Western Desert Zombie Alliance's true headquarters was an Earth Path Blessed Land. Corpse City was inside the Blessed Land. In the past, Shadow Sect had a plan of 10,000 years, defying heaven and refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu, but it ended in a huge loss. The headquarters of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was abandoned. The essence of the resources were all stored in Corpse City. The entire mortal Gu house was moved to the bottom of Translocation Desert and a defensive Gu formation was set up. This method preserved most of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's Earth Path Blessed Land was destroyed by Western Desert's Gu immortals. But after plundering, these Western Desert Gu immortals were not satisfied. They even became angry from embarrassment. Because they did not obtain the spoils of war they had planned. Through their constant calculations and investigations, with the help of the will of the heavens, they finally found the Translocation Desert. They confirmed that the treasure of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance was hidden here. But it was not easy to find the right Earth Chi cave. Not to mention the fact that there were many of these caves. They were like stars in the sky, and most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, there were old caves disappearing and new caves appearing. This made it hard for Western Desert's Gu immortals to find them. Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 grade expert. Bai Ning Bing, me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. he waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal goo, but the defensive goo formation had immortal goo as the core. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. From its appearance, it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. Fang Yuan held it in his palm, feeling that it was as heavy as a rock. It had a wide carapace on its back and a thick head. It gave off a feeling of strength and power. The forked horn was like a spear that was raised high into the sky. Rule Path Rank 7 Immortal Goo, Fight. This immortal goo was Fang Yuan's main gain in this trip. Because of his identity as the new leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan quickly refined this goo and stored it in his immortal aperture. Other than that, there was another immortal goo. It was only rank 6, it was Earth Path, it was called Yellow Sand. This immortal goo looked like a ladybug, its round carapace had 6 natural yellow stars on it. With rank 7 Immortal Goo Fight and rank 6 Immortal Goo Yellow Sand as the cores, as well as some mortal goo, along with the abundant Earth Chi in the Earth Chi Cave and Earth Path down marks, Western Desert Zombie Alliance created a defensive goo formation. But as Fang Yuan stored these goo worms, this goo formation broke apart and dissipated. Fang Yuan took a glance at the storage in Corpse City. There were a lot of immortal materials in the mortal goo houses. The most precious was Cold Moon Divine Hero. This was a rank 7 immortal material. Moonlight essence was condensed in the center of the desert for over 10,000 years. In Jewel Yellow Skies, it was priceless. There were very few of them, even those rank 8 goo immortals did not have many of them. And the largest quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This wood grew in Ghost Grim Desert, that was the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There were a lot of phosphorescent wood, it was the accumulation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Just from this, I can tell how deep Shadow Sect's foundation was in the past. It is a pity that Shadow Sect invested too much in refining sovereign immortal fetus goo. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their defeated forces were suppressed and chased by Providence, Celestial Court, and me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Yingwu Xia and the others had visited almost all of the Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions. The Zombie Alliance inheritance in Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border had all been used up. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance headquarters was taken down by Eastern Seas Goo Immortals and was firmly controlled. Now, the final Western Desert treasure trove had been taken by Fang Yuan. This was the largest fortune that the Shadow Sect had left in the world. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items. Western Desert also had 2 resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain that were worthy of Fang Yuan's attention. The Shadow Sect had secretly operated them and seemed to have produced wild immortal goo. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan and Goddess Miaoyin waited for a while. A white-cloaked figure pierced through. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She was as cold as an iceberg. Her white robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In her hand was a captive. It was Fairy Chui Bo from before. Right now, she was frozen into a popsicle, her eyes were shut and her body was covered in a thick layer of frost. She did not move and allowed Bai Ning Bing to do whatever she wanted. Bai Ning Bing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miaoyin praise her, even Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Even though Bai Ning Bing only had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was a true rank 7, and she was an expert among rank 7s. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques, together with Bai Xiang's true inheritance, it was several times more effective, and most importantly, Bai Ning Bing herself was someone who did not fear death, she had great talent. Back in Southern Border, she fought against 3 people alone, killing 2 and heavily injuring 1, her battle results were impressive. Now, she captured a rank 7 Goo Immortal, her battle strength was second only to Fang Yuan's on Fang Yuan's side. Since I captured Fairy Chui Bo, there is no hurry to kill her and annex her immortal aperture. Fang Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with Earth Chi, there was no Heaven Chi, it was not suitable to place an immortal aperture. The rank 6 Goo Immortal demonic mosquito that died in the defensive Goo formation earlier had its immortal aperture and corpse turned into sand, it had no value. Fang Yuan was not hungry, he did not need to annex and eat yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Goo Immortal Thousand Transformations ancestor. Maybe he could use her to alleviate some of Providence's plans. Since you captured her, keep her in your immortal aperture for now, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She had no way out now, she was being pursued by Celestial Court and Southern Border, she needed Shadow Sect's help to refine immortal goo, she could only cooperate with Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan also returned. She had some blood on her body, I burned that boy to ashes, his immortal aperture is also destroyed. Furthermore, the commotion attracted a group of Western Desert Goo immortals. I did not fight, I retreated first, looking at their auras, they should not be ordinary. Fang Yuan nodded. Even though Hei Lulan had not ascended for long, her horizons were already very high. Her evaluation was not ordinary, these Western Desert Goo immortals were experts among rank 7. But it was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was also a superforce. Its inheritance attracted a large number of Western Desert Goo immortals to explore it, it was normal. Superforces would pay attention to it, and don't forget, there was also Providence causing trouble in the dark, adding fuel to the fire. We will leave now. Fang Yuan said this, but before he finished speaking, 3 figures entered from the left, right, and top. Friend, you want to enter after taking Zombie Alliance's inheritance, aren't you dreaming? On the left, a thin young Goo immortal with colorful feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 Goo immortal who cultivated enslavement path, people called him Peacock Deity. We can leave, but everyone who sees Zombie Alliance's inheritance will get a share, we will split it first. A female Goo immortal came from above, she was wearing a white dance dress unique to Western Desert, her face was half covered with a white veil, her beautiful eyes were deep and her eyelashes were thick and dense. This beauty was famous, she was a famous fairy in Western Desert's Goo immortal world, her status was similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Lu in Southern Border's Goo immortal world, she was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. And the Goo immortal on the right had a huge beard, his chest was bare, his back was bare, his chest was firm, his arms were thick, his skin was red like copper, he breathed roughly, his aura was overflowing with vigor. His origin was even greater, because his surname was Dong. Dong Clan was one of Western Desert's super forces. Dong Lai Feng, a wind path rank 7 expert, he was most proficient in tracking. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains, and 1 Western Desert Goo immortal, what a mess. Dong Lai Feng frowned. On Fang Yuan's side, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he came to Western Desert with the aura of a Western Desert Goo immortal. Hei Lulan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains, she was naturally a Northern Plains Goo immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were true Southern Border natives. Foreign region Goo immortals were usually ostracized. In this aspect, Eastern Sea had the best atmosphere. But in the other 4 regions, the local Goo immortals were usually very xenophobic. Foreign region Goo immortals often had to keep a low profile in these places. If a small argument or conflict broke out, they might be attacked by the local Goo immortals. Be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, or Dong Lai Feng, their expressions were ugly. Because Fang Yuan and the others had snatched Zombie Alliance's inheritance. In their hearts, all of this belonged to them. You too, these are foreign region Goo immortals, why don't we put down our differences and work together to kill these foreign region Goo immortals? That's right. Western Desert should be ruled by us. Western Desert people, you foreign region Goo immortals actually came to our territory and snatched our treasures. Obediently hand over the Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might let you live. The 3 Western Desert Goo immortals shouted. At the same time, they conversed secretly. Be careful, there are 4 of them, 2 rank 7s and 2 rank 6s. Those 2 rank 6s cannot be underestimated, their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems familiar, I think I have seen him somewhere, Dong Laifeng's pupils shrunk as he thought of Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan had already shown his true appearance. After all, he knew that he had an investigative killer move on him and familiar face expended immortal essence, all his identities were exposed, he did not need to disguise himself anymore. He is Lu Guanyi. Dong Laifeng was shocked and quickly retreated. Swoosh, he went in again. He disappeared in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned, what was going on? Earlier, the 3 of us were still discussing how to fight with high battle intent, but this Dong Laifeng ran away? Did he get hit by the enemy's strange killer move, or did he retreat on his own? Wait. Beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed. She also recognized Fang Yuan's identity as Lu Guanyi. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Everyone knew his appearance and voice. Of course, there were differences in the degree of familiarity between the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most widely known. It was the location of the incident after all. Central Continent also knew a lot about it because Celestial Court participated in this battle. As for the other 3 regions, some people knew Lu Guanyi's appearance, while others only heard about it. They did not have detailed information. After all, in their opinion, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was not from the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Cui Bo could not recognize Fang Yuan no matter what. She ended up as a pitiful captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fang Yuan's identity and gasped. How could she dare to stay any longer? She escaped as fast as she could. What a joke. This was a person who could resist rank 8s. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, Beautiful Camel Immortal cursed Dong Lai Feng in her heart. He ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if Beautiful Camel Immortal was the first to discover Fang Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lai Feng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran? Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss. Even though he could not understand it, his long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His speed was even faster than Beautiful Camel Immortal's. Before Fang Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fang Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Humph, a bunch of clowns. Love go small say Net Kubai Ning Bing coldly snorted. Hei Lulan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lai Feng were experts among rank 7 Gu immortals, in southern border. Even though they could not compare to old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, they could match Wu Ran. That Beautiful Camel Immortal status in Western Desert's Gu immortal world was equal to Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Miaoyin. But against Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly, he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lolan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven, or the entire Southern Border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu immortal world, rank 8 Gu immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lolan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sex Covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. Alright, we've got everything we need. Let's go, Fang Yuan said. By Ning Bing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miaoyin surrounded him. The 4 immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Whoosh, dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the Translocation Desert. At this moment, the four of them had already left him far behind. "Right here, we need to rest for a while," Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Fang Yuan's orders. The four Gu immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Fang Yuan arranged some mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now. He could easily set up this mortal Gu formation. It was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Fang Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. This move had one core immortal Gu. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had obtained from the defensive Gu formation around Corpse City, Fight. The other supplementary Gu worms were all mortal Gu, and most of them were wisdom path. After all, it was a rank 7 immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan was short on time, he was not in a rush. He moved step by step in an orderly manner. The Gu worms were activated, forming a profound light that shone in the sky of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal Gu increased, the color of the profound light became darker. After reaching the limit, Fang Yuan started to carefully inject red date immortal essence into the fight Gu. He did not expend much immortal essence, only 3 beads. The back of the fight Gu opened, its thin wings flapped agilely as it moved its entire body, drawing a bright silver line in the air. This line entered the profound light. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed. There was a loud bang. The profound light exploded and dissipated rapidly. A large number of mortal Gu were destroyed on the spot. Even the battle Gu fell to the ground. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan's soul to shake intensely. He was heavily injured. Waves surged in his mind. Countless thoughts collided or self-destructed out of Fang Yuan's control. This reflected in Fang Yuan's senses. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. All sorts of strange or absurd thoughts filled his mind. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He endured it. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the waves in his mind gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan's expression was pale. He let out a breath of air and started to heal his injuries. His physical body's injuries were minimal, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was also heavily injured. This was not surprising. This was the first time Fang Yuan had activated this immortal killer move. Even though he had simulated it in his mind many times, in reality, it was definitely different from his previous deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash after the activation failed. Furthermore, the backlash was also categorized. Like Fang Yuan's current situation, his physical injuries were not severe, his soul and mind were the ones that were seriously injured. After some healing, Fang Yuan's injuries had basically recovered. Currently, even though Fang Yuan did not have any powerful healing methods, he had enough methods. If his physical body was injured, he had Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Gu. This time, when his mind was injured, Fang Yuan also had many wisdom path methods to heal himself. These methods were Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was not affected by the conflicting Dao marks. The healing effect was quite good. Of course, the injury to the brain could not be cured with just these small methods. There would still be some residual trauma, but it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He continued to try using immortal killer move Soaring Fighting Spirits. He failed again on the second try, but succeeded on the third try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water. It shrunk from the shape of a cloud to the size of a plate. Go! Fang Yuan willed. This round profound light flew down and landed on Ying Wuxia's body. Ying Wuxia was still using that pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered a huge blow. His battle intent was completely gone, he was lying on the ground like a corpse, his eyes were lifeless and his expression was lifeless. When the profound light landed on his body, it quickly entered Xianxia's mind like water flowing into soil. Not just that, a large portion even seeped into his soul. The entire process was very fast, in just a few breaths of time, the fusion was completed. Xianxia's body shook. Next, his eyes shined with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and screamed, before sitting up straight. Damn it, damn it! He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped up on his arms, his fingers were cracking. The celestial court captured my main body, they cannot be forgiven. I must take back my main body and save it. Even if it is the celestial court, I will destroy it. Ah! Xianxia continued to scream, before standing up and roaring at the sky. I want to fight. I need to pull myself together. I was too weak earlier, I shouldn't have done that. Oh Feng Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon, even Lord Z acknowledges you, I also acknowledge you. In the current world, who can destroy Fate Gu? You are the only one with this ability. I believe you can definitely lead us to attack the Celestial Court, destroy Fate Gu and save my main body. Xianxia's dejection was swept away, he was like a completely different person. Very good. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia's performance had not been in vain. Xianxia's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the killer move Lead Soul into Dream, even rank 8 Gu immortals could not defend against it, and immortal Gu houses could not defend against it. If he had Xianxia's help during the battle against Wu Yong might have lost his life. Xianxia's renewed fighting spirit not only increased the battle strength of Feng Yuan's side, he could even lead another person. This person was Sixth Hair, Xianxia Blessed Land, a grade Gu refinement hall. Rumble, the earth fire erupted fiercely, emitting a thunderous sound. From the surging earth fire, a figure jumped out. This person had black hair all over his body, he was burly and was coughing continuously, he was in a sorry state. It was the land spirit of Xianxia. Cough, 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 I failed again. Damn it. If I had used my tribe's heaven and earth natural style, I would have refined the immortal Gu long ago. But that Feng Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal Gu. Damn it, isn't he trying to make things difficult for me? The land spirit of Xianxia was indignant, he mumbled to himself. Right at this time, a voice came from the other side of the door, Sixth Hair requests to meet First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing this hairy man, the land spirit of Xianxia had an amiable expression. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine Gu and raise my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair replied, his eyes shining with bright light. The land spirit of Xianxia was most proficient in the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. But this method could not be used to refine an immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. Because during the refinement process, this method would attract providence, it could even turn into calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Only the human isolation style had a chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. The land spirit of Xianxia was not clear about this. In fact, he was not proficient in the human isolation style. He was a hairy man who was righteous, he had always scoffed at the human Gu refinement method, he did not care about it at all. After all, in terms of the success rate of Gu refinement, the hairy man heaven and earth style was much higher than the human isolation style. The land spirit of Xianxia was not proficient in this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he was proficient in human methods. But after living in Xianxia Blessed Land for so many years, he had not shown any ability in this aspect. Until now. Oh Feng Yuan, since you obtained Xianxia's acknowledgement, then I will reluctantly admit that you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you, I will refine an immortal Gu for you. This was the area where Sixth Hair could help Feng Yuan the most. Even though exposing these abilities would take a risk and make the land spirit of Xianxia suspicious, Sixth Hair's life would be in danger. But at this moment, he could not care so much anymore. As long as he could help Shadow Sect, it was fine. He had long wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His nose was tall, his lips were chiseled, he had a cold demeanor as he pursed his lips. It was Xianxia's soul. Right now, he had already left the pure dream reality seeker physique body, his soul was floating in the air. This body? Xianxia frowned as he looked at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting cold air at all times, it was translucent like a crystal, there was a goo immortal sealed inside. She was petite like a young girl, she wore a carved green dress, there were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears, the pearls seemed to contain water, as they swayed, they emitted green light. Right now, her eyes were shut, she was sealed by Ning Bing, even the thoughts in her mind were frozen, her life and death were at the mercy of others. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert female goo immortal, Fairy Cui Bo, who saw that Fang Yuan did not escape in time and was captured by Ning Bing. Seeing Xianxia's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, "In this situation, how can we find a body that fits your requirements? Let's put up with it for now." Xianxia nodded, "Sigh, that's all we can do. Let's begin." Fang Yuan waved his right hand, a rank 7 immortal goo flew out of his palm. This immortal goo had a unique appearance, it looked like a goose egg, the eggshell was translucent, from the outside, jade green light could be seen inside. At close range, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. This chill was different from the coldness of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-chilling. And the chill that this immortal goo emitted would directly affect the human soul. Xianxia's soul shuddered uncontrollably because of this immortal goo's appearance. On the other side, Ning Bing stood quietly, her gaze was attracted by this rank 7 immortal goo. "This is changed soul immortal goo?" Ning Bing muttered to herself. Indeed, it was changed soul immortal goo. This immortal goo's history was quite complicated. At the start, it was refined by Green, one of the first spectral soul split souls. He then handed it over to Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao. In order to save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used the soul-swapping technique and swapped his soul with Bo Qing's. Bo Qing's remnant soul was rescued by the Shadow Sect and was hidden in the depths of the earth abyss of the Xianxia state. He had been trying to heal himself, but he was too injured to return. In the end, he was captured by the Celestial Court. Mo Yao's remnant soul was left in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, along with changed soul immortal goo and Bo Qing's sword path goo worms. After that, Fang Yuan entered the bottom of Falling Heavenly River and used Mo Yao's remnant will to lure out several immortal goo. Among them was changed soul immortal goo. But even though Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal goo, he knew nothing about changed soul immortal goo. Until the will of the stars guided Fang Yuan in his dream and taught him a powerful killer move called Soul Swap in Dream. Only then did Fang Yuan learn of this immortal goo's effect. Fang Yuan used Soul Swap in Dream to occupy Xianxia's original body at the crucial moment, then he successfully ambushed Spectral Soul's main body and took away Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. One could say that in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Fang Yuan made a comeback at the crucial moment because of changed soul immortal goo. Now, this immortal goo was used again. But this time, Fang Yuan was not doing it to deal with Shadow Sect, he was helping Shadow Sect. In fact, he himself had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the mysteries of fate were really hard to predict. Before this, be it Fang Yuan or the Shadow Sect, how could they have expected such a situation? Under changed soul immortal goo's effect, Xianxia's soul was successfully swapped with Fairy Cui Bo's. "What are you doing? What did you do to me?" After Fairy Cui Bo's soul left the ice coffin, she woke up in fear. But she did not have a body, her soul screams were just meaningless screams in people's ears. Of course, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. He had soul language goo worms, they were mortal goo, he had a lot of them, they were one of Zishan Makoto's inheritances. Fang Yuan snickered as he waved at Fairy Cui Bo's soul. Fairy Cui Bo felt an unstoppable force pulling her entire soul into Fang Yuan's hands. "No!" She screamed in pain, her voice was so piercing that even Ning Bing frowned slightly. At the next moment, she was restrained by Fang Yuan and sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even though Fairy Cui Bo's soul was searched by Ning Bing and she had no secrets, goo immortal souls could be used. Danghun Mountain was one such method. Goo immortal souls, especially human goo immortal souls, had higher cultivation level and deeper soul foundation. When they were destroyed by Danghun Mountain, they would form more guts goo. But now, Fang Yuan had other methods. It was because of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, there were many soul path methods inside. one of them could refine a Gu immortal's soul into a human form soul beast. The rank 7 fairy Cui Bo would be an ancient soul beast if she turned into a soul beast. If Feng Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to make fairy Cui Bo listen to him and remain loyal to him. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Feng Yuan's true gains were in his methods and killer moves. Even though he had many immortal materials and immortal Gu, their total value was far from enough. It was just that these experiences and methods required a very long time to transform into real strength. And now, Feng Yuan was facing the pursuit. What he lacked the most was time. Fairy Cui Bo's soul was suppressed. Feng Yuan stored change soul immortal Gu. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the ice coffin and let out Fairy Cui Bo. More accurately speaking, it was Xianxia who was in Fairy Cui Bo's body. So cold. Xianxia shivered, his body was covered in frost. Bai Ningbing waved her hand as the frost on Xianxia's body disappeared. Xianxia thanked her as he received the Gu worms that Feng Yuan threw over. A large number of mortal Gu, and immortal Yuan stone. You want me to use lead soul into dream? Xianxia looked at these Gu worms and was surprised. Take them. I know about lead soul into dream. This move is extremely complex, I cannot learn it in a short time. Right now, we are still hit by Celestial Court's investigative killer move, we need your battle strength. Feng Yuan said calmly. Xianxia nodded heavily, his eyes shined as he clenched his fists. Sect leader is right, I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of surprise in her eyes. Even though Xianxia regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Feng Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom Path's 3 essences were thought, will, and emotion. Xianxia was originally dispirited, he only regained his fighting spirit because of it, it was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it, these righteous path dogs, I will kill every single one of them. As Xianxia spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Feng Yuan pondered, Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information, the Gu immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge said that he was chasing an immortal Gu related to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he met Feng Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Jioge was Celestial Court's backup, it seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Jioge seems to be a poor arrangement. Feng Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Etion Mountain, the second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times, because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way, there must be something I don't understand. Feng Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor, he was very admirable. It was Feng Jioge. With such a rank 8 immortal Gu, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Feng Jioge looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Feng Jioge and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the Gu worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured, he could only leave while he was ahead. Feng Jioge, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Feng Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal Gu for now, even if you meet rank 8 Gu immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Feng Yuan. Celestial Court Gu immortals instructed Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was puzzled, he asked, what do you mean? Celestial Court Gu immortals had a deep gaze. Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, he needs to be killed. But it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Fang Yuan as his pawn. Fang Yuan possesses Spring Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time. It is extremely secretive. Chase after Fang Yuan, force him to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance, then destroy both Fang Yuan and Red Lotus' true inheritance. Feng Zhouge's gaze flickered, he finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan, Red Lotus' true inheritance. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert, there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts, some were fighting, some were lying on the ground, they seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures, they formed a sand sculpture forest. It was a spectacular sight. It was the Myriad Statue Desert. This desert covered a huge area. There were countless sand sculptures. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era. It had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era. During the 100-Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights, blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100-Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory, be it humans or variant humans, a large number of Gu immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed, Dao Mark spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the Myriad Statue Desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100-Tribe War was fought, the world turned dark and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path Dao marks as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations, or plundered by Gu immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild Gu worms, there were even wild immortal Gu. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Dao marks, mortal Gu masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert Gu immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person. 1,000 Transformations ancestor. This rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was 1,000 Transformations ancestors' territory. Any Gu immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the 1,000 Statues Palace. In the depths of the hall, in a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar. 1,000 Transformations ancestor raised his head and roared, as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. 1,000 Transformations ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Ouch! Intense pain, the unbearable pain continuously assaulted 1,000 Transformations ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would be shocked. What was the reason for 1,000 Transformations ancestor, a rank 8 Gu immortal, to suffer such torture, to the point where he lost all of his prestige as a rank 8? Clang, clang. More than 10 thick chains bound 1,000 Transformations ancestors' body and limbs. The other ends of the chains were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls. From the looks of it, 1,000 Transformations ancestor was actually imprisoned? I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will go crazy. The intense pain will devour all of my rationality. I will become a lunatic. The first rank 8 myriad tribulation is already so terrifying. How will I deal with the next two? Damn it, 1000 transformations ancestor's eyes were filled with a final trace of clarity, struggling. Using this trace of clarity and rationality, 1000 transformations ancestor finally made a decision. Immortal killer move, cutting flesh transformation. He activated the killer move. He was extremely familiar with this killer move. At the most crucial moment, even though he was in excruciating pain, the activation did not fail. This was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It had a surging aura. 1000 transformations ancestor's entire immortal body expanded rapidly. Like he was inflating, he grew larger and larger. From a lean middle-aged man, he turned into a fat and swollen meatball. The fat 1000 transformations ancestor shook his fat. Soon, a series of soft sounds could be heard. Bam bam bam. Following this sound, a bump suddenly bulged from the side of his neck. The bump continued to swell, like it was inflated with air. It continued to expand. The pain intensified. 1000 transformations ancestor grimaced in pain. His face was also swollen. There were almost no slits left in his eyes. Guh. Soon, the meatball on his neck expanded to the size of a basin. It reached its limit and exploded. The meatball exploded, yellow pus splattered everywhere. A year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof woof woof. After this year beast landed on the ground, it barked. It was a dog year beast. And its aura was not weak. It was a desolate level year beast. After the dog year beast landed on the ground, 1000 transformations ancestor felt a trace of relief. It was like he was originally carrying a mountain on his back, but a huge rock on the mountain was suddenly moved away. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, 1000 transformations ancestor's entire body was covered in bumps. Bam 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 bam. In a short period of time, these bumps continued to swell and explode. Pus splattered everywhere and year beasts jumped out. Chicken, monkey, goat, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not only desolate level, there were also a few ancient desolate level year beasts. After hesitating for a while, the year beasts started to work together and attack 1000 transformations ancestor. 1000 transformations ancestor was not surprised, instead his expression became much more relaxed. His pain was greatly reduced, although it was still painful, it was at a level that he could endure. Facing the pincer attack of more than 10 year beasts, 1000 transformations ancestor snorted coldly, with a thought. Clang clang, with a series of loud noises, thick iron chains shot out from the surrounding walls like bolts of lightning. Then, with lightning speed, the chains wrapped around the year beasts in the palace. No matter how the year beasts struggled, they were firmly bound and suppressed. 1000 transformations ancestor let out a breath of turbid air, finally recovered. He grabbed with his hand. The closest snake year beast was in front of him. He used his method to observe it. This snake year beast hissed and hissed. It wanted to bite 1000 transformations ancestor's face, but it was restrained. It could not succeed. A moment later, 1000 transformations ancestor's expression did not change, but his heart shook. I've already used all my means, but this snake-shaped year beast is still hostile towards me. It seems like it wants to grind my bones into dust. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the immortal killer moves in Reckless Savage's true inheritance, suicide transformation. Every time I use it, the life forms that are split from my immortal body, regardless of their form, can be controlled by me freely. Because they are a part of my body to begin with. But now, these year beasts are clearly separated from my body, but they are not under my control. No matter what methods I use, they are useless. Such a powerful myriad tribulation. Cold sweat dripped down 1000 transformations ancestor's forehead. He recalled the scene of his tribulation half a month ago. He still felt lingering fear. Rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. 1000 transformations ancestor was going through the first myriad tribulation. If not for this immortal Gu house left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, I would not have been able to pass the first myriad tribulation. Even if I pass it now, I will have residual injuries. I can only use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses. 1000 transformations ancestor wanted to resist it and find other ways to resolve it, but after half a month, he reached his limit. He could not take it anymore. With no other choice, he could only use the flesh-cutting transformation to abandon a part of his immortal body and transfer the injuries on his body to the flesh that he had abandoned. This time, he encountered a time path myriad tribulation. The remaining injuries on his body were all time path Tao marks. Thousand Transformations ancestor used cutting flesh transformation to discard these time path Tao marks. This way, this cutting flesh transformation turned into year beasts. And because they were filled with providence, after these year beasts formed, they were not under Thousand Transformations ancestor's control, they became his mortal enemies. Thousand Transformations ancestor felt great heartache. What he had done was too great a loss. Not to mention how the myriad tribulation dealt a destructive blow to his immortal aperture. The Tao marks that were discarded by cutting flesh transformation were not just time path Tao marks, there were also Thousand Transformations ancestors' own transformation path Tao marks. The loss of these Tao marks was huge. Thousand Transformations ancestor calculated silently, after passing the myriad tribulation, not only did he not gain any Tao marks, he even suffered a huge loss in terms of Tao marks. This means that after I pass the tribulation, I am worse off than before? Thinking of this, the Thousand Transformations ancestor's heart, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. He sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. There was no helping it. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, Thousand Transformations ancestor's foundation did not increase at all, his Tao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless savage true inheritance, I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand Transformations ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8, he naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. What? Thousand Transformations ancestor heard this and felt a surge of anger. Even though he had many concubines, among them, the one he doted on the most was his third concubine, Fairy Chui Bo. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, who did not know this, Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble now. If it was done by someone, then these Gu immortals were simply looking down on Thousand Transformations ancestor. There were two main possibilities. The first was that the Gu immortal who attacked had a strong backer, he was also a rank 8 great expert, he was not afraid of Thousand Transformations ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was too valuable, people's hearts were moved by the wealth, they had killing intent and acted rashly. I'll endure it. Thousand Transformations ancestor breathed in deeply, suppressing his anger. In his current situation, he could not leave. The lumps on his body were still moving, year beasts were growing. He needed to heal himself. If he left forcefully and met other rank 8s, his situation might be exposed. I occupied Myriad Statue Desert, everyone in the Gu immortal world knows that I inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. If I expose the fact that I am weak, it might attract some people's attention. Forget it, I will endure it for now, I will let Hong Yun investigate the situation first. Thinking of this, Thousand Transformations ancestor transmitted to the door, Hong Yun, set off immediately, find Chui Bo and save her. The female immortal. Outside was terrified, Lord Husband, I, Hong Yun, do not have enough battle strength, my safety is a small matter, but if I interfere with your plan, I will die 1,000 times over. No matter. I will give you a rank 8 immortal Gu, I will leave behind a portion of my will and immortal essence to protect you. Go ahead. Thousand Transformations ancestor had just said that when the door opened slightly, a lump of will flew out, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu and a lot of immortal essence. The female immortal Hong Yun was overjoyed, she bowed 3 times, I understand. Thousand Transformations ancestor waved for Hong Yun to leave, focusing on himself again. Even though he doted on Fairy Chui Bo, he was more concerned about himself. Looking at the increasing number of year beasts in this hall, Thousand Transformations ancestors' brows furrowed deeper. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Unfortunately, it's filled with providence and is my enemy. I can't make use of it at all. Instead of killing them and gathering materials on the spot, I might as well sell them to jewel yellow skies. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was also helpless. The myriad tribulation this time had almost drained him dry. Right now, his immortal aperture was in a mess, his own condition was the same, his battle strength had fallen, he was worse than before the tribulation. What was even more infuriating was that even though he had passed through the myriad tribulation, he only suffered losses in terms of Dao marks and had no gains. Gu immortal cultivation is getting harder and harder. Even if I have the reckless savage's true inheritance, if I encounter the myriad tribulation, I will still die 9 out of 10 times. No wonder in the long history of humanity, there have only been 10 rank 9 Gu immortals who emerged from the ranks. Sigh. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sighed deeply, placing a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using his immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into jewel yellow skies. Any goods that entered jewel yellow skies would emit a treasure light. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one, it was a transformation of his body, formed from providence and time path Dao marks. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the Gu immortals, others were the divine senses of the Gu immortals that were communicating with jewel yellow skies. How are you selling this year beast? Soon, a Gu immortal's divine sense came to him. Thousand Transformations' ancestor smiled, replying, no hurry, no hurry. Next, he placed many year beasts into jewel yellow skies. Year beasts were rare, after all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the river of time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually, only rank 8 great experts who had converted to time path could enter it freely. Now that Thousand Transformations' ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level, this caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. A Gu immortal great expert is selling a large number of year beasts, let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality, it is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a time path great expert. The Gu immortals conversed and made their guesses. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was quite satisfied, the commotion he created was already spreading, more and more Gu immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish, I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. Thousand Transformations' ancestor announced. The Gu immortals roughly inspected, it was indeed so, they asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts, they were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved. But these year beasts, which filled providence, could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then, this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 Gu immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The Gu immortals gasped, they thought this was a huge transaction. The scale of year beasts was so huge, it was rare in the last 50,000 years. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention, Thousand Transformations' ancestor announced, I dislike trouble, I will sell to whoever buys the most. The price will be calculated according to the treasure light of each year beast, I will not cheat anyone. Once he said this, the lone cultivators and secluded immortals started to complain. But there were also many people who stood out, asking or discussing the price. These people were either rank 8 grade experts or representatives of super forces. Thousand Transformations ancestor discussed with these people, his mental state gradually calmed down. At this rate, after selling the year beasts, he would make a huge profit. Maybe he could make up for his losses from the tribulation. Feng Jiuge was flying in the sky. The sky was clear, there were no clouds in it. Looking down, one could see that the sand dunes were undulating, the lines were smooth and smooth. What made Feng Jiuge even more comfortable was that this desert was not dead, there were plants growing here. Some were immortal guidance, some were arrow shrubs, some were white-tooth flowers, they brought a lot of vitality to the desert. These were all common plants in Western Desert. Immortal guidance was similar to a cactus, it had needle-like leaves on the surface. Immortal guidance was in the shape of a person's palm, but some had a fist, some had an index finger, some had a pinky, and some had a middle finger. The directions of the fingers were also north, south, up, down, left, right, and so on. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrubs in Western Desert. Its branches were thin and hard, the most common ones were 10 feet tall, some especially tall ones could reach 20 to 30 feet, they were taller than buildings. In the arrow shrubs, there were often sandworms and even wild goo worms. As for white-tooth flowers, they were like sunflowers, they were the size of basins, they faced the sun and absorbed sunlight. There were orange-yellow petals on the periphery of the flower. At the center of the flower, there was a row of white teeth, they were closely arranged. Under the reflection of sunlight, there was a layer of pearl-like light. Feng Jiuge was not in the mood to appreciate these unique Western Desert sceneries. His main focus was on something not far ahead. Close, Feng Yuan and the rest should be nearby. Feng Jiuge began to dive down. Soon, his altitude rapidly decreased, and he landed on the scorching desert. His speed of descent was very fast, but from start to finish, there was no sound, not even a single wave was formed. Feng Jiuge's gaze swept around, a bright light flashed in his eyes, he had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be broken, although it was only a mortal formation, if it was broken, it would alert the enemy. Feng Jiuge thought about it, he found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air inside and outside. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew over. Feng Jiuge stretched out his hand, grabbing towards the front. He actually caught the wind sound in his hand. Next, his hand slowly tightened, an immortal killer move was secretly activated, his aura concealed to the extreme. In the end, Feng Jiuge opened his fist, clenched the sound of wind in his palm, and lightly patted it on his chest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after that, the sound of wind coiled around his entire body. It was natural, and it was no different from before. Under the influence of this gust of wind, he easily moved, passing through the illusion formation and arriving inside the goo formation. His vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool directly occupied Feng Jiuge's entire vision. Rumbling sounds engulfed his ears, making Feng Jiuge feel like he was beside a huge waterfall. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers, it was a grand sight. Feng Jiuge quickly looked around, he did not find Feng Yuan and the rest, his gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jiuge did not hesitate, he got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jiuge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jiuge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jiuge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jiuge could not see, but it did not matter, he had many investigative methods, they were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jiuge's heart jumped, he knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the River of Time here. Feng Yuan had to follow the tributary of the River of Time to enter the River of Time and find Red Lotus True Inheritance. The August event, the character illustration contest and voting have come to an end. Now, some postcards have been made. Not only are there character illustrations on them, there is also a poem and my signature. These postcards will be given to some readers in the near future. Mainly to my old friends who have been with me for many years, thank you for staying by my side all these years. In the days of the monthly updates, in the time of guessing the plot's direction, in the time of voting for me, in every meticulously written review, in every doujinshi work, in every poem created by fans, we have always been together. This is a kind of fate. Not long ago, I saw a review. This has been written for many years? Why did it take so long? It has been a long time. 4 to 5 years. Why did it take so long? Why did we accompany each other for so long? Most of the time, there are no flowers or applause. Most of the time, we were silent, just traveling together. We are ridiculed, misunderstood, scolded and reported. 4 to 5 years, when we look back, we have changed a lot, we have grown a lot, we have experienced a lot. We have shelved our youth here, we have gathered our feelings here. Thank you, dear friends. QQ Group, Tieba Group, WeChat, there will be people in charge of communication. At that time, we will ask for your ID, phone number, and address. After all, we need to send out postcards. Chidian, I am personally in charge of it. The alliance leader must have one, a set of 3. The sect leader and elders also have 1, 2, and 1 respectively, randomly distributed. I hope that readers in the above range can use Chidian's backend and send me a private message. If you want, send me your address, phone number, and Chidian ID. The address only needs to be enough for you to receive the postcard. The name does not need to be your real name, as long as the gift can be sent to you. But you need to specify your Chidian ID in the private message. Don't post in Chidian's review and comment section, to prevent your personal information from being leaked. This event is to thank you for your feedback, it is purely to thank you and does not involve any profit. Because, this is all paid out of my own pocket, my personal energy and financial resources are limited, I hope everyone can forgive me for any inadequacies. Gu Daoist Master bows and thanks here. For the readers, there is another way to get a postcard as a gift. It was to participate in the building snatching activity in Gu Daoist's Tieba. For those who didn't get any gifts, don't worry, because in the next few months, there will be more activities waiting for you. Finally, thank you all for your support over the years. Venerable Gu thanks with tears in his eyes. Note, Gu Master QQ, VIP Group 2509063115, full subscription verified. Gu Masters White Sky Group 3369366326, Gu Masters Black Sky Group 4972666624. The original 5 regions equivalent group would be removed at the end of this month. In the future, he would only keep these 3 groups so that it would be more convenient for him to do activities. Gu Immortal's WeChat public account, there are 2. One is Immortal Gu, the other is Author Immortal Gu, they are both me. Daoist Gu's Baidu Tieba, please search for Daoist Gu's Tieba. There's a building snatching activity, giving out detailed photos, and pasting them to the top of the post. There's a photo of the detailed photos in the post, which I took myself. Privately, they felt that the real thing was more beautiful than the photos. The center of the sand whirlpool was a deep tunnel, it seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioge went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching, it was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal Gu? Feng Jioge flew closer and found that this was a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu was like a shell, it was the size of a baby's palm, the round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to year beasts, Daegu was very common, it could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of Daegu, month Gu, and year Gu. There were wild Daegu here, would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed? There was a tributary of the river of time. A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because Gu immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures, it allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, super forces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this day Gu, rank 3 day Gu contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3 day Gu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw: they would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan Gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan Gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan Gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the shadow sect and hidden here. Feng Zhouge continued to venture deeper. Soon, he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Day Gu, month Gu, year Gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Zhouge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Zhouge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the modeled time would be affected. Time will speed up, speeding up aging. Or, if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Zhouge did not dare to try it. He slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of modeled time, Feng Zhouge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz Gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus true inheritance was hidden in the Stone Lotus Island. If Fang Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the river of time was to find a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time was like an entrance. It had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the river of time in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Only the tributary of the river of time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, which had the same time flow as the river of time, could allow Gu immortals to enter and exit. More and more splendor of time appeared in Feng Zhouge's vision. The deeper he went, the larger the dark passageway became. At first, there were only 1 or 2 time path mortal Gu, but as the numbers increased, at the deepest part, Gu groups appeared. Each group had 100 Gu. The time path aura became denser. Feng Zhouge could even hear the sound of flowing water. Finally, a slender ray of light appeared in his field of vision. As Feng Zhouge got closer, this line of light expanded in his vision, gradually turning into the shape of a river. A tributary of the river of time. Feng Zhouge's heart shook. There was indeed a tributary of the river of time here. But where are Fang Yuan and the rest? Just as Feng Zhouge was thinking about this, a huge figure suddenly leaped out from a nearby patch of mottled light and pounced directly at him. Feng Zhouge quickly dodged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound path silence triumphed over sound. Feng Zhouge cultivated sound path. He was determined to create 9 songs to sing about all living beings in the world. Right now, he had created 7 songs. Separation Song was one of them. But other than these 7 songs, he had other sound path methods. Sound path killer move silence triumphed over sound was one of them. Feng Zhouge had been working hard on it. He was extremely familiar with it. Once he activated it, he succeeded. He punched and palmed, attacking the shadow from afar. This was also a killer move. The fist was the drum fist, the palm was the bell palm. It was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 sounds true inheritance. In the 3 sounds true inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was another killer move called whistle finger. Feng Zhouge did not learn it. He only practiced what he was interested in, to make up for his lack of methods. That huge shadow monster screamed from Feng Zhouge's attacks. But strangely, as soon as its cry left its mouth, it disappeared without a trace. Every strike of Feng Zhouge's drum fist could produce a drumming sound, and every strike of his bell palm could produce a bell chime. But at this moment, it was completely silent. Soon, Feng Zhouge gained the upper hand. His attacks became fiercer. That sneak-attacking monster was beaten into a daze, unable to retaliate. Feng Jiuge also saw clearly that it was a year beast that attacked him. A monkey year beast. And it was only an ordinary desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. If it were an ancient desolate beast, it would not be suppressed so easily. Feng Jiuge squinted. In the River of Time, there were not only wild time pathgu worms, but also large numbers of wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the River of Time, they were very common. But, was this desolate level year beast arranged by Feng Yuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Feng Jiuge thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Feng Yuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Feng Yuan watched the battle while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. In Jewel Yellow Skies, there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Feng Yuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts, even though he lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. If he could control immemorial year beasts, Feng Yuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Feng Yuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Feng Yuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Feng Yuan could also sell immortal goo. But he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. Thousand Transformations ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers, but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold immortal yuan stone. A vast amount of immortal yuan stone. It was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of immortal yuan stone. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved Thousand Transformations ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many transformation path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere. He wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the Thousand Transformations ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal goo? Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked and joyful. He did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a goo. Immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite, or Thousand Transformations ancestor's speed of decision, they were both shocking. Western Desert, inside the sand tunnel. Squeak squeak squeak, the monkey year beast screamed in agony. But its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jiuge's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jiuge and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jiuge inspected it and confirmed that this monkey year beast was a wild desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jiuge clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level year beast. He did not rest, he continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed, the ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar roar, suddenly, several year beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge was slightly shocked. I was discovered? Just now, he had sensed the aura of an immortal killer move. The year beasts that came were very strong. There were 5 desolate level year beasts and 3 ancient year beasts. Feng Jiuge snorted coldly, his surging battle intent almost overflowed. Since he was discovered, he did not have to fight with his hands tied anymore. Come out, Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuge shouted. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk. Because there were still year beasts charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. At once, the number of year beasts increased to more than 10. Moreover, even more year beasts were charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. Large numbers of year beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers, and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioge with their claws and teeth or roaring. Feng Jioge was soon surrounded. But he was skilled and bold, his expression did not change, his eyes were filled with calmness. "Come at me!" he shouted, his body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding ding dong dong, a series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, green jade song. The year beasts inside were injured one after another, their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The year beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped. But soon, 8 ancient year beasts charged out from the year beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers, and bulls attacked Feng Jioge from 4 directions. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, the sound waves on his body expanded rapidly, with him as the center, a jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom, the 8 ancient year beasts were struck by the sound wave and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then, they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song. The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Baixing and Feng Jioge through Zishan Makoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jioge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the year beasts here will turn against me. But even so, hee. Feng Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm, there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance, it looked like water from the River of Time. But in fact, it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from He Fan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian beast summon that Feng Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Feng Yuan was not using year goo, he was using rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. The contents of He Fan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was year beast summoning that used year goo as the core, and also year beast summoning that used years flow like water immortal goo as the core. Ordinary Nian beast summoning could only summon one Nian beast. And now, the Nian beast summoned Feng Yuan had summoned an army of Nians, immortal killer move, submission song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jioge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard, it resounded in every goo immortal's and every year beast's mind. The year beast army fell into chaos. Because many year beasts sided with Feng Jioge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission song covered wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jioge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Baixing. Many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jioge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit who were watching the battle gasped. However, Feng Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the immortal killer move year beast summoning. Rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water could be used even by rank 6 goo immortals. And this immortal killer move year beast summoning, Feng Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use years flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Feng Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year beast summoning will continue to summon your beasts. I want to see how many your submission song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial year beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year Beast summoning was a time path method. It had the effect of enslavement path. And enslavement path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jiuge was a huge enemy. Feng Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jiuge had the Celestial Court behind him. There might be other rank 8 Gu immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Feng Yuan chose to conceal himself and use the Year Beasts to attack. Year Beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time, summoned by Feng Yuan's killer move. They attacked Feng Jiuge. Soon, the number of Year Beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the Year Beasts formed a circle, firmly surrounding Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge relied on submission song to control the Year Beasts. Using them to suppress them, he formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Feng Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus' true inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements. Feng Jiuge was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Jiuge had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 immortal Gu that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control. Fairy Myrtle willed. The scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. Two Celestial Court Gu immortals were fighting with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Feng Yuan's control and flew away. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. It was already injured. It did not have an immortal Gu. Even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against two rank 8 Celestial Court Gu immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Feng Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Feng Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Feng Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with. He was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Feng Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Firstly, Feng Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Feng Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Jiuge to deal with Feng Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming. The regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward. Because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central Continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central Continent would face huge pressure. It might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, Yuan Qiong Du. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals who instructed Feng Jiuge and attacked the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Qiong Du, because he cultivated path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news! Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts, they are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Goo. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Chengdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Goo's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Western Desert. Fang Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Goo Fight was activated, around it were a large number of supplementary goo worms. Immortal Killer Move, Enslavement after Victorious Battle. After the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Fang Yuan's slaves, surrounding Fang Yuan. Author's note: someone said that they could not PM the author. I am also speechless. In that case, Alliance Leader, Sect Leader, Elders, and Readers, please join Venerable Goo's VIP group. Under the effect of the Immortal Killer Move Enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Fang Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Fang Yuan and being enslaved by Fang Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 Immortal Goo Fang Yuan had just obtained, Duel. With the help of all kinds of Wisdom Path Goo worms, this Rule Path Immortal Goo started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie Dilly. Immortal Zombie Dilly was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Dual Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great strength true martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Makoto, turned into a purple gold rock, he inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on, a mysterious Goo Immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Fang Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Fang Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Fang Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle while using Year Beast summoning a large group of Year Beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the Year Beasts were huge, Year Beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the Year Beasts would not work for Fang Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Goo Immortal. They would disregard their own safety. Year Beast summoning was created by Hei Fan after all. Even though Hei Fan was a time path grade expert, he paled in comparison to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the Year Beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 Immortal Goo Years flow like water as the core, the Goo Immortal could summon a Year Beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Fengjoga, or a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But in the Gu Immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Fengjoga were there? Strength path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Yen beast wheel to fall to the ground. These Year beasts were affected by Year beast summoning and fought with Fengjoga. But after suffering at Fengjoga's hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the River of Time to leave this place. But Feng Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used Strength Path giant handprints and slammed the Year beasts to the ground. Most of these Year beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Feng Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Feng Yuan's response was to continue using Strength Path giant handprints. After a few slaps, very few Year beasts refused to submit. After all, these Year beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Fengjoga's attacks. More and more Year beasts were subdued by Feng Yuan. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept these Year beasts into the sovereign immortal aperture. There were also some Year beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Feng Yuan's Strength Path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Feng Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the Year beasts were mostly killed by Fengjoga. Feng Yuan used Year beast summoning again, summoning another batch of Year beasts. Next, he stayed in the Gu formation's concealment and used Fengjoga's strength to capture these Year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 Year beasts in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level Year beasts, while a small portion were ancient Year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of Year beasts. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those Year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But, with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 Year beasts. Feng Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts? Feng Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the River of Time behind him. An immemorial Year beast. It was attracted by my year's flow like water immortal Gu. Feng Yuan realized. Feng Yuan did not put year's flow like water immortal Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial Year beast was attracted by the immortal Gu's aura and came here through the tributary of the River of Time. Sensing the immemorial Year beast's aura, the Year beasts on the battlefield went berserk. They became very courageous. Fengjoga felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those Year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble, a huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the River of Time. As the River of Time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was prepared. He kept the Year beasts and the Shadow Sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Feng Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. Roar! The tiger-shaped immemorial Year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, year's flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared, and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish swish swish, waves surged in the tributary of the River of Time. The tiger immemorial desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the River of Time. But it was clear that it was too huge, its foundation was too strong, the entrance of the tributary of the River of Time was too small. But it did not matter, the tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger immemorial Year beast tried to expand this tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time's water level rose rapidly, its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the River of Time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial Year beast, it did not care about it. Fengjoga saw Feng Yuan charging over, his eyes shined with bright light, he was already prepared for battle. Feng Yuan was blocked by Feng Jioge in front of him, and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was, he had a smile on his face, he was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal, he activated rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water again. Feng Yuan also has a rank 8 immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. But he was not very shocked. Since Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Jioge came. Humph. Feng Yuan sneered, years flow like water. Immortal Gu started to shine with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge Gu formation started to activate. This is? Feng Jioge realized that he was already inside the Gu formation. It was just that this huge Gu formation had not activated earlier, it was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this Gu formation. Under its influence, the Gu formation started to activate. Feng Jioge was on full alert, but the Gu formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble, like a dam that had been accumulating for many years suddenly releasing water, the tributary of the river of time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this Gu formation's true target was this tributary of the river of time itself. Feng Jioge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the river of time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main river of time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Feng Yuan, before sweeping towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the river of time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast. Feng Jioge was dazed. He found that the waves of the river of time had already reached his head. The river of time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth, where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The river of time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Feng Jioge instantly understood this, he immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble, the sound of surging waves could be heard. Feng Jioge's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant. And Feng Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the Gu formation. Flood discharge formation, break! Feng Yuan shouted inwardly, the entire Gu formation crumbled. Without the Gu formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the Gu formation, it was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble, with a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped immemorial desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Northern Plains, Xianxia Blessed Land. In the A-Group Gu Refinement Hall, the Gu refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Xianxia was standing at the edge of a refinement path Super Gu formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the Gu formation. This fire was icy blue in color, it was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the Super Gu formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Xianxia was standing at the edge of the Gu formation, his eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Xianxia, its edges had already been smoothed out, it had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of fan door wind. Land Spirit of Xianxia suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of fan door wind. This fan door wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests, it was not in the sky of great swamp, it was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close, it could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Gu masters a long time ago. Gu immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Gu immortals could not use an immortal material like fan door wind, they did not understand it. But now, they were familiar with the method, they could make full use of it. The 5 strands of fan door wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by land spirit of Xianxia. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade, it intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long, land spirit of Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hare's heart jumped, he quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the fan door vanished into thin air. Ah! I failed again. The land spirit of Xianxia stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hare sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven earth style, this would not have happened. Land spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly. Sixth Hare hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Feng Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Feng Yuan's brain was muddled, why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the land spirit of Xianxia's mood very bad. Sixth Hare hurriedly put in a good word for Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time, he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi. I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Xianxia hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Feng Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the goo refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hare replied. Feng Yuan was like a sharp arrow, flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Feng Zhouge. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact spectral souls while in the ghost face Red Lotus. Although Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal goo recipes, secrets, and so on. But he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained spectral soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of spectral soul demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When spectral soul demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal goo houses. Currently, Feng Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal goo houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Feng Yuan to go to the ghost face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada, it is the key to the true inheritance. Feng Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Feng Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Feng Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. But Feng Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Feng Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of 1 tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Mingxin. Speaking of which, this was Feng Yuan's fault. Because after Feng Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Mingxin's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Makoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to Southern Border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Gu. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Gu. With the core Immortal Gu, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Feng Yuan received 6th Hair's letter. Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Gu. The content made him frown. The Gu refinement had failed again. Damn it, even though he framed Feng Joga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan, it was just a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Self-Love Immortal Gu, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Gu refinements. Land Spirit of Langia did my best, I did not do it half-heartedly. 6th Hair said. Feng Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langia was pure and honest. Feng Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, the success rate was low. But this Self-Love Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Feng Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Makoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Feng Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine, I have to continue refining, even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now. Because Zishan Makoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Joga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, this time, I will ask 6th Hair to take charge of the Gu refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant. 6th Hair received Feng Yuan's letter Gu, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Gu refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat, but why did Feng Yuan want him to take charge of the Gu refinement, in the River of Time? The rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Joga was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time? He tried to stabilize his body, he immediately felt the incomparable power of Time Path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong, Feng Joga's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Joga knew clearly that this was because his body was full of sound path Dao marks, they were incompatible with the time path Dao marks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jiuge wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed, only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jiuge, it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a time path gu immortal, I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jiuge's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded, a huge tiger-year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jiuge's pupils shrunk to pin size. Compared to this tiger-year beast, his body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. Ding ding dong dong. Feng Jiuge was giving it his all at this moment, as the melodious and crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The song covered hundreds of steps. The immemorial tiger-year beast's claws were dyed in a jade color. But its claws were too huge, they still attacked. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth, quickly dodging. At the crucial moment, he almost brushed past the year beast's claws. Even if he was not hit, the terrifying shockwaves caused by the claw still crashed into Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge was like a broken kite, he was sent flying. Guh. He was thrown high, drawing an arc in the River of Time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my battle strength is greatly suppressed here. The River of Time is filled with time path Dao marks, it is the place with the most time path Dao marks in the world. The Dao marks conflict, my sound path killer move's effect is less than 10% of its original effect. Feng Jiuge endured the pain, activating a killer move to heal his injuries. In the outside world, healing methods that were almost unstoppable were barely satisfactory here. Not just healing methods, even Feng Jiuge's movement killer move became slower. His Emerald Jade Song was extremely powerful, but after the tiger year was injured, with just a slight tremble, the thin layer of emerald jade on the tiger's claw was completely shattered. It was obvious that the effect of the Emerald Jade Song had been weakened to the lowest point. Feng Jiuge only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks were on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. But, after he was plotted against by Feng Yuan and got dragged into the River of Time, his greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. Compared to the time path Dao marks here, the sound path Dao marks were too lacking in quantity. This was also why Feng Yuan was very confident that Feng Jiuge would die in the River of Time. The immemorial tiger year stuck out its bright red tongue and licked the wound on its right claw. Then, its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it once again charged at Feng Jiuge. It was strong to begin with, it grew up in the River of Time, its time path Dao marks complemented the River of Time, it had an obvious home ground advantage. There were no rank 9 year beasts, immemorial year beasts were the overlords of year beasts. The tiger's roar resounded, and the wind and waves surged to the sky. The enormous tiger-like Nian leaped forward and launched a ferocious attack at Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge parried with all his might. But soon, he was injured again. He was at a complete disadvantage and had no hope of winning. The only way to survive was to find a tributary of the River of Time and retreat. But this hope was also very slim. Because it wasn't easy to encounter a tributary of the River of Time. Even if they ran into a tributary, it might not be as big as this one, allowing Feng Jiuge to escape. Feng Jiuge was a sound path Gu immortal, he was not a time path Gu immortal, he did not have any special methods to escape the River of Time. Am I going to die here? Such a thought flashed through Feng Jiuge's mind. But at this time a female immortal's voice resounded in his ears, use that rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu life armor? Feng Jiuge hesitated. The celestial quartz Gu immortal gave him this immortal Gu to protect his life. This was a rank 8 defensive immortal Gu. But Feng Jiuge had his doubts about this. Why, he didn't have any shortcomings in defense. Even when facing Wu Yong, his defense could hold up for a period of time. Rather than lending this immortal Gu to him, the celestial court might as well lend him other immortal Gu to attack or move. After all, Feng Jiuge was inferior in terms of movement. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves, it was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal Gu to attack. After Feng Jioge received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Jioge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Jioge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared, it was already in front of him. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Life Armor at once, Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely, a thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Jioge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Jioge. Even though Feng Jioge was not injured, under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Jioge from all directions. But Life Armor's performance was outstanding, it did not budge, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 Immortal Goo. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Tao marks were often on par with rank 9 Immortal Goo. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Jioge again. Feng Jioge thought to himself, how bitter. He struggled with all his might, he wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence, it did not let Feng Jioge achieve his goal. Feng Jioge was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Jioge, he had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Jioge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Feng Jioge was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jioge was caught off guard, he was about to struggle when a voice could be heard, don't struggle, Feng Jioge, I am a Goo Immortal of Celestial Court, I am here to help you, you can call me Lord Xianxia. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Feng Jioge did not dare to deactivate Fate Armor, but he allowed himself to move along with the force of the tornado-like flow of water, flying towards the sky above the river of time. There, a yellow-clothed bald Goo Immortal was already waiting for him. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. In front of her, Star Constellation chessboard was clearly displaying the scene of Feng Jioge being saved. The voice that reminded Feng Jioge at the crucial moment was naturally Fairy Myrtle. The true use of rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo was to give Lord Xianxia a clear clue, allowing him to find Feng Jioge quickly and accurately. The river of time was very hard to enter. It was much harder for Goo Immortals to enter than Black Heaven or White Heaven. Because rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 Goo Immortals were only a small portion of rank 8 Goo Immortals. But even so, the huge Celestial Court definitely had rank 8 Time Path Goo Immortals. Lord Xianxia was a part of Fairy Myrtle's plan. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan was to let Feng Jioge force Feng Yuan to enter the River of Time and search for Red Lotus True Inheritance. At this time, the Time Path rank 8 Great Expert, Lord Xianxia, would take action and kill him. But Fairy Myrtle did not expect Feng Yuan to give up a tributary of the River of Time and set up a trap, almost taking Feng Jioge's life. Feng Yuan, this otherworldly demon, is truly crafty. But after this battle, the foundation of He Fan's true inheritance is more or less revealed. Even though he gave up a tributary of the River of Time and used it as a trap, it made me even more certain of my earlier guess, that Feng Yuan will definitely enter the River of Time and take away Red Lotus True Inheritance. With Feng Yuan's vigilance, it seems that he has at least one tributary of the River of Time's location in Western Desert. No matter. My investigative killer move is still here, Feng Yuan's location is still exposed. Feng Jioge managed to survive. Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard again, letting her see the other battle. Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was already heavily injured, it was flying in Black Heaven. Two newly advanced Celestial Court Gu immortals were chasing it. They had some injuries but they were light. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was strong, against two rank 8 Gu immortals who had countless immortal killer moves and could coordinate with each other, it could not beat them. Sensing the threat of death, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's survival instincts drove it to fly into black heaven, trying to shake off the enemies behind it. Unfortunately, its actions were already within the expectations of the two great enemies. Bam! A killer move struck the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle screeched in pain, it almost fell down, but soon, it flapped its wings and tried to climb back up. Eagle blood spewed out, drawing a long line of blood in black heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had strong self-healing abilities, but the Celestial Court Gu Immortals' killer moves were clearly extraordinary. The outcome is set. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still struggling, the battle situation was clear. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not fail. Especially when one of them used an immortal killer move to keep himself behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, the faster he became. Wherever the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, he could follow it effortlessly. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had intelligence, how could it be smarter than humans? Even human Gu Immortals could not break immortal killer moves in battle. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were worried about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's fierce counterattack. On the other hand, they wanted to capture this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle alive, so they continued to bleed it and weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle seemed to sense its gloomy fate, but it did not give up. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Passing through black heaven, it arrived in white heaven. The heavenly Wenqi wall was not an obstruction to it. But it was different for the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. It was not easy for the two Celestial Court Gu Immortals to pass through Celestial Court's Qi wall. But they were prepared. How could Fairy Myrtle not be worthy of their immortal Gu house? Stay here, I will chase it and prevent the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle from flying back. The two Gu Immortals cooperated seamlessly, sealing off any possibility of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaping. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. Love Go Small Say Net Night shrouded the sky, stars shined brightly. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. The day was extremely hot, while the night was bone-chilling cold. Fang Yuan landed lightly on a nameless sand dune. After flying for half a night, I have not seen any pursuers from Celestial Court. Could it be that Feng Jiuge is really the only one chasing after me? Fang Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Forget it, let's not care about this. Fang Yuan calmed himself down. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest. Next, Xianxia and I will use our killer moves. Our battle strength will fall. I will leave our safety to you. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ning Bing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and He Lulan. The four immortals received the orders and dispersed, starting to patrol their own areas. Fang Yuan set up an immortal Gu formation. With precaution immortal Gu as the core, the original version of the Gu formation was Immortal Gu formation in Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard for him to modify Immortal Gu formation. After adding precaution Immortal Gu, the defensive strength of this Gu formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were many flaws and weaknesses. They were only used for emergencies. In Zishan Makoto's inheritance, there were 4 Immortal Gu formations. The strongest was the Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked the Immortal Gu needed for these Gu formations. He could not set them up successfully. If he modified the Gu formation and used a vast number of Mortal Gu worms to replace the missing Immortal Gu, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to deduce it. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan set up this Gu formation. This Gu formation was more or less enough. It was mainly used to defend against enemy sneak attacks. And most importantly, Fang Yuan needed to make full use of his time. Celestial Court did not send any pursuers. This made Fang Yuan even more worried. The Gu formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The Gu formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the palaces in southern borders Super Gu formation. The space was white, only Fang Yuan and Xianxia were present. Sect leader, let me do it. For Shadow Sect, for the great cause, I will do my best. Xianxia was full of fighting spirit. Fang Yuan nodded, then you go first. Xianxia sat down and started instilling his immortal essence. After preparing for a while, his aura suddenly shook. Immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. In an instant, Xianxia's karmic luck suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and drowsy. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the luck of the Gu immortal. Thus, the activation of the killer move not only meant that Xianxia's luck rose sharply, it also meant that his soul was extremely weak. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan directly took out Guts Gu. During the cultivation process, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to storing Guts Gu on himself, in case of any mishaps. His cautiousness had provided him with a lot of help, and now it was reflected on Xianxia. Xianxia quickly recovered. He was no longer in a daze, but his face was still pale. Even though his soul was healthy, his soul path down marks were reduced by a lot. Burning Soul Bursting Luck technique would permanently reduce soul path down marks. Moreover, this killer move had a requirement on the number of soul path down marks. To activate it successfully, a certain amount of soul path down marks had to be expended. Precisely because of this, on Fang Yuan's side, only he and Xianxia had the qualifications to activate this killer move. The others might have high battle strength, but their soul foundation was very weak. Everyone had their own specialties. No one could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan could cultivate so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because he used dream realms to raise his attainment levels in many paths. After Xianxia's activation, it was Fang Yuan's turn. This Burning Soul Bursting Luck killer move used Soul Path Immortal Gu Soul Hell. With Xianxia's guidance, even though it was Fang Yuan's first time using it, he succeeded after 2 failures. Rumble. At once, Fang Yuan had auditory hallucinations. He seemed to see the luck above his head surging and expanding. It was like smoke rising into the sky. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to start the Gu refinement. Sixth Hair and Xianxia had a connection of luck. Before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan chased after Xianxia and the rest, chasing them all the way from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. In Northern Plains Earth Trench, Xianxia and the rest were rescued by Sixth Hair. Xianxia and the rest escaped, while Sixth Hair obstructed Fang Yuan with Dark Flow Giant City. Xianxia and Sixth Hair's luck was connected at that time. At that time, Xianxia had connect luck Immortal Gu. To delay Fang Yuan as much as possible, Xianxia had to strengthen Sixth Hair in all aspects. Luck was one of them. As expected, Fang Yuan's pursuit was greatly slowed down. Sixth Hair did not die. He returned to Langya Blessed Land safely. Right now, Fang Yuan's plan was to make use of this connection to help Sixth Hair's luck rise sharply. Back then, when Xianxia was in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he had used this killer move to refine fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court succeeded in refining it. His efforts were not in vain. It benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan managed to refine change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had obtained this information from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He wanted to use it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to assist in Gu refinement. This point had been fully verified long ago. Back then, with the help of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Long Hair Ancestor was able to help Giant Sun Immortal refine so many Immortal Gu and construct 88-point Xinyang Tower. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan used this Gu to check the soul path Dao marks on his soul. His Dao marks were reduced by a lot. His soul foundation fell drastically. It was like he was going back to normal overnight. Fang Yuan had been cultivating his soul for a long time. Ever since he acted as Chang Shanin and traveled in Northern Plains to participate in the Imperial Court contest, it had started. Using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation progressed rapidly. The efficiency was extremely high. After a long period of cultivation, his soul had accumulated a lot of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's efforts were all for naught. Fang Yuan did not feel much pity or regret. Dao marks could be regained after being used up. If he lost his life now, everything would be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ningbing used this move, how could they have so many soul path down marks to expend? Fang Yuan had a thought. He asked Ying Wuxia, how many more times can your soul foundation last? Ying Wuxia answered honestly, I can use it twice more. But sect leader, you inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, you must know that burning soul bursting luck's effect cannot be stacked. If I use it again, it will not be of much help. Fang Yuan nodded, I was just asking casually. He felt a deep sense of admiration towards spectral soul. Ying Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, but he had the soul path foundation to use burning soul bursting luck 4 times. Spectral soul was indeed the legendary person who created soul path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning soul bursting luck has already been activated, we have done everything we can. Let's go, let's leave this place. Fang Yuan sorted out his emotions and stood up. Soon, he packed up the immortal Gu formation and kept the other Gu immortals in his immortal aperture before setting off again, flying rapidly. He had to keep moving. Not only did Celestial Court know his location and send Gu immortals to hunt him down, there was also Providence's arrangements. If Fang Yuan and the rest stayed at a certain place for a long time, many problems would arise. In the white sky, the upper extreme heavenly eagle flew up while spraying blood. Behind it, an immortal Gu house carrying 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is almost at its limit. That's right, it can really fly. Alright, let's close the net. This attack will stop you completely. The immortal Gu house quickly surged with an aura. Next, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast, it hit the upper extreme heavenly eagle immediately. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was heavily injured, it quickly flapped its wings and tried to dodge. But the golden pillar of light was long and thin, it followed it like a shadow, enveloping the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries became more severe, its body was covered in a layer of golden light, this made it more difficult to move. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud appeared and intercepted the falling upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle entered the white cloud and vanished. Oh no, it is the black and white overturning cloud. Quickly retract the killer move, don't destroy this cloud. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals cried out in shock, but it was too late, everything happened too quickly. After the upper extreme heavenly eagle disappeared into the cloud, the golden pillar of light hit the white cloud and dyed it into a golden cloud. The golden cloud became extremely heavy, and soon, it fell from the sky. At this time, the golden pillar of light disappeared, the 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals had stopped their killer move. But at this moment, these 2 smug expressions had completely vanished, replaced by dumbfounded expressions. How can this be? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? This kind of black and white overturning cloud connects the black and white heavens, it can allow anything to enter the cloud and move between the 2 heavens. We were also wary of this factor, so we had already taken action along the way and destroyed the suspected black and white overturning cloud. To think that an overturning cloud would actually appear, and it was even hit by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This damnable luck. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were going crazy, they were about to vomit blood from anger. They had worked so hard and expended so much immortal essence, but when they were about to succeed, this happened. Chase. The upper extreme heavenly eagle still has our investigative killer move on it. We will go back the way we came, past the heavenly Winchi wall and return to Black Heaven. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped, how could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Xianxia Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Fang Yuan. What was the probability of Fang Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Fang Yuan and the rest, it cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small, It is enough for you to enter. Lord Xianxia smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Zhouge nodded as he bowed elegantly, thank you. Lord Xianxia was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Zhouge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Xianxia looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the river of time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the river of time? Feng Zhouge frowned. Lord Xianxia, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog, could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible, it was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Xianxia's expression became even more excited, while Feng Zhouge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Zhouge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island. The legendary location of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Lord Xianxia's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path, no one could compare to him. As Lord Xianxia who specialized in the Time Tao, the Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Xianxia threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Xianxia approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Xianxia fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Xianxia returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle who was observing this had a disappointed expression. But soon, she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Xianxia and Feng Zhouge's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu clan headquarters. A super goo formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the goo formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu clan supreme elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu clan's Gu immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding the Super Gu formation in place of Feng Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan returned from northern plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out, while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals lost a lot. Even the immortal Gu that were used to construct the Super Gu formation were taken away by the Celestial Court. However, not long ago, Wu Yong failed to kill Feng Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong let Feng Zhouge go, while the Celestial Court handed the immortal Gu that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path and returned these immortal Gu to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the Celestial Court, after the negotiations succeeded, he did not covet the immortal Gu at all, he returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu clan. Xiao clan was a vassal force of Wu clan. The territories that Ba clan and Xia clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu clan's Gu immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. But Wu clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Fang Yuan. This super Gu formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Qi clan's Gu immortals to help set it up. Alright, let's do it. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. Humph, he is truly daring. He dares to deceive Wu clan. Now, I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the Gu formation. This immortal formation used the Earth Vein as the foundation, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Every time the Gu formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross southern border and affect Fang Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fang Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a Gu formation. Once the Gu formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail and the user would suffer a backlash. A Gu formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness. It was to make it easier to negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, Wu clan's immortal Gu were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Fang Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Fang Yuan use it all the time? With this Gu formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The Gu formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble, the whole of Wuyi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which Gu immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation, it is an earth vein shaking. It is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei. The spectating Wu clan Gu immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom, the immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat. It had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step. Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Langya heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fang Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fang Yuan. A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical mysterious ice in the center. Sixth hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal goo self-love." Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice shattered and an immortal goo flew out. Rank 7 self-love immortal goo. Fang Yuan held this immortal goo in his hands, feeling joyful. His soul foundation that he had cultivated for so long did not go to waste, he finally obtained some results. Luck Path was truly a path that could allow one to become a goo immortal and reach rank 9. I have luck immortal goo. I also connected luck to Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, these 3 people with strong luck. Adding on the 2 times of burning soul-bursting luck, my luck path at that moment had probably reached an unprecedented level. Thus, it is not strange that I refined self-love immortal goo. After this self-love immortal goo was refined by Sixth Hair, he used Jewel Yellow Skies to hand it over to Fang Yuan. Jewel Yellow Skies naturally caused a small commotion. But the scale of the commotion had already decreased. After all, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo had happened many times already, it was no longer so rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Jewel Yellow Skies to send a wave of goo worms. And 1,000 transformations ancestor soldier beasts, the commotion was even greater, the influence had not subsided yet. This is self-love immortal goo? Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fang Yuan answered, Xianxia said, "Of course. This immortal goo came at the right time. With this immortal goo, we can use the immortal killer move self-cleansing. We will no longer be afraid of investigative killer moves." Ahahaha. Xianxia placed his hands on his waist as he laughed loudly. He was wearing Fairy Cui Bo's body now, his chest was huge, he had a beautiful face, but he was laughing foolishly with his mouth wide open, he looked like a hot-blooded young man, it was quite comical. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. Initially, she had some sympathy for Xianxia, but now, that sympathy had completely vanished. That's right, this immortal goo self-love is the core of the immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can allow goo immortals to cleanse their own Dao marks, the bad Dao marks are washed away while the good Dao marks are left behind. Be it investigative killer moves or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, it can take them away. Fang Yuan explained in detail. Hei Lolan's eyes shined with bright light, she thought to herself, this means that the killer move formed from this immortal goo can undo the restriction of Shadow Sect's alliance agreement on me? She saw a glimmer of hope. She was reluctant to join the Shadow Sect. Of course, she wanted to leave, but she had no way to do so. Self-love immortal goo had a unique appearance, it did not look like a worm, but a horn-shaped dumpling with a layer of green leaves on it, there were gray-white lines on it. But that was not the case. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the bamboo leaves on the surface were actually one with the inside. The gray-white lines were just the flickering traces of self-love immortal goo. These flickering traces would stay at a certain location for a few breaths of time before changing locations. Hei Lulan engraved the appearance of self-love immortal goo deeply in her mind. Fang Yuan used his finger to touch the surface of self-love immortal goo, saying resolutely, let's relocate first, then use the killer move to undo the investigative killer move on us. The goo immortals chose a direction and moved 100,000 li away, landing behind a huge sand dune. Fang Yuan started to activate the killer move, while Xianxia and the rest scattered around, protecting Fang Yuan. First was to activate self-love immortal goo. This rank 7 immortal goo floated in the air in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, it did not shine, but emitted a sweet and refreshing smell. Attracted by this smell, a large number of mortal goo were activated, surrounding self-love immortal goo, forming a river of goo worms. This was the first step of activating self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal goo was needed for the first step to be activated. Fang Yuan was stuck at this earlier, undeniably, even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, he could not do without a core immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate some crucial supplementary goo worms. These goo worms were all immortal goo without exception. Wisdom Path immortal goo, obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. The difficulty of this immortal killer move was that every Wisdom Path immortal goo that was added in would cause an intense tremor to the original goo worm river. Only skilled techniques and extraordinary controllability could complete such a step. A Wisdom Path rank 6 immortal goo was carefully placed down. The river of goo worms surged with great waves, but it calmed down after a while. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was only a rank 6 immortal goo, but it was already so difficult. If he placed a rank 7 immortal goo, the result would be terrible. But the second immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan prepared for a long time. After experiencing the extremely precious experience, he placed the second immortal goo. Advancing slowly like this, at the third immortal goo, Fang Yuan suffered a failure. The entire goo worm river broke. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Man as before, once this immortal goo was used, his injuries disappeared. But the killer move's activation failed. He needed to leave. Fang Yuan and the rest packed up and left. They could not stay in one place for too long. They had to keep moving at all times. Celestial Court and Providence would not be able to deal with them easily. On the way out, Fang Yuan carefully analyzed his gains and losses, summarizing his experiences. It could be said that the whole team was relying on this killer move of his. This was the key to changing their current situation. Even though this killer move did not have any offensive power. He tried to activate the killer move. After failing, he would relocate, and then he would summarize his gains and losses along the way, repeating this until the fourth time. Fang Yuan finally succeeded in activating this rank 7 immortal killer move, self-cleansing. It was not easy. A gentle light that resembled flowing water poured down from Fang Yuan's head, flowing into his body and heart. Initially, this flowing water-like light was extremely clear, but when it reached Fang Yuan's feet, it became turbid like a desert. How is it? After the killer move was activated, Xianxia quickly asked. The other Gu immortals also looked at him with concern. Fang Yuan activated perceivable Dao immortal Gu, inspecting himself. The result was not what he had hoped for. This is troublesome. His expression was grim. Southern border. The Super Gu formation had already been cleared. Wu Bei Supreme Elder, who had fainted from heavy injuries, was also being treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration. This Super Gu formation uses the earth vein as its foundation. The earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu at the crucial moment. Even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal Gu. Wu Yong's gaze was deep. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time, Wu Fa came over and reported, not only here, Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Qi clan and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You were saying, this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fa frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in southern border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal Gu that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu self-destructed? Did Fang Yuan use some method? On this day, all of southern border's mortals and immortals were shaken and panicked. The earth vein trembled completely, affecting the whole of southern border. The important regions were turned upside down, mountains collapsed, rivers were blocked, and sinkholes were buried. The heavenly power of heaven and earth displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power at this moment. Unlucky mortals died tragically in this vast and sudden earthly tribulation. All the super forces were calculating their losses. Many mortal forces were instantly annihilated. Even super clans had many resource points destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The sudden earth vein tremor caused the tense political situation of southern border to turn silent. The various superpowers temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and began to actively investigate the cause of the earth vein's upheaval. Such a tremor had never happened in the last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even in the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era. This was the first time in all of history. In southern border's Gu immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very nervous and curious. What was the reason for such a large-scale earth vein tremor? The signs of the Great Era have appeared. Far away in western desert, Fang Yuan obtained information about southern border's earth vein tremor through jewel yellow skies. He sighed deeply. At this moment, he had already moved again. He arrived at another location. The curtain of night gradually faded, and the distant horizon began to show the color of dawn. Dawn had arrived. Soon, the rising sun illuminated the horizon. The grand light scattered over the vast desert. This was a new day. Fang Yuan wore a white robe, his face was covered in frost, he looked at the rising sun with a heavy gaze, his heart was heavy. The sun was rising, his future was not as bright as the scene in front of him. In the past, he was kept in the dark. Now that he obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he understood the relationship between the Great Era, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect in his previous life. The Great Era should have arrived at this time. But in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, because Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven and changing fate, he suppressed the Celestial Court and Providence, using supreme methods to forcefully delay the Great Era by 500 years. Providence was forced into a desperate situation by the Spectral Soul and had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. They chose Fang Yuan as a chess piece and used the spring-autumn cicada to send him to the past, staking it all on one throw and destroying the Shadow Sect's grand plan. Thus, the entire world was back on track. Without the delay of the Spectre and the Shadow Sect, the Great Era had slowly begun. The trembling of the earth veins was just the tip of the prologue. With the arrival of the Great Era, the 5 regional walls will disappear. However, the condition for the 5 regional walls to disappear is that the earth veins of southern border, northern plains, central continent, western desert, and eastern sea must all come into contact and merge into one. In the following period of time, the earth veins will shake more frequently. Not just southern border, but the other 4 regions, central continent, eastern sea, western desert, and northern plains will also shake. The reason why southern border's earth veins shake first is because southern border has the densest earth path down marks in the 5 regions. Thus, southern border's earth veins are the most abundant in the 5 regions. Precisely because of this, when the Great Era arrives and the world changes, it will be the first to be affected. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. The arrival of the Great Era no doubt greatly interfered with his cultivation plan. According to his original plan, there was plenty of time and he could take it easy. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the Great Era of the 5 regions chaotic war arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a grandmaster in all paths, he would be close. That way, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 regions chaotic war. But now, it was clearly impossible. The Great Era arrived too quickly. Fang Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the heavenly court and encircled by the heaven's will. He was in an extremely difficult situation, and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. Sigh, one of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Hai's identity. Southern border's earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless earth veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but southern border will be the most affected, because southern border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is eastern sea, because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, eastern sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan recalled. Eastern sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, eastern sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented, this fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan still had Wu Yihai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures and even wild immortal goo would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Fang Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yang's plan failed. Fang Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Fang Yuan's burning soul bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal goo self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing and got rid of all the Dao marks on my body, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fang Yuan had completely broken away from Wu clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet goo and soul lantern goo must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Fang Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of Dao marks that were harmful to the goo immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Fang Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces, Chu Du, Land Spirit of Xianxia, other variant humans, Crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Fang Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would be harmful to Fang Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Fang Yuan harshly. By then, it would be too late for Fang Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Fang Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Fang Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Quartz investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fang Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it. Because he had encountered this phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8 arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now, in this body, the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Yingwu Xia had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Fang Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Dao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Fang Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Yingwu Xia's killer move, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Dao mark growing killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fang Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Fang Yuan thought about it now. Actually, other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had similar methods. Dao marks grew on their own without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal created the rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling Heaven. Ma Hong had used it, and the effects of good luck were still present until his physical body died. The essence of good luck was luck path Dao marks. Ma Hong Yen's body was engraved with luck path Dao marks. He also absorbed the luck of the people around him, increasing the number of luck path Dao marks on his body. Moreover, in the entire process, he did not need to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a killer move of this level. That was Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two ultimate defensive killer moves weaved a layer of Dao mark Dharma clothes on the soul. The former allowed the target to escape the attention and deductions of Providence, while the latter made the soul undetectable. Such a killer move's effect existed all the time, it did not expend any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao Mark clothing would regenerate on its own. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu Venerable's main path is Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience that Zishan Makoto gave me, Grandmaster attainment is to comprehend by analogy, Great Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to grow Dao marks on their own and even move on their own, breaking away from the shackles of immortal essence. Everything was clear at a glance. Zishan Makoto's inheritance gave Fang Yuan a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Now, with his personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Fang Yuan already had a way to get rid of the soul path trap on the 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie's body. But Fang Yuan was having a hard time dealing with the investigative Dao marks on this sovereign immortal body. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of a certain amount of investigative Dao marks, but the more I get rid of, the faster they grow. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of 10% of the Dao marks every time I use it. But after more than half a day, the Dao marks that have disappeared will regrow. This way, if I want to completely get rid of the investigative killer move on my body, I will need to use self-cleansing at all times for at least half a month, not for a long time and without any rest in between. Fang Yuan made a rough estimation based on his current information. It was very troublesome. The investigative killer move on Fang Yuan was much more troublesome than he had expected. And most importantly, it was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a continuous killer move, it could be used multiple times. Every time it was activated, it would last for a fixed amount of time. Even though he had self-love immortal Gu and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Fang Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Fang Yuan and the rest. Because this was a method from Star Constellation chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location, but this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Joga and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation chessboard to display the target's experience and scene, it could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed, normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Fang Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Fang Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative, she had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Fang Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely, as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The Star Constellation chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those two Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The Immortal Gu House was flying. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime, Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time, we need to fly to the sky and pass through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction, we will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake, we need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were full of fighting spirit, their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle had great luck a second or third time. So what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the celestial court Gu immortals would win, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star constellation chessboard shook lightly, the scene changed and Feng Zhouge appeared. At this moment, Feng Zhouge had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Feng Zhouge's current distance, he was quite far from Feng Yuan. Feng Zhouge is a Tao guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Feng Yuan and the others. If I send other celestial court Gu immortals, there would be too many people, their luck would be countered by Feng Yuan, it would instead help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle is an obvious example. 2 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Feng Yuan? Let's first have Feng Zhouge keep pressuring Feng Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus true legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Feng Yuan, but she valued Feng Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Feng Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet, he was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching, southern borders Earth veins were already shaking, Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous, they needed to make ample preparations. Even though Feng Yuan had self-love immortal Gu, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle escaped once, it was still being chased, it was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the Stone Lotus Island that suddenly appeared in the River of Time. Why did Red Lotus True Inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned, she could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path grade experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus. Fairy Myrtle sighed internally. Because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court, Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet, growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material, it could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location, there could not be any Tao marks or other life forms around it, not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient level life forms and immemorial level life forms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp chirp chirp, a series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A Gu master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively, it seemed to want to leave the young Gu master's arm, it had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young Gu master gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, his forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go, Aurora Bird. The young Gu master had reached his limits, he knew he had to take a gamble, he shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp chirp chirp, at the next moment, the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young Gu master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings, the rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom, with a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young Gu master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard, and risking his life so many times. He had finally gained some results. He managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great. It was just like what his master had predicted. "Master, I succeeded." The young Gu master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly, Not bad." His master commented plainly. The young Gu master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. His expression immediately became much calmer, and he immediately bowed once more before saying in a gentle tone, "Disciple has lost his composure." "No worries." The young Gu master's master waved his hand as he slowly walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and raised his head to look at the horizon. He was wearing a gray hemp robe. It was very simple, it fluttered in the wind, his strong bear-like body could not be concealed at all. He was wearing a conical hat, it was huge and wide, the edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. Even though the young Gu master acknowledged him as his master, he had never seen his master's face. In fact, only now, when he looked at the sky, could the young Gu master see his master's face. But he could only see his chin. His chin was wide and thick, it gave off an unwavering and sturdy feeling. "Master, thank you for your guidance these days, otherwise, with my hard work, how could I have made such progress?" The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking. "Oh Yi Fan, you are talented and have incredible comprehension. This killer move was created by you in the first place, it condensed your comprehension of transformation path and light path. I only gave you some pointers, that's all. Even though you have learned this killer move once, you need to practice it more in the future, but be careful, I am not around anymore." "Master, are we going to separate?" The young Gu master was shocked, he asked anxiously. This person was Southern Borders Yi Fan. He secretly admired Xianxia. When Xianxia became the clan leader, Yi Fan stood up and helped Xianxia resolve Xiang clan's mortal problems. But there was always someone stronger. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing. Not only did he lose, he even went through a terrifying life and death experience. He narrowly escaped with his life, he was in a daze. This unforgettable experience made him calm down, he started to think about life and himself. It was an accident that allowed him to meet his current master, and they became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great comprehension, his master personally brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yi Fan respected this mysterious master of his. When people interact with each other, they need to get along. Some people can be strangers after interacting with each other for a lifetime. Some people can become close friends after interacting with each other for a short time. Even though Yi Fan had not seen his master's true appearance, he could feel his master's sincerity towards him. He had complete trust in his master, he did not suspect his master had any ulterior motives. The rise and fall of fate, we do not have much fate as master and disciple. If we use it today, it will run out tomorrow. It is better to wait for the future. "Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here?" his master asked. Yi Fan blinked. "Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven's environment suppresses my light path? Even though it is difficult to cultivate here, it is safe because of the suppression." "This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have karma here," his master said in a low voice. "Karma?" Yi Fan was confused. "In this world, there is a cause and effect, there is a cause for every effect. Look, your karma is here." Saying so, the mysterious Gu immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped in shock. There, an upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying towards the heaven-attached fungi. Such a handsome divine eagle. Ah, it is injured. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Fan saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan had a master, his knowledge could not compare to Gu immortals. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in a daze now, its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial quartz pursuers, black heaven and white heaven were filled with danger, it was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm, using some unknown method. Under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed, it fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma, this upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you, when it wakes up, it will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to southern border. I will go now. Saying so, this mysterious Gu immortal in conical hat and grey robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears, he was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, Master, can you tell me your name? Mortals fear karma, I fear cause. You can call me Lu Weiyin. His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Western Desert. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis, it had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fang Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Quartz true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies. Especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again, the duration was fixed, but Fang Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fang Yuan had the foundation to do this. Because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal Gu. Because of this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was very confident. This immortal Gu was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance immortal Gu's effect was to prolong the effect of other immortal Gu or killer moves. For example, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used Perseverance immortal Gu, the sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again, until Fang Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal Gu was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again, he finally obtained results. He successfully used immortal Gu Perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fang Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times, even though the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fang Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fang Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month, he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fang Yuan had already done his best, he could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. It is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the celestial quartz goo immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. If that happened, he would expend a lot of immortal essence but would not be able to get rid of the inextinguishable star target. Next, when he fought with the celestial quartz goo immortals or escaped, the inextinguishable star target would continue to recover, the Dao marks would grow and Fang Yuan would waste a lot of effort. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move, activating it not only expends immortal essence, I also have to maintain it at all times, my mind will be greatly exhausted. I have not been in contact with this killer move for a long time, the number of times I can use it is limited, I am not familiar with it. Including the situation where I fail to activate it, not only would I waste immortal essence, I would also need to heal my injuries. The more I use it, the more I don't need to fight with the celestial quartz goo immortals, my overall strength would fall sharply. Escaping to Xianxia blessed land is also impossible. Not to mention the fact that I would be monitored by the celestial cord at all times, it would expose Xianxia blessed land's location, the journey is too far, there would be too many dangers on the way to Xianxia blessed land. Not only Central Continent's celestial court and Providence's encirclement, there is also Northern Plains longevity heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and solutions. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure against this point. He had the ability to implement this countermeasure. That was to use formation path. He wanted to modify self-cleansing again, turning it into an immortal goo formation. This was not a fantasy. As mentioned earlier, goo formations were killer moves in essence, they were just formation path killer moves. If Fang Yuan had the self-cleansing goo formation, it would be much more convenient. The amount of immortal essence and mental energy needed to maintain the goo formation was usually much less than killer moves. Moreover, self-cleansing was only effective on Fang Yuan alone. If other goo immortals tried to use it, they would need to practice self-cleansing diligently. If it was an immortal goo formation, then as long as the Shadow Sect goo immortals entered the goo formation, the Dao marks of inextinguishable star target on them would be destroyed and reduced by the goo formation. So, I not only need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal goo formation, I also need goo worms like formation plate goo, formation flag goo, or formation diagram goo, and it would be best if they are immortal goo. Xianxia sect had one immortal level formation plate goo. This immortal goo's effect was to control all sorts of goo worms and set up a goo formation. The goo immortal only needed to provide immortal essence and put in all their effort, they did not need their formation path cultivation level. Formation flag goo was used to control a goo formation that had been set up. When the goo immortal activated formation flag goo, they could directly store a goo formation into formation flag goo. Then, within a certain range of vision, the goo immortal could move the formation flag goo around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate formation flag goo again to set up the goo formation that had been set up earlier. And formation diagram goo was an expendable goo worm. Formation diagram goo recorded the details of the goo formation, its effect was similar to formation plate goo, but the error rate was much lower than formation plate goo. These three goo worms were very suitable for the current Fang Yuan. Vibration desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the vibration desert, an immortal goo formation was slowly activating. Hanli walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself, this is the final test of goo immortal Jin Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Hanli, you need to work hard. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candle light that illuminated the whole palace. The candle light was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young goo master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candle light was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young Gu master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Right now, Han Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Xianxia, although he is a righteous path Gu immortal, his true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes and were extremely dangerous. Xianxuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Fang Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Xianxuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment, his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead? Han Li quickly looked around and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was 1 step closer to the brass crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Xianxuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident. Because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh. His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time, he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take 1 more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Fang Yuan was staying in Southern Border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Hanli had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Hanli could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Hanli's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. This is the reason why Xianxia set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment but who know when to advance and when to retreat, they have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Xianxuanzi's will? Of course not, I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Xianxuanzi, no one knows about it. That voice replied. Hanli was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Hanli smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable, you are not a Gu immortal, then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no. Hanli had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad. Xianxuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence, you cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost-winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance, this Gu formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost-winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over, I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Hanli was not willing to give up like this. It is useless, the difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit Gu's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Hanli's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Hanli was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost-winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Xianxuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Xianxuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost-winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost-winged lion. But Hanli was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost-winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body, waking it up. Hanli attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body. The green claw ghost-winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Hanli into its stomach. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hangyun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red, they were all shining together. Her eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were slightly green, even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil, causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hong was a rank 7 Gu immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, 1000 Transformations ancestor saved her. Thus, Dancer Hong became one of 1000 Transformations ancestor's concubines. Unfortunately, 1000 Transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Chui Bo in 1000 Transformations ancestor's heart. Intense winds blew past her ears, the red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hong was lying on it like she was lying on a bed, it was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hong signature method, immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hong immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the 1000 Transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hong but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hong had to use all her strength to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the Green Ghost Desert, the dark clouds gathered together and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy, and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hong rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous spectral soul demon Venerable. Before spectral soul demon Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Woodpath clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here, a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hong had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1000 Transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus, she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Howl, like the howl of a wolf, a soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong pupils shrunk, she gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, 1000 Transformations will said, "Let me do it, Hong just move forward." Dancer Hong heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong did not stop at all, she did not even change her direction, she continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal Gu activated, a strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth, its huge body had already engulfed dancer Hong Yun, but at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then, its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches, its fur turned into grass, from its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful, is this the power of a rank 8 immortal goo mutation? Looking back, dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. 1,000 transformations while snorted coldly, it stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 goo immortal, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. Roar, as dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Green claw ghost-winged lion, this lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the green claw ghost-winged lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the green claw ghost-winged lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the green claw ghost-winged lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level and even hunted green claw ghost-winged lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The green claw ghost-winged lion was famous. When it appeared in front of dancer Hong Yun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly, "Don't be afraid, this lion's ghost wings are not outstanding, they are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition, we can fight it." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this green claw ghost-winged lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the green claw ghost-winged lion. Dancer Hong Yun could not help but feel ashamed. She thought, "Husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal goo and a large amount of immortal essence. He does not have any investigative immortal methods, but he can see through the green claw ghost-winged lion's situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated, this is not right." She calmed herself down, she controlled dancer Hong Yun and flew away from the green claw ghost-winged lion. Soon, she was far away from the green claw ghost-winged lion. Hee, there is something wrong with this green claw ghost-winged lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your dancer Hong Yun would not have been able to escape. 1,000 transformations will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from dancer Hong Yun and stood beside her. 1,000 transformations will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost-winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth bit into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient. and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hongyan sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. 1,000 transformations will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost-winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion held in pain, it went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it had no strength left, it was dead. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state, its injuries were severe. This is 1,000 Transformations husband's signature immortal goo, mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion killed them, it was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hongyan watched the battle, her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. 1,000 Transformations will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it has old injuries in its body, it only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, 1,000 Transformations will did not stop. Rank 8 immortal goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out, it stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost-winged lion let out an unprecedented roar, its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hongyan chased after it, with 1,000 Transformations ancestors will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless, it was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. 1,000 Transformations will instructed, entering Dancer Hongyan's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hongyan's eyes shined, she almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse, it is a rank 8 immortal material, it is rare even in jewel yellow skies, it can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hongyan started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hongyan only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore, it has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hongyan found Hanli. Hanli had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hongyan found it strange, she smiled, should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls, that is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hongyan stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Hanli. No matter what, a mortal goo master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hongyan was curious, she wanted to know about Hanli's experiences. This guy, is he called Hanli? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. This is Xianxia's formation path true inheritance? Dancer Hongyan mainly cultivated cloud path, but ever since spectral soul demon venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn, every goo immortal had them. At this moment, she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the goo formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yun grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon, they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yun found a small goo formation at a corner. She came to the goo formation, a small passageway was opened, the formation spirit spoke from inside, "Master." The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit. The goo formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook. This way, Jing Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yun laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes and she said to Han Li, "Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me." Han Li opened his eyes. "Okay. Did you hear that, formation spirit? Your master has already given you to me." Dancer Hong Yun turned around and said to the spirit. "This?" The formation spirit hesitated. "What? You want to disobey your master's orders?" Dancer Hong Yun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yun smiled coldly. "Formation spirit, your original master was Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words?" "Of course not," the formation spirit said without hesitation. "Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li?" Dancer Hong Yun asked again. "Yes," the formation spirit answered without hesitation. "In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words?" Dancer Hong Yun pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. "We will not deny it. You will be our new master. Ha ha ha, that's it. Submit to me, don't resist." As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yun infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this goo formation. It could control the goo formation in place of the goo immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yun, the other goo worms followed suit. Soon, the immortal goo formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yun obtained several immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo. She even obtained Jin Yuanzi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely opened, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. Pooh. With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead, even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Han Li had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yun had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Han Li, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal goo. But Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a goo immortal. Mortals and immortals were different, the difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yun used her strength to suppress Han Li. He could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal goo, it would not be so easy for the goo immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal goo. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal goo would be destroyed along with the mortal. The goo immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, because of the green claw ghost-winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other goo worms. Thus, these goo worms that Jin Yuanzi left behind still contained Jin Yuanzi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal goo was created by Jin Yuanzi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each goo formation to help the goo immortal control the goo formation. Formation spirit immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo worm. After one use, the immortal goo would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the Gu Immortal wanted to use Formation Spirit Immortal Gu again, they would need to refine a new one. The Formation Spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the Land Spirit and Heavenly Spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave Dancer Hongyan an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no Formation Spirits and only a bunch of Gu worms, they would not be able to talk to Dancer Hongyan, they would not be convinced. All in all, Dancer Hongyan unexpectedly inherited this Xin Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Xin Yuanzi is a Gu immortal of a super force, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan, he set it up here instead. Thousand Transformations will sighed. It seems that the rumors of Zhen Yuanzi being ostracized by the Gu immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hongyan smiled. After we saved Chui Bo and returned to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. Thousand Transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hongyan's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by Thousand Transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, Thousand Transformations was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hongyan had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Xin Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, Dancer Hongyan calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal Gu, 2 of them were Formation Path immortal Gu. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the Formation Spirit could be considered half an immortal Gu. If not for this Gu formation collapsing once, Dancer Hongyan's gains would be even greater. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire Gu formation. Once this Gu formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the Formation Spirit spoke, reminding Dancer Hongyan. Dancer Hongyan nodded. This Formation Spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the Gu formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the Formation Spirit, a portion of the Gu formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the Formation Spirit had the same use. Dancer Hongyan would not give up on such an excellent Formation Spirit. The Formation Spirit continued, thankfully, there is still a Formation Flag Gu in the Gu formation. Master, you can use Formation Flag Gu to store the entire Gu formation into Formation Flag Gu before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since Gu Immortal Zhen Yuanzi created Formation Spirit Immortal Gu, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined Formation Flag Gu as a support. Earlier, when the Gu formation collapsed, the Formation Spirit first protected Formation Flag Immortal Gu, thus, Dancer Hongyan only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later. At night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold, the breath turned into fog. Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely, the light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move, Fixed Luck, is. Over the last few days, when Fang Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed Luck came from Ma Hongyan. Fang Yuan found the killer move Fixed Luck from Ma Hongyan's soul. That was to say, Fixed Luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed Luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of Connect Luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi, Yi Fan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then, and this was now. After Fang Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fang Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used burning soul-bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Feng Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Feng Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hongyun, he had a way. Fixed luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally Stubborn Immortal Gu, Rule Path Immortal Gu Main. But after some modifications, Feng Yuan replaced these two cores, using Precaution Immortal Gu and Rule Path Immortal Gu Big. He had obtained Precaution Immortal Gu long ago. As for Big Immortal Gu, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man Gu Immortal. After using Big Immortal Gu, his body grew larger and he turned into a human Gu Immortal. However, Feng Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Feng Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this fixed luck killer move was not always effective. Feng Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Feng Yuan had been thinking about breaking luck Immortal Gu. Even though he did not have it now, with fixed luck, he could protect his own interests. Feng Yuan could not personally witness the effect of fixed luck, he did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, Feng Yuan knew, when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same, they would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together. But there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path Immortal Gu. However, Feng Yuan did not have main luck Immortal Gu or sub-luck Immortal Gu. Even if he did not have them, Feng Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck Immortal Gu. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan put aside his thoughts on fixed luck, and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Feng Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move self-cleansing was converted into a Gu formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Feng Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Gu. He could borrow Xianxia Sect's formation plate Immortal Gu, but this Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing Immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate Gu to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate Gu recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Feng Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then, he would personally set up the formation plate Gu, and after setting up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, the formation plate Gu would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation. Thus, this was troublesome. Feng Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Xianxia. But the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Xianxia, and to the entire Xianxia sect. It concerned the development of the entire sect. In Xianxia sect, there were no formation path Gu immortals. They relied on this formation plate Immortal Gu to set up the teleportation formation. Feng Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate Immortal Gu, and replace it with new ones. This meant that Xianxia sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Xianxia could not accept. They did not have information path abilities, they could not extract the contents of the formation plate Immortal Gu. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate immortal goo setting up the immortal goo formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire immortal formation, because there were many hidden details, like the immortal essence infusion, the coordination of various goo worms behind the scenes, and so on. Feng Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Xianxia that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Feng Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Xianxia to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial immortal goo. Most importantly, I need to borrow Xianxia Sec's strength to refine goo. Feng Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many immortal goo. He had a lot of plans for goo refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Xianxia still rejected Feng Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Feng Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Xianxia does not agree to lend me formation disc immortal goo, I will have to borrow someone else's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had many Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the immortal apertures of other shadow sect goo immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Feng Yuan entered someone else's immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the river of time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an immortal goo formation self-cleansing in the Blessed Land, letting Feng Yuan stay inside and remove the Dao marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Feng Yuan would only use when he had no other choice. Because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Jioge and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Jioge have any methods to enter Blessed Lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Jioge did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Feng Yuan made He Lolan's immortal aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the river of time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback. Because these killer moves could only be used once and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path Dao marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Feng Yuan already knew the duration of each goo immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan chose someone else's immortal aperture, Providence knew everything. No matter who it was, they had a close relationship with Feng Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the goo immortal undergoing the tribulation. Feng Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the Celestial Court's pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Feng Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Feng Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's goo immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Feng Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Feng Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Jioge came. Who knows how many Celestial Court goo immortals will come next time. Thus, Feng Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's goo immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge, Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region, Feng Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Feng Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest. Normally, when Fang Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, when will your immortal goo formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ningbing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Fang Yuan did not need to look around, he could feel that the other goo immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Fang Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all, she felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that immortal goo formation? Set up another one and lure the celestial quartz pursuers over, we can surround and kill them. Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head, you think this immortal goo formation is so easy to set up, you need a tributary of the River of Time. The immortal goo formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using year's flow like water immortal goo could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the goo immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan's immortal goo formation was set up on the tributary of the River of Time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the goo immortal is busy, they can detonate this immortal goo formation and destroy the entire tributary of the River of Time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort, at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the River of Time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the River of Time, an external tributary of the River of Time was needed. I feel the same way as you, the feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Bai Ningbing did not speak. Alright, let's move. This place is no longer safe. Fang Yuan said as Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hong Yun. Her face was covered in a veil, her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hong Yun was the first to speak up. The Lady Cui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Cui Bo Hong Yun. Xianxia was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, why are you here? The red cloud's descent slowed down, dancer Hong Yun started to inspect Fairy Cui Bo. Xianxia's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw, after all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, dancer Hong Yun would be able to tell. But now, she was facing Xianxia. Who was Xianxia? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, his soul foundation was many times deeper than Fang Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path, many of his split souls had different identities, they were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Xianxia naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, dancer Hong Yun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Cui Bo. Her expression softened, something happened to you, your life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were acting up, I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition, we were worried for nothing. Next, dancer Hong Yun asked again, who are they? They look familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze landed on Fang Yuan's face. Then, her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression, Lu Guanyi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations' ancestor, she had much more information than ordinary goo immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more goo immortals would know about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, dancer Hong Yun appeared very suddenly, Fang Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. It is me, how should I address you? Even though his identity was exposed, Fang Yuan had a calm expression, he spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hong Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a solemn expression, she felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago, he was famous in the world, he fought with Feng Zhouge. Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal gu with me, otherwise. Dancer Hong Yin rejoiced internally, her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Cui Bo, Mistress Cui, husband, and I missed you so much, but you are with a foreign gu immortal, and even worse, you did not even reply to our letters. Dancer Hong Yin had her own intentions, she was trying to sow discord between Fairy Cui Bo and Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Cui Bo a lot. Dancer Hong Yin was jealous, she would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Cui Bo. She said this to Xianxia, but it was also directed at Thousand Transformations will. Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yin's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guanyi at all. She definitely had something to rely on, it was not just her battle strength. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Xia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miaoying did not think of this. Alright, tell me about your encounter, Lady Cui, I am very curious. At this time, Thousand Transformations ancestors will appeared from Dancer Hong Yin's body. He had a trump card after all. Xia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here, let's see how Xia can get away with it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Xia grew quickly, he was still young, his acting skills could not compare to Fang Yuan, it was difficult for him to not expose himself under Thousand Transformations ancestors' will. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Cui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her, they recognized her as Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Cui Bo mentioned Thousand Transformations ancestors' name, the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Cui Bo was hit by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals' killer move, most of her gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guanyi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were chasing after Lu Guanyi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend, Lu Guanyi and the rest saved Fairy Cui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Quartz pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Quartz investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately, they would be attacked separately by their enemies. Xia described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Cui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations ancestor from her soul, Fang Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Xia's narration was half true and half false, Fang Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Zhouge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic, there were very few edits. The story had no flaws, because Fang Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Cui Bo's immortal gu and a large number of mortal gu were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will ask Xia to show his immortal gu, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Cui Bo's gu worms contained her will, Xia could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Cui Bo was captured by Bai Ningbing, she self-detonated all her gu worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy. Therefore, Fang Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yin looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Cui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Cui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Xia's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally, it made people believe in him. Since when did Xia have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised by Xia's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent attitude immortal gu to Xia. With the help of such a rank 8 immortal gu, Xia's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 Gu immortal and a rank 8 will. If Thousand Transformations ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Xianxia had to deceive these two, it was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Han Yun or Thousand Transformations will. They did not doubt Xianxia's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Han Yun, it is true that the Celestial Court's Gu immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Cui Bo, this is the truth, right? His tone was plain and his face was expressionless, he acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Fang Yuan did not have attitude immortal Gu, but his acting skills were already very good, he was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Cui Bo, but now, he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Fang Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations was silent. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations as equals. If Thousand Transformations ancestor was here, Fang Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so. But Thousand Transformations will and Thousand Transformations ancestor's main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations broke the silence and said, How do you want me to thank you? Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even Dancer Han Yun's eyes were fixed on him. I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fang Yuan said. What suggestion? Alliance. Fang Yuan said 2 words. Alliance. Thousand Transformations was silent again. Fang Yuan continued to persuade at this time, Thousand Transformations ancestor, you inherited reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance, you are a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Cui Bo because of the battle in Reverse Flow River. I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other, we are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands, I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyan died in my hands, he had a portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance, I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hongyan was moved by Fang Yuan's glib words. Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance. Xianxia also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations will spoke again, he said this. An alliance is possible. But the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Celestial Court Gu immortals around you, this is wishful thinking, how could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the Celestial Court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all, he could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced, not only did he see through Fang Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the Celestial Court's pressure to squeeze Fang Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fang Yuan smiled, sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Cui Bo, that is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fang Yuan avoided the topic of Celestial Court Gu immortals chasing after them, he directly attacked Thousand Transformations will. Thousand Transformations will thought about it, we can cooperate first, like making a transaction, I will try to satisfy your needs. Transaction? Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations will's intention. Thousand Transformations ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Fang Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fang Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fang Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fang Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to transact with Fang Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way, he would help Fang Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fang Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Cui Bo, he would also be forming good karma with Fang Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations' ancestors' friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Fang Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fang Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only Thousand Transformations will here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Fang Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. Thousand Transformations will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh? Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of Thousand Transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Jin Yuanzi's array Dao true inheritance. Formation path immortal Gu were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of Thousand Transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare. Because this was the embryonic form of an immortal Gu house, immortal Gu houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal Gu formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fang Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag immortal Gu, rank 7 immortal Gu formation flag. Wasn't this one of the immortal Gu Fang Yuan needed urgently? Amazing. With this Gu, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Xianxia. I don't need formation plate immortal Gu. The self-cleansing immortal Gu formation is very convenient to use. In time, I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Fang Yuan saw the light of hope. But on the surface, he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at Thousand Transformations will, saying, this incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a Gu formation to defend against the pursuit of Celestial Quartz Gu immortals, and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation. What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite. He wants to take the entire immortal Gu formation? Next, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials for Thousand Transformations' ancestor to look at. Lord Thousand Transformations, the immortal materials on my list are too few. But I have no choice, I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yun also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Fang Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guanyi is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of thousand transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed, all right. I will take the immortal materials, you can have this incomplete goo formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuebwa, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate. Pausing for a moment, thousand transformations will continued, Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future, let us form a good relationship. This is my information path Goo Worm, if you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord Thousand Transformations' magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path Goo Worm, please accept it, Lord Thousand Transformations. Fan Yuan changed his tone, not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path Goo Worm. Concubine Chui, let's go. Thousand Transformations will said. Yingwu Xia looked at Fan Yuan deeply before smiling at the others, thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again. Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Chui Bo rode on Dancing Red Cloud, soon, they were far away. Only when Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fan Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze, intense battle intent surging in his eyes. Yingwu Xia has already sent the information back, they are going back the same way, their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's carry out the plan. Fan Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, only He Lulan, Fan Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, and Fairy Miaoyin were left behind. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, a dazzling light flashed, at the next moment, Fan Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ning Bing flew into the sky, in the blink of an eye, she left Fan Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find Dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way, Fan Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel, they were already ahead of them. An immortal goo formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fan Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fan Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal goo formation many times. Yingwu Xia could not be given up. Not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream, it was also because of Sixth Hair. If Yingwu Xia died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fan Yuan, he might even think that Fan Yuan was the one who harmed Yingwu Xia, he might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fan Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine goo for him. There was another point, that was the human heart. Fan Yuan could give up on Yingwu Xia today, he would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin and the rest in the future. These goo immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fan Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Yingwu Xia successfully gaining Thousand Transformations' ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fan Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fan Yuan, He Lulan, or Yingwu Xia, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fan Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ning Bing sent a message, no need to set it up, Yingwu Xia has succeeded. Fan Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ning Bing's side. Over there, in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Haha, Yingwu Xia did well this time. Bai Ning Bing laughed, he took down Thousand Transformations Will and the rank 7 goo immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without any bloodshed, amazing, amazing. Fan Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand. Regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations' ancestors' side, as long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not lead soul into dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fang Yuan used this immortal body to force Southern Borders clan's immortal goo house to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor would fall for it, not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits, otherwise, she would not be laughing so happily. Thousand Transformations will said. Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband, Hong Yun, look at this. Xianxia took out a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This is Dream Path? Thousand Transformations was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guani and the rest, their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance, Lu Guani and the rest were kept in the dark. Xianxia then acted coquettishly, Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution, how are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong Yin cursed internally, slut. Thousand Transformations laughed, I should reward you properly. Boom, at the next moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm, they did not fly out again. Alright, saving Xianxia first. Hey Lulan, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded, her soul flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Her physical body floated in the air, her eyes closed and motionless. Soon, another pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the dream realm. After a while, Xianxia was dragged out. Xianxia was still in the dream, he had not woken up yet. When the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Xianxia was at the center, the impact of the dream realm's explosion was also the strongest. Therefore, at this moment, although her physical body had left the dream, the soul in her physical body had fallen into a dream. It was like she was hit by lead soul into dream, similar to He Lulan's dream path calamity. At this time, Fang Yuan's unravel dream killer move could be used. He could not use it earlier because this dream realm trapped Thousand Transformations and Dancer Hong Yun. If he unraveled the dream realm, these two would be released. Without the dream realm, they would wake up quickly. If he unraveled a portion of the dream realm, Fang Yuan would not be able to control it. All in all, this was a very risky matter. Fang Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he could use this better method. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Old Man Inkstone, they had dream path Dao marks. Old Man Inkstone wanted to create the 11 extreme physiques, he succeeded mostly, but not completely. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a huge weakness, they had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, they would self-detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had their unique advantage. The greatest advantage was that this body could enter and exit dream realms, it could protect the soul and prevent it from being corrupted by the dream realms. Back then, during the dream realm battle, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest had hidden in the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they entered the dream realms to avoid the danger. Once the storm was over, they would all come out safely. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan at that time, and he had a deep impression of it. Now, Fang Yuan was merely reenacting this scene. After using dream dispelling, Xianxia woke up, but his soul had suffered a great deal of damage. Fang Yuan used the guts goo to heal all the injuries to his soul, allowing him to return to his peak condition. What happened next was the key. If it worked well, not only could Fang Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he could even snatch that rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun, Thousand Transformations rank 8 immortal goo. Among these three, Dancer Hong Yun was the easiest to deal with. She was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Now that she was dragged out, she was likely in the same state as Xianxia, trapped in a dream realm. At this time Xianxia added another lead soul into dreams, and that would be quite safe. Dancer Han Yun was like a fish on the chopping board, nothing to worry about. He had to worry about 1,000 transformations will and that rank 8 immortal Gu wills would be worn down in dream realms. But different from souls, the reason wills were worn down was because they were thinking in dream realms. Any will, as long as they were thinking, they would be worn down. The more intensely they thought, the faster they would be worn down. However, the moment the consciousness left the dream, it would immediately recover, unlike a soul. Thus, if 1,000 transformations will was not worn down completely and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 immortal Gu and attack Fang Yuan and the rest immediately. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would face the rank 8 immortal Gu's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal Gu was unknown to Fang Yuan and the rest. They could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until 1,000 transformations will was worn down before they dragged Dancer Han Yun out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found Dancer Han Yun, who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if 1,000 transformations will was gone or not. On the other hand, lead soul into dream had no effect on 1,000 transformations will. Because 1,000 transformations will was only a will, lead soul into dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, 1,000 transformations will would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, 1,000 transformations ancestor would have already found them, for Fang Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Fang Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag Dancer Han Yun out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if 1,000 transformations will was still around. This was a risk. Thus, by then, Fang Yuan and the rest would hide far away, only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Fang Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal Gu, the risk would be borne by others, while the benefits would be his. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or 1,000 transformations will find us during this period of time. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioge is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the river of time? Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal Gu formation earlier and made Feng Jioge suffer. Forget it. Fang Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioge has Celestial Court behind him, it is not impossible for him to escape from the river of time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The immortals followed Fang Yuan's lead, they teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioge came here, seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Next, his gaze focused on the dream realm. This is a dream realm. Even without his report, his current situation was already observed by Fairy Myrtle from Celestial Court. Why would there be a dream realm here? What is the reason? It is not simple, we need to investigate further. While thinking, Fairy Myrtle transmitted to Feng Jioge, informing him of Fang Yuan and the rest's current location. Feng Jioge chased after them, his speed was unimaginable. Fang Yuan and the rest soon felt pressure. After they used omnidirectional travel, not long after, Feng Jioge chased after them again. Feng Jioge is getting faster, what immortal killer move is he using? With Celestial Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jioge, are there any other helpers? After chasing for half a day, on a desert, Fang Yuan and the rest were frowning deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used casually, because it expended the Gu Immortal's own Dao marks. If they continued to run like this, even without Feng Zhouge's help, their own battle strength would fall by a lot. But fighting against Feng Zhouge was very risky. Ignoring Feng Zhouge's own battle strength, the crucial thing was, other than him, were there others? If there was another rank 8 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Zhouge is only rank 7, Celestial Quartz rank 8 cannot enter his immortal aperture. And Celestial Quartz rank 8 Phantom aperture cannot contain living beings. Moreover, we have moved so much, even if there are people following behind Feng Zhouge, they will be left far behind. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Fang Yuan nodded, I have the same thought, let's wait for him here. If we do not force him back, he will catch up sooner or later. Bai Ningbing was dazed for a moment, before looking around. She understood Fang Yuan very well, since Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Feng Zhouge and did not have enough time to set up an immortal Gu formation, the location he chose had to be particular. However, before Bai Ningbing could figure out what was going on, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. Next, ripples of light formed into a golden gatehouse. From the gatehouse, Feng Zhouge stepped out, appearing in front of Fang Yuan and the rest again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Zhouge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit had grim expressions. The shadow of a person, the bark of a tree. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go divided by small? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Zhouge wore a red and white robe, he was handsome and elegant, he looked at the Shadow Sect immortals with a warm smile, he looked even more elegant. Love Go Small TalkNet Kohi had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sect immortals felt immense pressure. Feng Zhouge. Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd, muttering. He had an outstanding bearing, his white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint, they were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought, in this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Fang Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Zhouge's vision. But at that time, Feng Zhouge was a high and mighty rank 7 Gu immortal, he had been famous for a long time, he was a peak character. And Fang Yuan was just a mortal, he was like an ant, even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Fang Yuan would not only become a Gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Xianxia Tower, participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now, he was in the limelight, his name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court, his reputation was already on par with Feng Zhouge, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Zhouge had also saved Fang Yuan, all their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Zhouge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Fang Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Zhouge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal, Feng Zhouge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the countercurrent protection seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Fang Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan never gave Feng Zhouge such a chance. Love Go Small Say Netku. Moreover, the Shadow Sect Immortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding, Feng Zhouge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Fang Yuan was charging at him, Feng Zhouge's smile widened. He said to himself, I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pastun. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Pastun yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Zhouge's whole body vanished on the spot. What? Almost at the next moment, Fang Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Fang Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Zhouge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the Five Regions' chaotic war. It allowed Feng Zhouge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Sound Dao was actually not mainstream, and this move was even more out of the ordinary. Ordinary methods were basically unable to stop Feng Zhouge's shift. Be careful. He Lulan warned. They heard the zither's sound as well. They retreated subconsciously. But their speed could not match Yang Pa's tune. They did not know Feng Zhouge's exact location. They could only choose to retreat randomly. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard the sound of a zither explode in her ears. Feng Zhouge's figure condensed. He was right next to her. Clang! Feng Zhouge had a strange look in his eyes as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit from afar, creating a loud sound that sounded like weapons clashing. Lady White Rabbit screamed in fear. At that instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She quickly retreated. The sharp sound wave hit her chest. At the next moment, blood splattered, black fog surged out of Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She stood on a lizard as she flew into the sky. Love Go Small Say Net Co Lady White Rabbit, who had rank 6 cultivation level, was not Feng Zhouge's match. But at the crucial moment, her other identity, Black Tigress, appeared and saved her life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly left and tried to heal herself. Feng Zhouge did not chase her. He knew that his sneak attack had failed. He had lost the initiative. Everyone was wary of him. He would not be as effective as the first attack. Most importantly, Feng Zhouge frowned slightly, looking at the vast desert below him. This is? Anti-sound desert, your burial ground. Saying so, Fang Yuan pounced again. So that's it. Feng Zhouge realized at once. At the next moment, he dissipated into sound waves. Yang Pa's tune succeeded again. Fang Yuan missed. However, Feng Zhouge, who appeared not far away, had an ugly expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth had already faded a lot, and his gaze was even more solemn. Western Desert's anti-sound desert, it was a place as famous as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world. To Sound Path Gu immortals, they were both forbidden lands. Because in these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were greatly suppressed, any Sound Path killer move's power would be greatly suppressed. Earlier, Feng Zhouge wanted to move behind Lady White Rabbit and kill her. But in the end, he was exposed 100 steps away from Lady White Rabbit. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape the fatal attack. Anti-Sound Desert, back then, this special land was stolen by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here, how did Fang Yuan know? I almost forgot, he is the new leader of Shadow Sect, it is normal for him to know some secrets. Feng Zhouge guessed. His second guess was wrong. Shadow Sect did not know about this place either. Fang Yuan knew about it because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, this place was exposed. Now, it was being used by him. Eh? Feng Zhouge's expression suddenly changed. He looked at his arm in shock. Unknowingly, a layer of frost had formed on his arm and even his back. Is that the Dragon Lady, Bai Ningbing? Feng Zhouge looked at Bai Ningbing in the distance with a look of admiration in his eyes. Immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, this was Bai Ningbing's killer move. Even though Feng Zhouge moved quickly, Cold Eyes could be activated even faster. As long as he was within Bai Ningbing's vision, he could reach her at almost the same time. Feng Zhouge laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and touched the frost. Immediately, a melodious bell sound could be heard as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, her dragon eyes shined with a cold light. This is a little troublesome. Feng Zhouge frowned slightly. He used Yang Pa's tune again and vanished on the spot. But at the next moment, when he appeared, not only did he have to face Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he even summoned Fairy Miao Yin's curved moon. Immortal killer move, curved moon, 2 crescent moons appeared in Fairy Miao Yin's eyes. Like cold eyes, this was a visual attack technique. It was activated extremely quickly. Feng Zhouge was hit, his body shook slightly. Fairy Miaoyin was moved, she was confident in the power of curved moon, but when it hit Feng Zhouge, it only shook his body slightly. Feng Zhouge had a deep foundation in defense. Back then, even when facing Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, he could resist it for so long. It was not a big deal to forcefully take a curved moon killer move. Chirp chirp chirp, suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping. A flock of little flaming birds surrounded Feng Zhouge. Bam 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 bam, at the next moment, the firebirds self-detonated, the explosions continued for a long time, but soon disappeared. Because this was the battlefield of the anti-sound desert. The explosion engulfed Feng Zhouge. Scorching flames gushed out in all directions along with surging airwaves. At once, the faces of Fang Yuan and the rest were covered in a layer of fire. The temperature in the air rose sharply. He Lulan stood far away, her eyes shining with intense battle intent. This was the immortal killer move she activated, Angry Bird. Far away, Feng Zhouge appeared again. He was unscathed, the self-detonation of the angry birds did not affect him. Fang Yuan pounced. The other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Zhouge smiled silently, "You've been dodging for long enough, take this." Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once, Heaven and Earth sang. The song entered the immortals' ears, their bodies shook, they felt like the whole world had suddenly become vast, while they themselves became smaller and smaller. They became ants or dust particles. The feeling of being small and insignificant appeared in their hearts. Compared to the whole world, they were insignificant. What were they? This was the power of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only did it affect the Gu immortals, even their immortal killer moves were affected, suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song. They became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths of time, they vanished into thin air. This move was one of Feng Zhouge's signature killer moves. Back then in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing's side had suffered from this move. Now, it was time for Fang Yuan and the rest to taste it. He Lulan and the rest naturally did not feel good, but Fang Yuan still charged forward. Reverse flow protection seal did not move, only some ripples appeared on its surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of the power of Heaven and Earth Song onto Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge tasted his own killer move for the first time, looking at Fang Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge felt a headache when he saw Fang Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Fang Yuan, let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Zhouge did not want to waste time with Fang Yuan, he targeted the others. To be continued. Feng Zhouge had the support of the Celestial Court, he did not lack information, he had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Fang Yuan, there were also Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Yingwu Xia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miaoyin. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady, her attacks were the most ferocious, she was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura, her attacks were covered in flames, she had incredible power, she had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Yingwu Xia was currently using Fairy Cui Bo's body, he wore a green dress and had seductive eyes, his methods were concealed, this was a new face to Feng Zhouge, he was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze, her injuries were already healed, she moved quickly and cultivated dark path, like an assassin, she moved around the periphery, her eyes fixed on Feng Zhouge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miaoyin, she had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound, she had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes, she cultivated sound path like Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Fang Yuan's attacks, he was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Fang Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had weak offense but strong defense, if Feng Zhouge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness, but who would Feng Zhouge find? This question lingered in the minds of Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Zhouge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Fang Yuan, By the same logic, Feng Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Zhouge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal goo. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Zhouge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Feng Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miaoyin. After all, both of them cultivate the sound Dao. With Feng Zhouge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miaoyin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Zhouge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Xianxia as well. She is using Fairy Cui Bo's body. Feng Zhouge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Feng Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Zhouge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Zhouge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Zhouge leaped, activating Yang Pastun. He moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pastun did not dissipate, its aura changed. Feng Zhouge let out a long whistle. How about listening to my Jasper song? This was his signature method. The immortals heard this and retreated. Only Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He charged forward bravely. Feng Zhouge, you finally used some methods. Ding ding dong dong, the song resounded. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Feng Yuan ignored it. He got close to Feng Zhouge. He wanted to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to return a portion of Green Jade Song's power, to let Feng Zhouge have a taste of it. But to think that Feng Zhouge's Green Jade Song killer move's power was completely concealed. Feng Yuan was unobstructed along the way. He did not reflect any damage at all. While the immortals were shocked, a blurry figure flew out of Feng Zhouge's body. This figure looked like Feng Zhouge, but it was jade green, as if it was made of jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He thought of a certain piece of information from his previous life. This was one of Feng Zhouge's powerful methods. It allowed the 9 songs he created to condense into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Zhouge's original 9 songs were extremely powerful, but they had flaws. He could only use one move at a time, they were not flexible enough and could only last for a short time. After many battles, Feng Zhouge understood this flaw of his. He went into closed cultivation for a while. After coming out, he obtained the killer move Song Warrior. This way, he could turn the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were extremely flexible and his battle strength rose again. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, many enemies suffered greatly because of this. I didn't expect that the famous Song Warrior was actually a variation of the Yang Pastun. It is like the relationship between my Strength Path Giant Hand and Myriad Self. In my previous life, about 500 years later, Feng Zhouge created Song Warrior. He did it so early this time? No, in my previous life, it was because the Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven and forcefully delayed the Great Era. Maybe Feng Zhouge was also affected? Or maybe, Feng Zhouge created Song Warrior in advance because of the Celestial Court's guidance? Countless thoughts surged in Feng Yuan's mind. He had countless guesses in an instant. The Green Jade Song Warrior did not face Feng Yuan, it charged at Xianxia. Xia's eyelids twitched. He quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Feng Zhouge used Yang Pastun again to move far away. After several times, when Feng Yuan charged at him again, he had already used his signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Good timing." She clashed with the Heaven and Earth Song warrior, frost splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not good. Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia can't even take care of themselves, we can't pressure Feng Zhouge at all. So Feng Zhouge's target is not one of us, but all of us apart from Feng Yuan. After understanding Feng Zhouge's tactic, the Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat. The battle was tilting towards Feng Zhouge's side, but Feng Yuan and the rest were helpless. All in all, Feng Yuan's side was still weak in offense and strong in defense. And Feng Zhouge had outstanding intelligence, he used the wisest tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had both advantages and disadvantages. If 9 songs were used, the song would be formless and formless, it would cover a huge area and have great power, it was hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warrior, it would condense into a lump, it could be targeted, dodged, and even used long-range attacks to continuously reduce the Song Warrior's power. But the current situation of Feng Zhouge's battle was completely different from the previous 2 battles. Firstly, he did not need to face the immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This immortal Gu House was extremely fast, if he used Song Warrior, it would definitely be evaded. Secondly, Feng Zhouge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, Feng Yuan had not made sufficient preparations while chasing, he did not have time to set up an immortal Gu formation. If he used Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them one by one, the Shadow Sect immortals would not be able to fend for themselves, they would not be able to form an encirclement. What kind of battle situation and what kind of tactic to use, this was a Gu immortal who had experienced countless battles. Feng Zhouge had no awareness, he was someone who had fought countless battles, he had rich battle experience. Adding on his shocking talent, this battle caused the Shadow Sect immortals to suffer greatly. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, it was Submission Song and Separation Song. The 4 Song warriors fought at times, sometimes they attacked together, causing the battlefield to fall into a chaotic battle. Bastard! Hei Lulan gritted her teeth as she retreated. She used Angry Bird to attack from afar, but once this move hit the Green Jade Song warrior, the Fire Bird would turn into a Jade Bird and shatter on the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ning Bing called out as she raised the huge ice blade in her hand, looking at the Submission Song warrior. But at the crucial moment, Separation Song warrior blocked this killer move. The huge ice blade disintegrated, Separation Song warrior could separate everything, even an immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song warrior had suppressive power, Ing Wuxia and Fairy Miaoying attacked it together, but they were evenly matched. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. Ever since Feng Zhouge started cultivating, he had set his goal to create 9 songs, to express his understanding of fate, life, and heaven and earth. And now, he has already created Separation Song, according to my previous life's information, he has 7 songs. Among them, Green Jade, Heaven and Earth, Submission Song, and Separation Song were used to attack. Feng Yuan and the rest had already seen it. There were also 2 songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven, they were used for cultivation. This was not a problem. What worried Feng Yuan the most was the final song. That song is not easy to control, once it fails, the backlash is almost fatal. However, if we give Feng Zhouge the chance to successfully use that song, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Feng Yuan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do, he was weak in offense and strong in defense, pressuring Feng Zhouge was just wishful thinking. Feng Zhouge had strong battle strength, he was skilled in controlling the 4 clones, just from this, it could be seen that his enslavement path attainment was even higher than Feng Yuan's. After all, he had been a Gu immortal for many years, his foundation was deep, Feng Yuan's previous life's 500 years could not compare to him. And this is an anti-sound desert, Feng Zhouge is suppressed. Of course, my Fairy Miaoying is the same. I need to take a risk. Otherwise, if I miss this chance, I might not even have the chance to take a risk. Feng Yuan made up his mind. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Feng Yuan instantly turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, activating another of his signature methods. Combination of Enslavement and Strength Path, Myriad Self. This was not simply using the foundation of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation to unleash Myriad Self, It was a combination move that involved a famous immortal killer move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Combination, Myriad Self, forming myriad dragons, roar 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 roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared, roaring in unison, sword chi spread out, silver scales were like a sea. This killer move, when it chased me, it destroyed my sex immortal goo formation in Eastern Sea in one move. Ying Wuxie's heart was shaken. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing called out softly, feeling a sense of reliability rising in her heart. Amazing. Even Feng Zhouge was moved. At this moment, his vision was filled with sword dragons. The dragons were like the sea, drowning the 4 Song warriors, including Feng Zhouge. P.S. Thank you for your birthday wishes, my heart feels warm. To be continued. The Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 Song warriors fiercely. Around the green Jade Song warrior, countless Jade Stone dragons fell, but he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The Heaven and Earth Song warriors' attacks were grand, each of his actions carried great pressure, but the dragons were too many, he was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest, he actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect, but unfortunately, he could not stop the tide of the battle. The Leaving Song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out, but ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere, he perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity, quality was secondary. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it could not be used. As Fang Yuan's opponents got stronger, myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Fang Yuan escape. But, after Fang Yuan combined his moves and used ancient sword dragon transformation as the foundation to activate myriad self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient sword dragon transformation used rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal Goo, Dragon Scales Immortal Goo, and rank 6 Dragon Strength Immortal Goo to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient sword dragon clones could not be matched by a simple myriad self-killer move, this was the strongest offensive method that Fang Yuan currently had. The myriad dragon devoured the 4 Song warriors, before surrounding Feng Zhouge. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he mobilized the dragon group to attack Feng Zhouge from all directions. Facing this move, Feng Zhouge had a flash of praise in his eyes, he clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom, a huge drum sound shook heaven and earth, like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Feng Zhouge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang, amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then, their bodies shook violently, and in a breath's time, they turned into nothingness. Fist drum, gripping the bell, Feng Zhouge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the flood dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Zhouge, it was not enough. Feng Zhouge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks, even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Fang Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Zhouge not using Yang Pass tune? In this situation, the entire song is already dead. Feng Zhouge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way, he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move, but if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. At the next moment, he returned to his human form and gathered the Shadow Sect immortals, let's retreat. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again, Feng Zhouge showed a bitter smile, seeing that Fang Yuan and the others had left, he did not chase them this time. It turned out that his movement killer move, Yang Pass tune, was extremely outstanding and could even be transformed into a song warrior, but it had a flaw. That was the time limit. There was a fixed time limit for each activation of the Yang Pass tune. Once the time limit was reached, Yang Pass tune's effect would vanish instantly. Moreover, Feng Jioge had to wait 14 hours before he could activate it again. Thus, for Feng Jioge, this immortal killer move was extremely precious and would not be used casually in normal battles. Because once he used this move, he would face the drawback of the time limit. If he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Jioge would not have any better movement method to escape the battle. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed was too fast. Even if Feng Jioge activated Yang Pass tune, he could not escape. When he chased after Fang Yuan earlier, because of Fang Yuan's omnidirectional travel, Feng Jioge had to use Yang Pass tune in order to catch up. When Fang Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, Yang Pass tune's time limit was already up. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon killer move. As Fang Yuan and the rest retreated, Myriad Dragon also gradually dissipated. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Jioge was left. Feng Jioge was unharmed, he was still as elegant as before, as if the person who had just participated in the battle was not him. Fang Yuan successfully retreated, but Feng Jioge was not dejected, there was even a faint smile on his face. How can I end the battle with Fang Yuan in one go? I have to probe him many times and find out all of his trump cards before I can kill him. Moreover, before that, there is still the Celestial Court's mission to suppress Fang Yuan and destroy Red Lotus' true inheritance. Fang Yuan seems to understand me very well. Is it because he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive? That new female immortal is Fairy Chui Bo of Western Desert's Gu immortal world on the surface. But she uses soul path methods, it is very strange. The results of the probing were very good. Especially when it came to Xianxia. In the previous battle, because Fang Yuan had made arrangements and ample preparations, Feng Jioge did not find Fairy Chui Bo. But this time was different. Xianxia has lead soul into dream, this is the biggest threat. It might be in Feng Yuan's hands now, or it might still be in Xianxia's hands. In this battle, I did not see Xianxia, but Fairy Chui Bo if I am not wrong, this Fairy Chui Bo is Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine, why is she with Feng Yuan and the rest in such a short time? Is it because this Fairy Chui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or is she, possessed by Xianxia? Even though Feng Jioge was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had great intelligence, after some guesses, he was getting close to the truth. At another place. Feng Jioge did not chase after us after all. Feng Yuan looked at the sky, this retreat was a lot of probing, but Feng Yuan clearly found out the truth. Yang Pass tune had a time limit after all. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge is really strong, he lives up to his reputation. I can feel that he is still holding back, he did not use all his trump cards. All in all, this was a probing battle, we did not use our trump cards, right? The Gu immortals conversed. That was true. Be it Black Tigress Daughter Lit Killer Move, by Ning Bing's by Xiang, or Xianxia's lead soul into dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides held back, but they also used many trump cards. For example, Feng Jioge's Yang Pass tune, Song Warrior, and Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. In the next battle, these killer moves would definitely be countered, even if they could not be countered, there would be defensive measures. A few days later, behind a certain ordinary sand dune, the desert wind blew up layers of sand and smoke. As the sun set, the sky was dyed red like blood. The sound of camel bells could be heard along with the wind. Far away, there was a caravan of mortal Gu masters. These people naturally could not discover Feng Yuan and the rest. At this moment, Feng Yuan's mind was inside his immortal aperture. An immortal Gu formation was already set up in Mini Central Continent. Self-cleansing immortal Gu formation, a rank 7 immortal formation with self-love immortal Gu as the core and formation flag immortal Gu as the supplementary. Once activated, it could get rid of the harmful Dao marks on the immortal body. And because of formation flag immortal Gu, this immortal Gu formation had the ability to teleport for a short period of time. That was to say, when Feng Yuan wanted it, he could take out this immortal formation and use it. When there was no time to use it, he could put it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of potential for improvement. For example, adding time path goo worms to speed up the flow of time inside it. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is not high enough, I cannot deduce it. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. However, it is still possible to move the formation spirit inside and make it the formation spirit of this immortal formation. This was not difficult. Feng Yuan only needed to fuse that incomplete immortal formation into the self-cleansing immortal formation, that would do. This involved one of the techniques of immortal killer moves, combination moves. Feng Yuan was naturally proficient in this aspect. He also had formation path grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan was very confident in this. He estimated that he only needed 2 to 3 days to complete it. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal goo formation myself, I can focus on other things. But before that, I need to raise myriad self by 1 level. In Anti-Sound Desert, the battle with Feng Jioge gave Feng Yuan a huge inspiration. That was the improvement of the immortal killer move myriad self, at the same time. It is a dream realm after all. But Husband's Will, rank 8 immortal goo mutation, and Dancer Hong Yun, are they all inside? In the sky, 2 rank 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were 1,000 transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. One was called Night Temptress, the other was called Immortal Concubine Qinglan. 1,000 transformations ancestor naturally sensed the damage to Dancer Hong Yun and his will. Not long ago, he received accurate information that Feng Yuan's group schemed against him and even possessed Fairy Cui Bo. 1,000 transformations ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or Immortal Concubine Qinglan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the dream realm, they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated, why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Cui Bo is among them now. Who? Come out. The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan's expressions changed. To be continued. 8 Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air, it was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yun and 1,000 transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan were flying around the dream realm. Goo worms flew out of their hands, arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border Righteous Path Goo immortals, they were also setting up an immortal goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it, the dream realm had just appeared, the super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few goo immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though 1,000 transformations ancestor was a rank 8 goo immortal and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned Dancer Hong Yun and his rank 8 immortal goo mutation, he could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend, you do the last few steps. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending while Immortal Concubine Qinglan continued to set up the immortal goo formation. Among 1,000 transformations ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status, she was the strongest, Immortal Concubine Qinglan was second only to her. Earlier, the 2 had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Cui Bo's location, they were extremely vigilant. Red Date Immortal Essence continued to be injected as goo worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, Immortal Concubine Qinglan took out a crucial immortal goo. This was a rank 7 immortal goo, it looked like a beetle, people called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Goo Pass? Seeing this immortal goo, Feng Jioge, who was hiding far away, had a thought, he had a heated gaze. He had searched for this rule path immortal goo for a long time but could not find it. If I had passed goo, the time limit of immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an immortal goo, a large number of mortal goo can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this immortal goo is actually in Thousand Transformations ancestors' hands. Feng Jioge sighed. Even though I created obtained treasure song and can refine wild immortal goo, in this situation, the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's immortal goo. In history, only thieving heaven demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even theft path goo immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Path goo was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal concubine Qing Lan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, we have set up the immortal goo formation. With this goo formation, we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The two female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioge did not show up. When Feng Jioge appeared, the two let out a sigh of relief but were also a little disappointed. A moment later, the two returned, leaving this place. Feng Jioge followed them for a while and found that their destination was obvious, Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, they did not go to find Fairy Chui Bo? With Thousand Transformations ancestor's personality, how could he let this go? Did something happen on Thousand Transformations ancestor's side? Feng Jioge had obtained a lot of detailed information from the Celestial Court. He knew Thousand Transformations ancestor's personality and way of doing things. He was arrogant and domineering, taking revenge for the smallest grievances, thus he made this plan. But Thousand Transformations ancestor did not fall for it, he even ignored Fairy Chui Bo. This was very strange. Feng Jioge wanted to use Thousand Transformations side to continue pressuring and probing Feng Yuan, but his plan failed. At this time, Feng Jioge received a transmission. He left quietly, and behind a sand dune, he saw two rank 8 goo immortals of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioge was not unfamiliar with these two. Because in southern border, these two appeared and blocked Wu Yong for Feng Jioge. Afterwards, Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, while these two chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck had already been connected by Feng Yuan's Connect Luck Immortal Goo. At that time, Feng Yuan was relying on this precious rank 8 battle strength. Once it was connected, not only could he protect the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he could also use the killer move Chi Luck Sensation to determine its location. Even though Feng Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that the other goo immortals of the Celestial Court could destroy it, he chose Luck Path. It was safer. After all, the only super force that was skilled in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. And even though Giant Sun Immortal was known as an immortal Venerable, he had never entered the Celestial Court, and did not impart his Luck Path true inheritance to the Celestial Court. Thus, when Feng Yuan and the rest used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck rose, and it escaped unexpectedly. Next, the mysterious goo immortal Lu Wei-yin interfered. Not only did he save the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he even destroyed the investigative killer move that the Celestial Court had used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, these two Celestial Court goo immortals searched for 2 days and spent a lot of effort before confirming that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had completely escaped. There was no chance of capturing it. They did not do their job well, Fairy Myrtle scolded them. After that, Fairy Myrtle sent them to reinforce Feng Jioge. We already know about the Dream Realm. This time, Thousand Transformations ancestor's attitude has changed. We have already received Lady Ziwei's instructions, we will probe Thousand Transformations ancestor. The two Celestial Court rank 8 goo immortals said. Thousand Transformations ancestor's attitude towards Fairy Chui Bo's matter was different from before. Feng Jioge could see something amiss, but as a wisdom path grade expert, Fairy Myrtle could deduce even more. She deduced that Thousand Transformations ancestor was likely to be heavily injured, he might even die. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to obtain Thousand Transformations ancestor's reckless savage true inheritance. Even if they did not gain anything, They could cause a battle in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world and lose a rank 8 Gu Immortal. That was a good thing. After all, the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was about to arrive. Central Continent had 4 battlegrounds. They had to plan ahead and reduce the strength of the Gu Immortals of the other regions, the more the better. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. These last days, Feng Jiuge did not chase them. Fang Yuan stopped using omnidirectional travel. After all, this ancient battle formation had a huge cost. It expended the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. Moreover, Feng Jiuge and the rest did not have a clear location. If they used omnidirectional travel recklessly, they might be closing the distance between them. Omnidirectional travel could only be used in emergencies. The others entered his sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan was thinking as he flew. A moment later, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He lowered his speed and altitude. When his feet touched the ground, his immortal aperture's entrance opened, letting out Bai Ningbing and the rest. Protect me, I have already designed it. We can set up the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation now. Fang Yuan said. Next, he sat down on the ground and started to meditate. In fact, the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation had already been set up. It was placed in mini Central Continent. However, this immortal formation was not the most ideal one. According to his previous plan, Fang Yuan activated the self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he was multitasking, activating another incomplete immortal formation. This incomplete immortal formation was obtained by Fang Yuan from dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal Gu inside was already taken out, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Fang Yuan was trying to fuse these 2 immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. The 2 immortal formations had completely fused into one. The main purpose of this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit merged into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit would have a new home. After achieving this goal, Fang Yuan removed many Gu worms from the incomplete immortal formation, simplifying the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the immortal formation was completely formed. It could reduce the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan and the rest. However, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to reduce the Dao marks. He took out self-love immortal Gu from the immortal formation. Self-love immortal Gu was the core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the entire immortal formation would collapse. However, Fang Yuan's immortal formation was still intact. It was the formation spirit. Its ability to manipulate the immortal formation surpassed Fang Yuan's. The moment self-love immortal Gu was taken out, the immortal formation was on the verge of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, using a large number of self-love mortal Gu to activate the Gu formation, temporarily replacing self-love immortal Gu. But this could only be used in emergencies. Self-love immortal Gu was the core. It was like the pillar supporting the house. With self-love immortal Gu taken out, using a large number of mortal Gu to support the house was like a small wooden pillar. As time passed, the entire immortal formation would collapse. Fang Yuan's initial estimation was that this would take around 14 hours. As long as he returned self-love immortal Gu to the immortal formation during this time, the immortal attraction formation would not collapse. Fang Yuan took out self-love immortal Gu naturally not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other important goals. Self-love immortal Gu, affection immortal Gu, these 2 immortal Gu flew in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence into them. He also used several mortal Gu. At the next moment, a vast amount of self-will was produced by Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Self-will formed into a giant that was over 100 feet tall. It looked like Fang Yuan himself. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. A moment later, the self-will giant vanished. 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Fang Yuan's mini Central Continent. Success! Myriad self-killer move has been raised to a new level. My battle strength has also risen. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. To be continued. 8 Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Working day and night, in the Gu refinement hall that had been going on for several months, the light of the fire shone on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in soot, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blazing fire. The intense temperature was burning the surroundings. Sixth Hair's hair was burning and curling, but Sixth Hair did not care. He was focused on what was in front of him. The goo refinement had already entered the final crucial step. As expected of Luck Path, it is the best supplementary goo refinement method. I have reached this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He was determined in his heart. Suddenly, his vision turned dark. Oh no, is my body at its limit? No matter, with one thought, crimson snake flower will bloom. Thoughts rose in Sixth Hair's mind. Bright red crimson snake tattoos appeared on his skin. They coiled from his waist to his chest. At the same time, a powerful force was generated out of thin air. Like a strong airflow, it suddenly filled Sixth Hair's balloon-like body. Sixth Hair immediately became spirited. He is using this killer move again. When the crimson snake coils around my head and covers my whole body, I will lose my life. But what does it matter? As long as I refine this immortal goo, it will be a huge help to Shadow Sect. Come, Thousand Li Soul Thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself inwardly. A hairy man goo immortal behind him immediately handed over a long immortal material. It was the Thousand Li Soul Thread. It was an immortal material that could only be produced in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of the soul thread increased along with its length. This Thousand Li Soul Thread in Xianxia Sect's collection was extremely valuable. It was comparable to a rank 8 immortal material. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material, but because it was too rare, there was no market for it. Even in jewel yellow skies, it was hard to sell it, thus its market price was at the level of a rank 8 immortal material. For the sake of Fang Yuan's goo refinement plan, not only Sixth Hair, even the land spirit of Xianxia took action personally. It could even be said that the entire Xianxia sect was refining goo for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. His foundation was extremely deep. He handed over a portion of his cultivation experience, immortal killer moves, and immortal goo recipes to Xianxia Sect. He could easily exchange them for a vast amount of sect contribution points. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Xianxia Sect refine immortal goo for him. After refining self-love immortal goo, his next target was cleanse soul immortal goo. Sixth Hair had already progressed more than half, and only the last few steps were left. At this moment, Sixth Hair carefully took the 1,000-mile soul thread. The soul strands were shaped like kelp and were dark green in color. However, the difference was that there were specks of gold flickering in the dark green. At first glance, it looked like a group of fireflies embedded in the kelp. The 1,000-mile soul silk was very heavy. Sixth Hair held it as if it were a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut off a portion of it. To refine cleanse soul immortal goo, he only needed a small portion of the soul thread. In fact, he did not even need the 1,000-mile soul thread, even the 100-mile soul thread was enough. However, to raise the success rate of the goo refinement and to save time, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to exchange for the 1,000-mile soul thread from Xianxia Sect's treasury. He was truly wealthy. The soul thread was thrown into the blazing fire. In an instant, the blazing red fire turned into a nether ghost fire, emitting a mournful cry. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply. He opened his bloodshot eyes and started to control the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal goo formation was emitting loud noises. The goo formation occupied a huge area of over 100 square kilometers. It activated intensely, creating layers of illusions of green mountains. In this yellow desert, it was very eye-catching. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were scattered around the immortal goo formation, patrolling and staying alert. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial moment. However, Fang Yuan, who was at the center of the immortal formation, was very relaxed. He even had the mood to deduce other things. At this speed, in another 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on my body. The Celestial Court's pursuers should be here, right? I tried to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Celestial Court will definitely sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He received news from Sixth Hair that the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo had failed again. Moreover, this time, the goo refinement failed. Sixth Hair suffered a backlash and was heavily injured. He needed to rest for some time. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, the current sixth heir was the most trustworthy person in Xianxia sect. He was even more reliable than land spirit of Xianxia. He needed to recuperate. This was bad news. Including this time, the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo has failed close to 10 times, right? Immortal goo refinement is a bottomless pit. Hairy man goo immortals are proficient in hairy man nature style. To prevent providence from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style goo refinement method. Fang Yuan was not surprised that cleansed soul immortal goo's refinement failed. It did not shake his determination to continue refining this goo. Speaking of which, he had cleansed soul immortal goo before, but it was gone. Back then, cleansed soul immortal goo was one of the cores of Myriad's self-killer move. But now, Fang Yuan was not refining cleansed soul for Myriad's self-killer move. His true goal was his strength path immortal zombie body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the soul path trap that Xianxia had painstakingly planted in it. Now that Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap. But this method required a rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo as the core. As long as he refined cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan would be able to use his strength path immortal zombie body again. He would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition and use the light of wisdom to change the overall situation of this era. Even though the Dao marks in the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley were comparable to rank 9 immortal goo, in terms of profundity, rank 9 immortal goo were better. Especially wisdom goo, this rank 9 immortal goo was very famous in the legends of Renzu. It had appeared many times and even tricked Renzu. There is an enemy attack from the southwest. Right at this time, Fairy Miao-yin suddenly transmitted a warning. Oh? They appeared after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He slowly stood up. The immortal goo formation was still operating. Everything was controlled by the formation spirit. It was too convenient for Fang Yuan. The only drawback was that this self-cleansing immortal formation expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan could not endure it. During this escape in battle, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had decreased rapidly. Thankfully, Wu Clan had provided him with 100,000 immortal yuan stones. But now, these immortal yuan stones had also decreased greatly. A moment later, the pursuers from Celestial Court arrived in front of Fang Yuan. It was Feng Zhouge. Why are you alone again? Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge looked around. He did not see any other Shadow Sect goo immortals. He smiled as well. Aren't you alone too? He. That is because I alone am enough to deal with you. Feng Zhouge, you are going to regret this battle. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Zhouge frowned slightly. This situation was out of his expectations. Fang Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Or a sinister plot? Fang Yuan charged towards Feng Zhouge. Of course, he was already wearing an immortal robe. The immortal robe was sparkling. There was also a long and curved ribbon that was wrapped around Fang Yuan's waist and arms. As Fang Yuan charged forward, the immortal robe and ribbon fluttered in the wind. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. This move again. Feng Zhouge saw this and sighed internally. This move was a huge headache for him. He was helpless against it. Thus, Feng Zhouge chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance away from Fang Yuan. Controlling reverse flow protection seal requires too much concentration. Fang Yuan cannot split his attention to use it. Even if he has movement immortal methods, he cannot use them. In this way, when he activates the reverse current protection seal, other than defense, everything else is very ordinary. Feng Zhouge thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The enemy advanced while he retreated. Fang Yuan could not catch up to Feng Zhouge. He tried several times but to no avail. Feng Zhouge's eyes flickered with a pondering light. He did not stop analyzing in his mind, why is Fang Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Zhouge, Fang Yuan did not have Bai Ningbing or He Lulan to help him. Thus, Feng Zhouge could only face Fang Yuan. In the previous battle, his tactic of eliminating the other goo immortals had failed. But this way, Fang Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has outstanding defense, he will only be a target. Be it in terms of offense or movement, he cannot match me. He will lose the initiative in the battlefield. No, Fang Yuan would not be so unwise. He must be plotting something else. Feng Zhouge was not careless, he became even more vigilant. When Feng Yuan chased after him, he retreated far away to create a safe distance. Feng Zhouge, you chased me all the way here, and now you're just running away? Feng Yuan sneered as he asked. Feng Zhouge's smile widened. What's the point of arguing? Feng Yuan, you should catch up to me first. It's not easy for you to activate the reverse current protection seal. After a long time, not only will you be exhausted, but I'm afraid that even your immortal energy will be depleted, right? There must be a huge price to pay for such a powerful technique. Feng Zhouge firmly held the initiative. Not only in terms of speed, but he also suppressed Feng Yuan in terms of tactics. The battle this time was very different from the last. The last time they fought, it was an abyss of suffering. This time, one of them chased and the other fled. Apart from exchanging a few words, there was no sound. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He had a way to deal with Feng Zhouge's actions. His 500 years of experience in his previous life was not a joke. Ignoring everything else, just his combat experience alone was definitely rich. Thus, in the next moment, Feng Yuan dove down and landed on the ground. Feng Zhouge did not chase. Instead, he cautiously floated in the air and sized up the desert. Previously, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain and was tricked by Feng Yuan using the anti-sound desert. Of course, Feng Zhouge remembered that lesson. On the way here, he had done his homework and did not find anything special about this desert. Poochie. With a soft sound, Feng Yuan directly drilled into the desert and headed deep underground. Feng Zhouge continued to investigate and used immortal methods. After confirming that there were no tricks, he used fist drums and palm bells to smash the underground desert. Dong dong dong, dang dang dang, at once, drum and bell sounds resonated, creating deep pits and holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand flew out and covered the surrounding several li in yellow-brown sand. But Feng Yuan did not care, he continued to go deeper underground. Feng Zhouge frowned. The deeper he went, the more earth path Dao marks there were. For Feng Zhouge, it was disadvantageous. At the same time, he had some suspicions. Feng Yuan is so confident this time, could it be that he had made arrangements underground? Or did he know that there is a special environment here that he can use? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Zhouge's mind as he flew down. He was like an arrow that shot into the desert, chasing after Feng Yuan. He had to chase. Because if Feng Yuan stayed underground and used the immortal formation to get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, Feng Zhouge would chase after him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer moves on him and instead set up a Gu formation or battlefield killer move underground, if Feng Zhouge hesitated and did not chase, it would give Feng Yuan a lot of time to prepare. If that was the case, Feng Zhouge would be too foolish. Thus, Feng Zhouge had to chase and exert pressure on Feng Yuan, forcing him to expose more trump cards and break his battle rhythm. Fist drum, palm bell, even deep underground, Feng Zhouge's sound path killer moves were still extremely powerful. Explosions continued to occur around Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a grim expression. This time, without the terrain advantage of anti-sound desert, Feng Yuan could feel Feng Zhouge's ferocious attacks. Even though he was underground and had abundant earth path Dao marks, Feng Zhouge's killer moves were still very oppressive. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Even though sound path was a small path, it had its own advantages. This advantage was that sound path was good at spreading, it had little effect on Dao mark conflicts. For example, ordinary paths like earth path killer moves would have their power reduced by 50 to 60% in an environment with abundant water path Dao marks. And sound path killer moves of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. If not for reverse flow protection seal, I would not have lasted until now after so many hits. How did Feng Zhouge cultivate? At rank 7, he has Dao mark accumulation on par with rank 8. Let's not think about this, let's counterattack. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Feng Yuan's body. But in the dense underground, the light could not spread out. The moment Feng Yuan transformed, Feng Zhouge's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Then, in almost a breath of time, the sand in front of Feng Zhouge exploded, revealing a huge dragon head. Feng Jioge's small body was like a mouse in front of an elephant compared to this dragon head. Ancient sword dragon. Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Fang Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so ferocious, the flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling, surging silver radiance gushed out from within. Sword dragon breath. At once, the silver-white light shot out like countless sharp arrows. It had an intense invasive nature as it shone on the surroundings. The incomparably sharp aura was still a distance away, but Feng Jioge felt waves of piercing pain on his face, as if hundreds of needles were pricking his face. Boom! The sword dragon breath shot out and hit Feng Jioge fiercely. Clanging sounds rang out from Feng Jioge's body as he activated his defensive means, emitting countless tiny sound waves. Then, the peerlessly sharp dragon breath of the sword flood dragon forcefully destroyed his defenses. Ordinary dragon breaths only lasted for a short period of time, but Fang Yuan had perseverance immortal goo. The dragon breath could last for an extremely long time. Feng Jioge was forced back, under the impact of the sword dragon breath. He moved his methods with difficulty and flew into the sky, escaping from the dragon breath's attack. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his head. The thick sword serpent's breath was like a silver pillar of light. Then, like a peerless sword, it lightly slashed upwards. Here it comes. Feng Jioge was no longer smiling, his face was shining with silver light. Seeing that the sword dragon breath was about to attack again, he had to retreat again. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. With a swoosh, he vanished on the spot, reappearing 1,000 steps away in the sky. Fang Yuan stopped his dragon breath and growled as he continued to counterattack. With a swing of his dragon tail, the ancient sword dragon's speed burst out. At the same time, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Tens of thousands of sword path down marks boosted together, giving Fang Yuan a terrifying speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the air was pushed apart, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, Fang Yuan arrived in front of Feng Jioge. His speed was so fast that Feng Yuan was unable to react in time. His vision blurred, and in the next instant, Feng Jioge, who had been a small black dot in his field of vision, appeared right before him, only 10 or so steps away. The dragon mouth opened again, but this time, Feng Jioge had already reacted. He whistled softly, good timing. Then, in the face of the dragon breath of the sword light, he did not dodge or evade, but counterattacked. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and Feng Jioge was sent flying like a cannonball. For the first time, he showed shock on his face. He had a question in his mind: how can this be? Why is there a layer of reverse flow protection seal on Feng Yuan's body? In the previous battle, when Feng Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon, he could not maintain reverse flow protection seal at the same time. In that exchange just now, Feng Jioge had taken advantage of this point and charged head-on. In the end, the countercurrent protection seal had completely reversed his attack. Guh. Feng Jioge felt intense pain in his chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to maintain his body in the air. That attack earlier not only contained Feng Yuan's own attack, but also the power of Feng Jioge's own attack. The two overlapped, causing Feng Jioge to spit out blood. Feng Yuan had the upper hand, he roared as he continued to chase. It had come too quickly just now. This time, Feng Jioge could see it clearly. The ancient sword serpent's body was still covered with a thin layer of clothes that was transparent like flowing water. It really is reverse flow protection seal? He can actually maintain 2 immortal killer moves at the same time. How did he do it? Yang Pass Tune, Feng Yuan missed, while Feng Jioge vanished far away. The ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan transformed into did not have the ability to tear through space. It could only fly in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. As for Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune, it had the power of space path. It tore through the sky and teleported from one location to another. From this point, even though Feng Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon and had Sword Escape Immortal Goo, he could not compare to Feng Jioge who used Yang Pass Tune. Unless Feng Yuan successfully used the sword path movement killer move in Bo Qing's inheritance. But so what? Yang Pass Tune had a time limit. Once the time was up, Feng Jioge would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to break out of this situation while Yang Pass Tune still has time. Looking at Feng Yuan who was charging at him again, Feng Zhouge's heart sank. Note, after a week of recuperation, his body has gradually recovered, but he has not fully recovered yet. Also, he had to use a lot of brain cells to think about the plot. For the next week, he would occasionally make 2 night shifts. If there was a second night shift, it would be at 8 a.m. The last night shift would be at 8 p.m. Carrot, roar roar roar, Feng Yuan opened his dragon mouth and spat out sword-light dragon breaths. The dragon breaths were like bolts of silver lightning that shot towards Feng Zhouge at lightning speed. Feng Zhouge used Yang Pastun to dodge. And when he used Yang Pastun, it usually meant that the next move, Song Warrior, would appear. Both sides fought from deep underground until they reached the sky. They fought back and forth, dragon roars resounded, drums and bells echoed. Green Jade Song Warrior, Feng Zhouge summoned a clone as he chased after Yang Kai. The Green Jade clone charged towards the ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan had transformed into. Feng Zhouge relied on Yang Pastun to have the advantage in terms of movement, adding on his rich battle experience. He was calm and rational, he had never made a mistake in activating the killer move. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind, he ignored everything else and continued to charge towards Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Feng Yuan's match, just reverse flow protection seal alone could not be broken. If this defense could not be broken, there was no hope of defeating Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Zhouge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior to keep Feng Yuan busy. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly, it circled around Feng Yuan and interfered with his movements. After a few rounds, Feng Yuan could not take it anymore, he turned his spear around and started to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Zhouge's pupils shrunk, Feng Yuan's change was too sudden, but Feng Zhouge reacted quickly. Feng Yuan charged towards the Green Jade Song Warrior, the ancient sword dragon's huge body was like a fly to the Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared, and the wind howled. The sharp and ferocious dragon claws struck out, ruthlessly striking the Green Jade Songster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Green Jade Song Warrior's body, it let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying by Feng Yuan like a cannonball. However, the Green Jade Song Warrior was not broken to the point of collapse. Its body still existed, and it still had the strength to fight. Sly. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind. In the earlier attack, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack, it only took a beating. This way, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not counter the enemy's attack, the ancient sword dragon's claw attack could not destroy the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Zhouge's Dao marks were comparable to rank 8, the Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was the best among the Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Feng Yuan attacked Feng Zhouge again. But at this time, Feng Zhouge had already created a second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Zhouge relied on Yang Pastun to dodge while activating 4 Song Warriors to keep Feng Yuan busy. Feng Yuan was fighting 5 people by himself, but he was still energetic and full of battle intent, he chased Feng Zhouge everywhere. What's going on? Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already his limit. But now, he is maintaining reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation at the same time, after fighting for so long, he is still so relaxed. Feng Zhouge's gaze was deep, he purposely created a Song Warrior to create a complicated and ever-changing battle environment, to stimulate Feng Yuan to think continuously, to expend the thoughts in his mind to deal with these complicated and ever-changing battle situations. If Feng Yuan were to forcefully activate 2 killer moves at the same time, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind, he would not be able to display such a strong performance at this moment. This means that he has made a breakthrough in terms of maintaining killer moves? Feng Zhouge guessed. Right at this time, Feng Yuan's body shook. Feng Zhouge was paying close attention to Feng Yuan's movements, he was overjoyed, don't tell me, he has reached his limit. But at the next moment, Feng Zhouge tossed this guess to the back of his mind. Because Feng Yuan had activated a mortal killer move Myriad Dragon, at once, dragons flew together, their scales converged into a silver sea, the aura was grand and majestic, it made people's hearts tremble. A situation similar to the previous battle appeared once again. Myriad dragons flew and surrounded the 4 Song Warriors, trying to kill them. The 4 Song Warriors were unable to resist them, they died one after another. Feng Jiuge didn't bother with him. Instead, he activated the Yang Pass Tune and temporarily escaped from the range of the flood dragons. Yang Pass Tune's time limit was not up yet. Feng Jiuge had a lot of time to spare. Then what about this move? He looked at the myriad dragon group. Feng Yuan was already mixed in, he could not distinguish him. Next, Feng Jiuge stretched out his right hand, touching his left chest, where his heart was. Then, the 5 fingers of his right hand moved up and down continuously. Every time his fingers tapped on his chest, it would produce an agitated or muffled drumbeat. Dong dong dong, the drum sounds continued to spread, soon spreading to the whole battlefield. Feng Jiuge did not need to distinguish which of the dragons was Feng Yuan's main body. Because this immortal killer move was an area of effect killer move, it had a huge area of effect. Feng Yuan's main body was enveloped by it, he was immediately affected, his heart started to beat wildly, his stable rhythm was disrupted. Feng Yuan was shocked. After all, he was protected by reverse flow protection seal, but he could not defend against this immortal killer move. No, most of this killer move's power was reflected back, only a small portion managed to pass through the protection seal and affect me. It seems that Celestial Court has made some progress in deciphering my reverse flow protection seal killer move. Feng Yuan sighed internally. There was no helping it, he had used reverse flow protection seal many times. Celestial Court even had one of the few wisdom path grade experts in the world, Fairy Myrtle, together with Star Constellation chessboard. It was not strange for them to have such results. Bam bam bam. With loud sounds, the dragon strength path phantoms around Feng Yuan self-detonated from Feng Jiuge's drum sounds, turning into nothingness. This immortal killer move chaotic heart drumming sound was taught by Celestial Court, it has wisdom path effects. Once hit, it can interfere with the Gu Immortal's thoughts and affect the maintenance of the killer move. Feng Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Jiuge was looking forward to it. A very powerful killer move, and it is specially targeted at me. Feng Yuan carefully observed the power of this move. At this moment, inside his sovereign immortal aperture, a large number of human-shaped myriad self-clones were also self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed was even greater than the myriad dragon clones. Looking closely, these myriad self-clones were clearly different from before. Their appearances were even more lifelike than before. Not just that, their expressions were more vivid. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they were in deep thought. Under the effect of chaotic heart drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated from time to time, turning into white smoke that dissipated with the wind. After adding self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path agility, they were instead countered by Feng Jiuge's killer move. Feng Yuan split a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones were destroyed. However, not all of these myriad self-clones were killed by Feng Jiuge's killer move. Most of them were used to maintain my reverse flow river protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation. When I used myriad dragon earlier, I lost 1,000 myriad self-clones at once. That was right. The reason why Feng Yuan could use other killer moves on top of reverse flow river protection seal was because of the help of these myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. All along, Feng Yuan had been stuck here, even though reverse flow river protection seal was powerful, it took up too much of his concentration. During the battle with Feng Jiuge, he was enlightened by Song Warrior, he gained an inspiration. I also have myriad self-clones. If these clones can help me think at the same time, it will raise my battle strength greatly. To achieve this, there were 2 biggest difficulties. The first difficulty was that the original myriad self-clones could not think. To think, they needed wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second difficulty was that even if a large number of thoughts, wills, or emotions were scattered among the clones, it was hard to gather all of them into one's own body. Feng Yuan's first difficulty was to use self-love immortal Gu and affection immortal Gu. These two complemented each other very well. Feng Yuan only needed to use a few mortal Gu to form an immortal killer move that could unleash a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was that Feng Yuan found a solution from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, immortal killer move, collective wisdom. Of course, even though he broke through these 2 difficulties, he still needed Feng Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level to completely modify myriad self and raise it to a whole new level. Feng Zhouge, your killer move is still not enough. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Because before this battle, he had already made ample preparations. He had amassed a million myriad self-clones in the sovereign immortal aperture, tens of thousands of them were nothing more than a small itch. Immortal killer move, 3 breaths future vision, immortal killer move, myriad dragon. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. In an instant, auras of countless goo worms rose from Feng Yuan's body. These auras were extremely chaotic, there were countless mortal goo and a large number of immortal goo, they rose together and formed a grand force. How can this be? Feng Zhouge was shocked, Feng Yuan is actually using multiple immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely shocked. Unimaginable, he had always thought that even if Feng Yuan used 2 or 3 killer moves at the same time, he would barely reach his limit. But right now, this scene made Feng Zhouge realize that Feng Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. This weakness that had once restricted Feng Yuan was no longer a weakness, it had become a huge advantage for Feng Yuan. The first myriad dragon still had a large portion left, the second myriad dragon was activated again, forming a silver sea of dragons that filled the sky. 3 breaths future vision allowed Feng Yuan to acutely sense that sword marks targeting death, with the amplification of tens of thousands of sword path down marks, posed a huge threat to Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge gritted his teeth, he charged towards the dragons instead of retreating. Bam bam bam, a series of thunderous explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Feng Zhouge charged left and right amidst the myriad dragons' encirclement, he rampaged freely. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This is not an accidental eruption, Feng Yuan really did it, he still has some strength left. I cannot stay here for long, retreat. Taking advantage of the time limit of Yang Pass Tune, Feng Zhouge retreated from the battlefield. He was actually forced to retreat by Feng Yuan alone. Orange-yellow light shone on Feng Zhouge's body and dissipated. This meant that Feng Zhouge's immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune had reached its time limit. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait 14 hours. But this was not the main point. Feng Zhouge had already left the battlefield, it did not matter whether Yang Pass Tune reached its time limit or not. This central continent's rare talent slowly landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. Feng Zhouge's elegant face was still frowning. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Truly an outstanding talent. These words were not meant for himself, but for Feng Yuan. Once upon a time, Feng Yuan was merely an ant at Feng Zhouge's feet. Not long ago, even if Feng Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not defeat Feng Zhouge alone, he had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Zhouge was defeated, it was his turn to flee the battlefield. Such a change was simply too sudden. Even now, Feng Zhouge still found it hard to believe. Feng Yuan had a deep foundation to begin with, after rebirth, he had Spring Autumn Cicada and Giant Sun's true inheritance, and now that he is the leader of Shadow Sect, he even has Spectral Soul's accumulation. He is like a volcano, he is silent on the surface, but as long as he is given a bit of time or opportunity, this volcano will erupt with lava. His eruption this time was not a coincidence, it was inevitable. Such a person should be killed with all our strength to prevent future troubles. But the Celestial Court wants to hang around and slowly plot to obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. This is not wise. For the first time, Feng Zhouge had doubts about the Celestial Court's plan to hunt him down, he even denied it. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was also in deep thought. She had witnessed the entire battle through Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, not only did it catch Feng Zhouge off guard, it also made her, a great wisdom path great expert, feel astonished. Similar emotions as Feng Zhouge were also brewing in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Feng Yuan's foundation was too deep, and he had connections with 3 venerable ones. With the advantage of rebirth, in just a few years, he went from immortal to a Gu immortal. Not only that, after the battle earlier, Feng Yuan had completely stood on equal footing with Feng Zhouge, becoming an existence that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If it was just that he had too many fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hongyun, it would be fine. This was not worth Fairy Myrtle being afraid of. What was scary was Feng Yuan's nature, Such an ambitious demonic path scoundrel had almost no weaknesses in human nature. He worked hard to the extreme, and never compromised or became discouraged. He could endure hardships, and could endure patiently. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about sacrifices or methods. It was hard to imagine what kind of experiences could create such a nature in him. Since Feng Yuan's rebirth, most of the time, he has been in Providence's control. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he broke free from Providence's shackles, but his identity was exposed in the dream realm. His cultivation path has been filled with countless obstacles and setbacks. If he is given some time to focus on cultivation, his growth and strength will be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel a trace of wariness towards Feng Yuan from the depths of her heart. Feng Yuan's existence made Fairy Myrtle feel threatened. She really wanted to get rid of him. The earlier she got rid of him, the better, and the faster she got rid of him, the better. As she thought of this, the killing intent in Fairy Myrtle's heart intensified. "Spy, don't be nervous." At this moment, a deep voice entered Fairy Myrtle's ears. This voice left a deep impression on Fairy Myrtle. She quickly turned around and saw Duke Long. "Lord Duke Long, you came out of closed cultivation?" Fairy Myrtle was pleasantly surprised. Duke Long smiled faintly. "Yes. That means to say, Spectral Soul was also." "That's right, I have completely suppressed him. However, it is quite troublesome to search his soul. I will need some time to see results." Duke Long chuckled. "Ah." Fairy Myrtle's face was filled with joy, her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. This great news caused her spirit to rise abruptly, and her entire person became different in an instant. Duke Long continued, "Compared to Red Lotus' true inheritance, Feng Yuan is nothing. But, he is a complete otherworldly demon after all." Fairy Myrtle hesitated. "That is because you do not understand Red Lotus Demon Venerable." Duke Long sighed, his tone was filled with deep emotions. "Red Lotus seems to have set up 7 true inheritances, but our celestial court could not find them no matter how hard we tried. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we obtain this clue, we will be able to find the rest of the Red Lotus true inheritances." "I understand, Lord Duke Long." Fairy Myrtle's gaze turned sharp. "There is already a time path rank 8 deployed in the River of Time, along with Feng Jioga and 2 other rank 8s. What do you think of this plan?" Duke Long smiled. "You are a wisdom path great grandmaster, but I am not. I will be at ease leaving this matter to you. Next, I will lead the new generation of Great Dream Immortal Venerable." "Oh, right, announce to the world that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is being held captive. Celestial Court has been silent for too long. It is time to let the world know that Celestial Court will forever be the #1 super force in the world." "Ziwei understands." Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply as she watched Duke Long's figure vanish on the spot. Western Desert. Inside the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, there was also an immortal goo formation activating loudly. Compared to self-cleansing, this immortal formation was much smaller, but it still had 2 core immortal goo. One was a wisdom path immortal goo obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, while the other was a bloodline immortal goo from Wu clan. Along with thousands of mortal goo, the immortal goo formation blood red immortal essence formation was formed. A large number of immortal yuan stones were thrown into this immortal formation. After being refined, they turned into beads of red date immortal essence. Feng Yuan was replenishing his immortal essence reserves. In the battle earlier, even though he managed to escape from Feng Jioga, his immortal essence expenditure was huge. The greatest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The second was Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move expended even more than before. After all, it used self-love and affection immortal goo to produce a vast amount of self-will. This was not a disadvantage. The stronger the immortal killer move, the more immortal essence it would expend. This was common sense in cultivation. But this was Feng Yuan's weakness. Feng Yuan had only become rank 7 recently. He did not have much accumulation. The time path resources in his immortal aperture were also reduced to rock bottom because of the calamities and tribulations. The blood red immortal essence formation was very efficient. Soon, the immortal yuan stones that Feng Yuan had obtained from Wu clan were all expended. Fang Yuan threw the immortal Yuan stones that he had obtained from Xianxia sect into the blood-red immortal essence formation. His red date immortal essence reserves rose rapidly. My battle strength has risen, it is on par with Feng Jioge now. The only flaw is that myriad self needs to be prepared. If I am caught off guard, I will be in trouble. Against Feng Jioge, Fang Yuan might be able to take a risk and use the new myriad self in battle. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan would have to use reverse flow protection seal to preserve his life. This way, with reverse flow protection seal as the foundation, without myriad self's help, Fang Yuan could not use other immortal killer moves. In the end, he could only endure reverse flow protection seal's attacks. After all the investigative killer moves on me are removed, I should go to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Although that true inheritance was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the Red Lotus true meaning inside is endless. If I obtain it, my time path attainment level will rise to Grandmaster level. In Shadow Sect's information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time that were controlled. But earlier, Fang Yuan had already used up one of them to set up a trap and trap the Celestial Court's pursuers. Now, only one was left. This tributary of the River of Time was Fang Yuan's next destination. Currently, Central Continent was a forbidden area, Fang Yuan could not enter it. In southern border, he would be chased by Wu Clan and other righteous path forces. If he entered northern plains, Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes would attack him together. Only Western Desert and Eastern Sea were Fang Yuan's areas of activity. They had less pressure than the other 3 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan could also go to Eastern Sea. But to go to Eastern Sea, he had to pass through Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Western Desert. Eastern Sea naturally had a tributary of the River of Time, but rather than going to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan might as well stay in Western Desert and search for fortuitous encounters. Note, most of the August postcards have been sent out today. Students who received the postcards, please pay attention to your mailbox in the next few days. Express delivery was too expensive, 12 yuan per express delivery from other provinces. They wanted to send registered mail, but they needed their real names and identity cards, so they could only send ordinary mail. Most of the ordinary mail had already been sent out, but there were also some that could not be received because the address was not detailed enough. I hope the students in the following list can contact me on QQ and send me their detailed addresses. Zhou Kusher Octopus, Gua Xian, Worryless, Mou, Mo Xiao, Mr. Wang, I love you the most, Zhongming Xia, Desolate Guyue, Luo Jing, Eggy, Wei Jiarue, Astral Projection, Blood Moon, Worship Chu Xian, Spectral Soul Demon Emperor, Jing Hua, Yu Xiuming, Only a Little Wind and Frost, Yan Xingdong, Ding Xian, Yishert Song Yu, Yu Bao, Flowing Heart Words, He Heng, Death God's Mask Puppet Dance, Feng Wuya. Carrot, this sky was huge, it was filled with bright red light, it was like the morning sun was shining in the sky. Originally, there was nothing here, but now, there was a huge immortal goo formation floating in the sky. This immortal goo formation gave off a grand time path aura, it was clearly a time path immortal goo formation. Inside this formation, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and Ying Wu Xia were all waiting. This time path immortal goo formation had been activated for a long time already. It used rank 7 year goo as the core, with rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water as the supplementary goo. Not all immortal formations used the highest ranked immortal goo as the core. Like this immortal goo formation, rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was the supplementary goo. This immortal goo formation came from He Fan's true inheritance. Its main effect was to connect to the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture, releasing the aura of rank 7 year goo and rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo into the tributary of the River of Time to lure immemorial year beasts. This immortal formation was named by He Fan, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. The name was quite interesting, others were fishing, but He Fan was fishing for year beasts, and immemorial year beasts at that. Ever since He Fan created the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he knew the weakness of this immortal goo. The goo worm's aura was extremely alluring to immemorial year beasts. It was very likely that immemorial year beasts would enter his immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan racked his brains, thinking of all sorts of methods. The first thing he thought of was the time path immortal goo formation that Feng Yuan had used to trap Feng Jioge in the River of Time. This formation could detonate the tributary of the River of Time and stop time in the immortal aperture, blocking the immemorial year beasts. This way, immemorial year beasts would not be able to enter the immortal aperture. However, this method had a huge weakness. Once time in the immortal aperture stopped, resources could not grow. And goo worms could not be activated inside the immortal aperture. After all, activating any goo worm's power, even if it was just an instant, was time. And any process needed time. Thus, once this method was used, the goo immortal would need to move the goo worms out of the immortal aperture and attach them to their bodies. This was quite dangerous. Especially in battle, it could easily be destroyed by strong enemies. He Fan was extremely talented. He had created this method only as a final trump card. Of course, he would not be satisfied with such a method, so he continued to explore. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would perceive his immortal aperture as the territory of other immemorial year beasts. Even if years flow like water had a tempting aura, other immemorial year beasts would not try to snatch it. Therefore, He Fan first thought of a method to disguise the aura of an immemorial year beast. Unfortunately, his transformation path realm was very ordinary, and he had never succeeded. Then, he considered raising his own immemorial year beast. However, his grotto heaven wasn't that wide. It was filled with all kinds of resources, so it was difficult to create an environment suitable for the immemorial year beasts to live in. Moreover, if he wanted to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would have to start with an ancient year beast. Jewel Yellow Skies did not have any immemorial year beasts for sale. However, this process took too long. At that time, He Fan did not have much time left. Since the two methods did not work, He Fan thought of another method. He wanted to use years flow like water immortal goo to summon an immemorial year beast for him. Thus, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was Grandmaster, unlike his transformation path attainment level, thus, he created year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were not easy to recruit. At the end of his life, he created the immemorial year beast fishing formation. This immortal goo formation could lure immemorial year beasts, but it could not be controlled. Thus, it was only fishing, not summoning. The immemorial year beasts that were fished could not be controlled. He Fan's true idea was to summon an immemorial year beast and control it. Even until his death, he did not achieve this goal. This was truly a pity. Maybe if he had more time, he would have succeeded. Beauty could not defeat time. In fact, the same was true for geniuses and heroes. If Feng Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and continue on this path. In time, he would definitely create an immortal killer move that could summon immemorial year beasts. This was the true inheritance of a true inheritance. After the successors inherited the true teachings of their predecessors, they didn't just blindly copy them. Instead, in the process of cultivation, they constantly perfected the contents of the true teachings, or added their own things, and then passed it down again. The inheritance of a true inheritance was not just about taking, it was also about giving. However, right now, Feng Yuan did not have time to perfect the true inheritance. What he needed to do was to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to fish up an immemorial year beast, then use 180 slaves to subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have subdued the immemorial year beast already. My trip to the River of Time will be filled with danger. Not only is the River of Time itself dangerous, Celestial Court is likely to have arrangements. Earlier, Feng Yuan framed Feng Jioge and exiled him to the River of Time. Even though Feng Jioge escaped in the end, Feng Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Feng Jioge was able to escape. Maybe he had his own ability, or maybe Celestial Court has arrangements in the River of Time. Regardless of which, the worst-case scenario is that I will be attacked by them after entering the River of Time. And I have no terrain advantage. In the River of Time, I am not familiar with fighting in the river. Only with the protection of an immemorial year beast can I guarantee my life. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He could not take the risk alone, he had to make preparations. Crack crack crack, Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was enticed. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he quickly activated the immortal goo formation. Inside the goo formation, the tributary of the River of Time appeared. A huge monkey was observing the goo formation through this tributary of the River of Time. Its huge eyes were the size of an adult elephant. Looking through the tributary of the River of Time was like looking through a small hole to observe the darkness behind the door. In this darkness, this immemorial year monkey could not find Fang Yuan and the rest. Its gaze was naturally attracted to year's flow like water immortal goo. Once it saw this rank 8 immortal goo, the immemorial year monkey's appetite increased, it started drooling. Year beasts used year goo as food, but year's flow like water immortal goo could produce year goo. The immemorial year monkey saw year's flow like water immortal goo. It was like a glutton that had been starving for 100 years saw a banquet, crack 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 crack. It became restless in the River of Time, scratching its ears and cheeks in excitement. Next, it breathed in deeply and tried to enter Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to enter any corner of the world from the River of Time. When Fang Yuan used year beast summoning earlier, he summoned year beasts from the River of Time. These year beasts came out of the River of Time and rushed to the battlefield. As long as the River of Time flowed or a tributary of the River of Time, year beasts could enter it. Right now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was not an exception, it was just that it was harder to enter here than the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Space was torn open, not far from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, 2 huge monkey hands stretched out. Then, the pair of furry hands forcefully pulled to both sides, tearing open a huge hole. The huge immemorial year monkey shrunk its head and entered. Even though my sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it can contain immemorial year beasts. But for immemorial year beasts, this cage is too small, it is inconvenient to enter. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. It was good that it was inconvenient to enter. If they fought later, it would be hard for the immemorial year monkey to escape. The immemorial year monkey entered completely, the hole in space behind it closed up. Crack crack crack, the immemorial year monkey shouted excitedly, its nose twitched as it sensed the strong aura of year's flow like water immortal goo, it charged towards the immortal formation. Rumble, the immortal formation had strong defense, it did not budge from the immemorial year monkey's attack. Back then, when He Fan designed this formation, he had considered this situation. To be continued. 8 End of chapter 1388. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.